现场已经抵达了师长，大家好。那我们待会因为会先做一个 opening 结束，会先有合照环节，所以请师长们先统一坐到我们面对讲台的左手方，谢谢。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Symposium on Medical Education 2025, hosted by the National Defense Medical University and Tri-Service General Hospital. This year, our symposium centers on generative AI in medical education. We're delighted to have esteemed speakers and guests from around the world to share insights into how AI is transforming the future of medical education. To officially open today's symposium, we are honored to invite Professor Qiyuan Lin, President of the National Defense Medical University, to deliver the opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming President Lin.
Good morning, everyone. This is a test of the microphone. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, distinguished scholar, and dear colleague, I'm truly honored to welcome all of you to the International Medical Education Symposium hosted in our school. The theme we are focusing on today, generative AI in medical education, is without a doubt one of the most crucial and compelling topics in our field right now. Generative AI isn't just a new tool anymore. It's quickly becoming an essential competency and even a new discipline in medical education. It offers both incredible opportunities and serious responsibilities. Think about it. AI can completely reform our curriculum, powerfully support self-regular learning, and even help to bridge the gap between clinical practice and the formal medical education. In the morning section, I think it's an all-star roster. We have a fantastic lineup this morning. We are privileged to welcome Professor Karen from Singapore. She will be laying out the governance and the educational principle we need for the responsibility use of AI in medical education. Then we will have Professor Bernard Chang from Harvard Medical School in the United States. She will discuss how we can waive AI literacy and practice throughout preclinical and clinical learning, but crucially, without displacing fundamental clinical reasoning. Then we will have Professor Kelly Chen from the United States. He will frame generative AI as a tool, a competency, and a discipline, arguing for clear, objective, and programmatic assessment to ensure our learning is safe, equitable, and authentic. Kelly 台湾话讲最好的，大家会使用台湾话和伊开讲。好。That session will be moderated by distinguished Professor Ni, Professor Yang, and Professor Liu from Taiwan. And in the afternoon session, Professor Wang Zijia from National Defense Medical University in Taiwan will speak on the ethical and the legal frontiers of AI and the generative AI in medical education and practice. This will highlight critical issues like consent, data collection, intellectual property, and accountability in both educational and clinical setting. Professor Liao Jiade will address bridging the gap between clinical practice and medical education through AI innovation in holistic care. This presentation will illustrate how AI enables case synthesis and decision support can effectively link hands-on bedside learning with our overall curriculum goal. And finally, Dr. Li Yufeng will present on empowering medical students, how AI supports self-regular learning. She will showcase the tools that help our learners to plan, monitor, and reflect on their feedback and turn it into real action. On behalf of National Defense Medical University, I want to extend my gratitude to all our organizers, our esteemed guests and speakers, and of course, every single one of you participating in this symposium in person and online. Your contributions are what will make this event a tremendous success. Let's learn together in the age of generative AI. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Lin, for your inspiring remarks. Before we begin the first session, we would like to invite all guests and participants to move to the left side of the hall for a group photo. 各位师长，我们即将进行大合照，麻烦各位师长帮我们移驾到可胜厅的左边。Let's welcome our first speaker, Professor Jennifer Ann Cleland, and our moderator, Professor Ni. Please join me in giving a big applause.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's really my great honor and pleasure to introduce Professor Cleland as today's speaker. I just talked to her, and she allowed me to talk to you. Maybe we are going to mix English and Mandarin for you to easily to understand what her achievements are. And she is. I think she was trained as basically as a psychologist, and she got her. I think she got her training mostly in the UK, United Kingdom, and later on, he moved to the. I think the most important and most recent job is she is the editor-in-chief of a medical teacher, which is the official journal of AMI. And she is also a very, very important and active members on the AMI Executive Committee. So right now she is also the professor in so-called MERS in LCK Medical School. I think I would like to start in Mandarin. 她现在是那个新加坡南洋理工大学的这个李光前医学院的这个医学教育的教授，他先前是那个副院长，那目前是担任这个教授吼。那对于过去几年，他都是在这个大概都跟这个 UK 的，就是这个英国系统的澳洲啦、苏格兰、英格兰这些地方的这个 system 哈。So she is very familiar with the UK system in terms of medical education. I think after she got her PhD, she gradually shifted her focus to the medical education rather than the psychology, I think. And right now she is very, very established. I think today I'm here because we share the same abbreviation for our institution. She is from Nanyang Technology University in Singapore. That's NTU. And I'm from National Taiwan University in Taiwan. That's also NTU. So, but So I think it's my honor, great honor, to be share the same name as Professor Cleveland. So the podium is yours, please.
Thank you. This is working. So thank you, everybody, for inviting me. It's a great honor to be here today. But I have been in Taiwan before, as I'm sure you will recognize the background to my picture. I was here last year in October with my family. I was here to speak at Medical Week in Kaohsiung, Changgong Medical Week, but my family joined me and we had a holiday, and I'm sure you will recognize the various sites here. We had the most beautiful view of Taipei 101. I'm from Elephant Hill. So I'm delighted to be back. And again, same time of year, October, a nice time of year, not too hot, not too cold. So today I'm going to talk about AI in medical education, reimagining the curriculum. And I'd just like to start by saying that everywhere we go, every time you turn, you see something about AI in medical education. You go to a conference, people are presenting on AI. The vendors are selling AI, VR, AR, anatomage tables, you name it. And the journals get so many submissions every week looking at some aspect of AI in medical education. So it is here, it is unavoidable. We cannot pretend it's not happening. But how do we manage this influx of information? So I think if we go back to medical education and think about the basics of medical education, for hundreds of years, we have stuffed our learners' heads full of facts. There was a paper many years ago talking about medical education as science stuffed. So when you were doing your own training, a lot of it will have been about, here are things that you have to learn, facts and information you have to learn. And then you have to regurgitate these facts and information in written exams, for example, or to your teachers. So we're very good in medical education at teaching our learners facts and expecting our learners to know facts. Well, maybe they don't need to know facts quite so much today, and that's something I will get to later. But medical education has changed over time. I sometimes like to talk about how things have evolved since the original days, thousands of years ago. But medical education is not medicine. It's not an area that likes to change quickly for whatever reason. We'll get onto that later as well. But things have changed, and now we have more structured ways of teaching our learners. We have competency or outcomes-based medical education, which is something Carrie will talk about more later. So it's not just about our learners following more senior people around and hoping by luck that they will learn the correct things in some number of years. We're much more focused, we're much more structured. We're similarly much more structured in terms of our assessments. Assessments are now objective, they're valid, they're reliable. We have standard setting, we have expectations. That was not the case even maybe 30 years ago, certainly 50 years ago. And there's much, much more emphasis on patient safety. Our learners are not, or our patients are not subjected to our learners before they are prepared. So we are scaffolding, we are simulating, we are ensuring that our learners are suitably skilled when they actually then go to meet a real patient. But, you know, medical education is a very complex business. There are so many stakeholders in medical education. So I think, you know, I talk about medical education because it's what I know, but I think it's the same in any other regulated healthcare profession. So we have Our ministries, I don't know the system in Taiwan, but certainly in Singapore, we have to answer to our Ministry of Health and our Ministry of Education. And those two ministries don't always agree on things, which makes it even more complicated. There are regulators like the Singapore Medical Council, the General Medical Council in the UK, that set expectations for medical education and training. We have the employers, the healthcare organisations. We have the students, we have the families, we have society. There are a lot of stakeholders that we have to take their views into account, and we sometimes have to tread a careful line over how we manage all these different expectations. But inevitably, we have to think, what are we trying to produce? What do we want our doctors of tomorrow to look like? And how can we use AI to improve what we do currently? So thinking about the key curricular outcomes in respect of AI in medicine, we want to enhance our learner experiences. I think that these are kind of givens, these are obvious. We would like to enhance learner outcomes so that our learners achieve as well as they can do. We want a future-ready workforce. What generic skills and attitudes do our learners need to know from day one when they graduate, when they're working in the clinical environments? We also, and I do think we tend, certainly in the research I see and the submissions I see to medical teacher, there's less emphasis on the educator, how we may have to change what we do as educators, and that's important. And as someone whose career has been mostly in research in medical education, we need to know what works and we need to know what doesn't work in respect of AI in medical education, just as we need to have evidence for everything we do. It's the same for AI. It is not any different. So I'm just going to talk very briefly about each of these in turn. So the enhancing learner experiences. So we talk now, not just in health professions education, but also in K-12 education, about trying to enhance education for our learners, rather than having what we would call one-size-fits-all education, trying to use AI, big data, and data analytics as a way of developing personalised feedback, individualised feedback for our learners, so that we can tailor how we teach them, but they can also tailor how they learn. And having, good systems that are quick at giving feedback, so they give feedback in a timely manner, but they give the correct feedback, useful feedback. And AI can summarise content, it can offer instant tutoring. There are many, many possibilities. But for educators too, and I think this is quite exciting, quite a lot of what we do as educators is administrative burden. To think of the jobs that you do. I have spent far too many hours in my life generating exam questions. I have spent far too many hours of my life generating simulated patient scenarios. We don't need to do that anymore. We can use large language models. We can use AI to help with that. We can't leave it entirely to AI. There needs to be human oversight, but we can have AI to help us with efficiency as educators. And helping with tasks that are hugely time-consuming, such as curriculum and progression mapping. We did a curriculum mapping exercise in LKC Medicine a few years ago, and it took us months. Now, we could now use AI to do that, and it might take it 15 minutes, thus saving thousands of hours of staff time. But like personalised medicine, personalised education depends on big data and big data analytics. And that depends on our systems being well designed, our systems being acceptable, and our systems talking to each other. Again, thinking of things that we've done in terms of both on-the-ground work at LKC Medicine and for research purposes, Typically, medical schools and residencies programs collect a lot of data on learners, but that data may be in very different places. It may be stored in different programs, in different formats, one piece of information held by one office, another piece of information held by another office. That all needs to come together if we're going to use data analytics efficiently, because we cannot have some data and omit other data, because then the picture will be unclear and inaccurate. So we recently developed a learning analytics dashboard, and this might be something that you use already. So rather than giving our students feedback by either a tutor saying to them or getting an email saying, your score for assessment A was 9 out of 10, then they would have another email 2 months later saying, your score for assessment C was 8 out of 10, and the students are left to kind of pull this together. We thought, well, hang on, let's bring all this information together into a dashboard. So everything is there that they need, it's all specified. It answers one of the perennial, or gives us a solution to one of the perennial issues in medical education, that our learners never think they get enough feedback. And it allowed us to do more data analytics, as well as to, do we have an assessment that everybody struggles with? If there is a particular assessment that the whole class is doing badly on, the chances are that the assessment or the teaching of that topic are the problem, not the class. So we can use it to inform our education. But you have no idea how difficult this was. This took us 2 years. It looks simple, how difficult can it be to bring together all the information that exists already? Do not underestimate the amount of work that is required to develop this kind of system. We've written 1 paper about it. In fact, I think we've got about 3 papers on the go. But one of the big challenges was that we had to work across silos. So the educators worked with the digital learning team, worked with the IT team, worked with all different parts of the university. And it took us thousands of hours, man hours, staff hours, to get from where we were to this. So AI is great, but it requires a lot of preparation. But the gains are fabulous. Many, many years ago, I recommended that the UK's General Medical Council set up what is called UK-MAID, the UK Medical Education Database. And that holds information from the point of, for every single applicant to medicine in the UK onwards. So if somebody applies for medicine, their data is in this database. If they are successful, we have their data from, what medical school did they enter. We have all their assessment data from selection data, which is, selection is the first assessment of medical school, onwards throughout the postgrad programme. So we've been able to do so much research, looking at predictive validity, looking at associations, looking at patterns. And we laugh. We say, that when you start as a medical student in the UK, we'll be able to track you till you die. Which I'm not sure if that's entirely attractive to people, but it's really helpful, really, really useful. But again, we suggested this in 2010. It was put into place in 2015 because of the legal issues, the ethical issues, how the data was going to be managed, how the data was going to be protected. And every country has its own rules and regulations, but again, a lot to think about. So, AI can help us with personalised education. It can also help us address gaps. And these things are probably very familiar with you. We can use AI simulations, AR, VR simulations to allow our learners to practice procedures that they may not be likely to see in their training, emergency response training as well. All sorts of things just to help with that standardisation of education and preparation of learners. It doesn't matter where you are now, you can still access the internet. As long as you can access the internet, you can learn. So telemedicine simulations, remote patient interactions, and of course, global collaboration. I think that when COVID-19 was difficult in so many ways, but it's certainly changed the ways we work. We work with people all over the world now, much more easily than we did before COVID-19, and it's much more routine. Like last night after my dinner, I had one meeting with, where was the first meeting? Colleagues in South Africa. Then my second meeting was with colleagues in Sweden, all in the one evening. So Taiwan, Sweden, South Africa, that's not a bad evening. And of course, we've got AI models trained on data sets to help with differential diagnosis, flagging up errors, interpreting x-rays, and so on and so forth. And we need to teach our students, because this is the kind of thing that they're going to be seeing in clinical practice. So just moving on to learner outcomes. Do we need to be teaching? Yeah, when machines know all, do we still need our students to learn? Well, yes, is the short answer, but perhaps I should unpick that a little bit. So, you know, Bloom's taxonomy is a heuristic, a way of thinking that many people are familiar with. But if you think of, again, going back to where I started, we stuff our students, our learners, full of information, full of facts. That's kind of the bottom of Bloom's taxonomy, the 1 and 2. So AI can do a lot of that for the students. So maybe we have to focus on the higher level competencies of analysing, evaluating and creating, and how we shift from where we are now to then. You know, that's still in progress, that's still a work in progress, but this is what we need to think about. There's also Mirror's pyramid, similar issue. AI can assist and replace maybe knows how, but it can't replace shows how or does. Okay? So, and our students do need to know facts, but how they access those facts and how they absorb and learn those facts is now different. What do they need to know? I'm sure Carrie will tell you more about this, but I rather like this particular paper that was just published a couple of years ago in Perspectives in Medical Education, saying that here were kind of 4 main areas that we needed to prepare our students for in terms of AI. So I'm sure there's not any big surprises here. We have ethical challenges and issues, data protection, their liability. If AI is doing some of the decision making, what are the liability for educators, students, and clinicians? And the ethical values and principles of AI. The bottom one about empathy, there's fairness, transparency, and so on. I'll talk a little bit about that later. So we do need to establish a core set of AI competencies all graduates should possess. These may differ by location. They may be slightly different in Taiwan as they are in the US and in the UK, depending on our systems in terms of data protection and our systems in terms of working with patients. But I think mostly they're going to be fairly generic. And this was rather a nice study that I came across when I was thinking about preparing this talk. And I like it. It's from colleagues in Korea. And I like this because they did a really good, robust process of defining the competencies. They started with a Delphi study, then they did a survey of 2,000 people. But what I particularly liked is that they included students in their survey. So they included different groups of stakeholders, not just the educators, not just the students, but everyone, and came out with these competency outcomes. There's been a number of competency frameworks for AI in medicine suggested. There was another one by a former colleague of mine, Joseph Carr, that's just come out, but I still actually prefer this slightly earlier one. But there's plenty of option, and there's lots of overlap in all the competency frameworks that are suggested. So we need to integrate AI tools throughout the curriculum. Some in the ways I've talked about, which are kind of the background or the underpinning systems, but in terms of exposing our learners to AI, it needs to be woven into medical education appropriately. So it's not AI for the sake of AI, it's AI for preparing the future workforce. So if when our students are learning radiology, you know, we need to introduce them to the fact that AI is now used for image analysis. To not do so would be remiss, because that's what they're going to see when they go into the workplace. You know, we need to look at what's happening in clinical environments and use that to inform how we teach our learners. And again, what's the ultimate goal? This is all about improving patient outcomes and ideally also improving hospital efficiency. I think also, as I referred to earlier, it's important to think about how we can improve educational efficiency, but reducing healthcare costs is always a nice thing to do. Most healthcare systems are desperately trying to save costs. If AI can help us to do that, fabulous. So really kind of picking up on what I've already said about a future-ready workforce, our healthcare environments are becoming increasingly digitally mature. There was a story quite recently from the UK of somebody surviving for 100 days with a titanium heart. Could anybody have predicted that 5 years ago? Certainly not 10 or 20 years ago. So things are changing in healthcare, and they're changing fast. Will there be human-led healthcare in the future? Will we all be kind of talking to chatbots? I don't think so. I think that actually AI gives us some opportunities. Depending on what specialty you're in, the use of AI may be more or maybe less. So I already referred to things like radiology using AI for image reading. But how are we going to use AI in psychiatry? So, you know, I worked in liaison hospital psychiatry for many years. I'm not sure what I would have used AI for with my patients in front of me. Maybe I would have used it to just check, you know, treatment, check that, you know, I'm using things, the most up-to-date things, but it wouldn't have replaced the human interaction, the relational aspect of working with the patient in front of me. So it will be different depending on specialty. And I think that AI maybe does free us up to focus more on the relational aspects of healthcare. So the crucial humanistic aspects of care, that doctor-patient relationship, rather than being, for example, so busy doing the paperwork, because AI can do some of that, we can have more time to spend with our patients, hopefully. And AI is only one driver for what we do clinically. You know, there will be other parallel drivers. So in most countries, there is increasing emphasis on helping our patients in terms of self-regulation, self-care, self-management. There's more emphasis on preventative and public health. So those are happening in parallel to AI, and maybe AI can help with that, particularly in things like health-focused apps, reminding people to take their medication, looking at their readings and saying, you need to take some more insulin, or you need to take less insulin. There are so many tools that we can use to help with patient care. But AI as a tool rather than something that drives patient care. So getting near the end of my list, I'd like to talk a little bit about educator transformation, because, well, if you're here, the likelihood is that you're an educator of some sort. Now, I just want you to reflect for a moment. I won't ask people to tell me their age. But when you were at medical school, what was the highest technology? I know that when I was at university, we thought the overhead projectors were quite exciting. Yeah? Okay, so that was the 80s. I did my undergraduate degree in 1985 to 1989, and an overhead projector that was it. That was as sophisticated as we got. And before that, people were writing on blackboards not so long ago. So, you know, we are completely out of date. This is my first computer. So I got my first computer that says 1986 because that's the model, but I didn't have my first computer until I started my PhD in 1989. God, it sounds so long ago. It is long ago. But I had little floppy disks. Remember floppy disks everywhere? Yep. And with the there was no cloud. So as I was writing my PhD, I would have several sets of floppy disks, one at the department in case my apartment burnt down. I'd have a set at the department, and in case the department burnt down, I'd have a set at home, and then give a friend a set in case both buildings burnt down in the same day. You know, getting completely paranoid because there was no other way to store information. And if your floppy disk was corrupted, that was your PhD gone. So, very stressful times, very stressful times. Yeah. And I think now we just upload something to Dropbox or to whatever cloud you use. You know, that's in, what, 30 years? It's not very long. So, and how were we taught? A teacher stood in front of the class, not dissimilar to me standing in front of you now, and imparted information. And the students sat there and absorbed this information. Or sometimes they sat there and they went to sleep. Sometimes they were talking to their friends. You know, transmission from teacher to student is not a particularly efficient way of learning. But that was kind of how we were taught. That was the way it was. The students now are not like us. The students now are completely different, and they have very much higher expectations of us. But they are also very proactive. So I want to this is an example of something we discovered our LKC Medicine students were doing. Sorry, LKC Medicine is Lee Kong Chian School of Medicine. We always call it LKC Medicine. So we always have keen medical students working with us on research projects, and they talk to us, we get to know them. And through some of these student helpers, we discovered that our students were running their own learning program. So they have a digital learning space that they call WITI. I can't actually remember what it stands for. Doesn't matter. But it's run by students, but it's very collaborative, it's very peer-read, they self-regulate, they change things, it's available on their mobile phones, they use Telegram for it. And one of the things I was so fascinated about was they actually used, when they started up WITI, they used another platform. And then they realized that the students had moved from using that platform, the first platform for social reasons, to using Telegram. So literally overnight, they shifted everything from platform A to Telegram. Now, I was Vice Dean of Education for 5 years. If I wanted to change anything, I had to go through so many levels of approval that it would take me about 2 years to change anything. The students did it overnight. So that is what they can do. We are behind. It's really interesting. We have issues with this and other platforms because they're very assessment focused. They tend to be less about learning for the sake of learning and more about learning for the assessments. But medical students have always been like that, so maybe I shouldn't be too harsh on them. But they do it themselves. And they do it without any oversight from the medical school. We have no control. And in fact, the colleague who's the first author there, Su Ping, or Han Su Ping, she has just written an editorial suggesting that we're all very familiar with the notions of the formal, the informal, and the hidden curriculum. And she's suggesting that we now have a fourth category, which is the shadow curriculum. So that is a term that's used for private tutoring mostly, particularly in kind of Asian contexts. But she's adopted it to look at what's happening that we don't know about, that staff don't know about. It's in the shadows. So it'd be interesting to see if that takes off, because I think there's a lot going on we don't know about. So what are our roles going forward? You know, if we're not the sage on the stage, if we don't do these parts of Hardin's original proposal of the roles of the teacher, we have to think about doing some of the others differently or better. I don't necessarily have any answers to that, but you know, our roles are changing because of AI. We need to know, as educators, how to use AI and how to use AI tools to transform teaching and assessment efficiently and ethically. But we really also need to know how to help our learners be critical and ethical. Are our learners adopting AI without thinking? Do they think that everything that comes from ChatGPT is accurate? It would be very worrying if they did. I wrote a paper recently with some surgical colleagues, and I can't remember, somebody put it into ChatGPT, and it got everybody completely wrong. So the colleagues who were surgeons, ChatGPT very confidently told us that they were not surgeons. And they very confidently said that I was a surgeon, which would be really worrying for any patient, but completely wrong, completely wrong. So you really, really need to kind of look critically at what comes out of large language models. But sorry, that was an anecdote, but I thought it might be amusing. But we do have to change what we do. And we need to, if we just carry on regardless, we will become obsolete. Teachers will become obsolete. And there's, you know, these are the kind of directions that we need to think about changing in. So our traditional approach of teaching, evaluating. Yes, we'll still be doing the evaluating, but rather than teaching, we'll be guiding. Our students, going back to what I've said earlier, will be doing less memorizing and more trying to adopt, adapt, and decide. So we will all have to shift. And how to transform the educators. Formal teaching, learning opportunities, learning communities. Really embracing our colleagues who are early adopters and champions. Some of my staff at LKC Medicine were streets ahead of me and other staff in terms of their confidence and abilities with AI. These are the people that we need to kind of bring on side to help everyone else. There are always early adopters and late adopters. Let's embrace it. And going back to the example from the LKC Medicine students, let's not forget our students who are our biggest asset, particularly in this. We need to embrace co-creation much more than as a profession we have in the past. So just to kind of, as my last point, we need to build the evidence too. You've got your typical kind of hierarchy of evidence. In education, we're not doing so many kind of RCTs and so on, but the basic principles of a hierarchy are appropriate. So what and how we teach needs to be evidence-based. We need to know what's effective, what works, what's best. But the evidence base for the use of most new technologies in AI in medical education is generally weak. I cannot tell you how many studies I have submitted to Medical Teacher that describe what they did. You know, we brought ChatGPT in and we did this. Or our students like ChatGPT. Really? Like, so what? I like ChatGPT too, but I don't need to share that with the rest of the world. There are some more justification studies, or what Dave Cook and colleagues call justification studies. Like, how does something work? Why is something different? So really trying to go under the bonnet of the car to understand. So, but still, they're quite basic. And a lot of the studies are still, students learn just as well with something digital technology than they do with something analog. So there's no difference. Well, okay, fine. But really the conclusion is that technology-enhanced teaching is not inferior to traditional teaching. And is that enough? Is that enough to spend money? think we have a real dilemma. We need to integrate AI and emerging technologies, but we do also need to have the evidence of their value and their educational value. And things are moving so fast that we're not having the time to do the studies. There's just the massive tension. So, and we can't stop it. I mean, it's just not possible. But the kind of clarification studies are interesting. We know that by, as I've alluded to earlier, our students are setting up their own learning groups using ChatGPT, large language models, whatever. So let's look and see, how are they learning? What are they learning? Does it change things? Let's do exploratory work. Let's try to understand the process, not just the outcomes. But I wanted to also talk about cost and value, because this is something I've always been interested in, that we all have budgets, whether it be as for your clinical department, whether it be for your medical school. Everybody has a budget. Let's be realistic. So a few years ago, we went to AME. So I can't remember, maybe there was 10 LKC medicine staff went to AME. And everybody got really excited by one of the vendors selling virtual patient software. So I was less excited, but I was persuaded that this was something that we should try out. So we had a pilot license. We tested it out on our M1 and M2 students. That's our year 1 and year 2 preclinical students. And in this small pilot, the students liked it. They thought they learned from it. So on the basis of that, in retrospect, not very good pilot, we purchased the licenses at Singapore dollar 70,000 a year. And we had to buy for 2 years. And we made it available to all the year 1 and the year 2 students. But did they use it? No, they didn't. Hardly any of them used it. We basically spent $150,000 on something that about 10 students used once. So that, to me, is not particularly good value for money. And in retrospect, it was our fault. Because if this had been integrated within the curriculum, they would have used it. They would have had to use it. But we gave it to them as something optional. Now, Taiwanese medical students may be different from Singapore medical students, but our students don't do anything unless they have to do it. So, yeah. All those dollars wasted. But we did learn, actually. We learned in the process. And we've tried to do a good evaluation of not just how much money this cost, but also how much staff time it cost in terms of digital learning, setting this up, maintaining it, and so on. There's a lot of hidden costs to what we do in education. It's important to look at those too. I also am quite cynical about augmented reality and virtual reality as what I call pre-simulation. Is it necessary? Does it improve things? Does it prepare learners better for when they, for example, meet a real simulated patient long before they will meet a real patient? And again, what's the cost benefit? And my cynicism about this is, having visited a number of medical schools that have invested heavily in VR facilities and space, and every medical school I've been to, those facilities are really underutilized. So there's a lot of investment, but not a lot of usage. Again, what's the value for money and what's the educational value? AI changes things. It changes how students learn, changes how they interact with each other, how they interact with teachers. We need to do more investigation of that in terms of research. So just to come to the end of my talk, things are moving so fast. We need to think strategically across the 5 pillars of enhancing learner experience, enhancing learner outcomes, building a future-ready workforce, building our faculty capability, and developing a solid evidence base. And we have to be critical and skeptical and ethical in everything we do. But But irrespective of what we do, our learners will use technology. Our job is to help them do so critically and effectively. And let's always remember, it's not just about AI, it's about the humans who work with AI and use AI. So thank you very much.
I think this is a wonderful talk. So right now, I think the talk is open for discussion. So any questions from the floor? Yes, please.
Service hospital.
So, sorry, helping our teachers work with the students?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a very good question, because if we try to work directly with the students, it kind of changes what they do. The approach that we found most successful is to have some student leaders or some student champions that interface between the staff and the students, so that the staff are not interfacing directly. If that makes sense. So the students the students themselves gather the data for the studies that they have developed with us. So trying to keep a little bit of distance between students and staff so we don't change things, so they don't think we're trying to change things, but using student researchers and student leaders to help. They're like the middlemen. Thanks. I think going to conferences is always good. You get to see new things. You get to see the direction of travel. But I also think there's a lot of expertise locally. Every local area has expertise. So we do what we call brown bag lunches. I think it's quite an American concept. So we will maybe provide some food, or people will bring their food, and one member of staff who's maybe very good with ChatGPT or has been using AI for a particular purpose educationally will come and share with the rest of the staff very informally, and we can ask questions and say, okay, how does that work? Do you think we could use it for our part of the curriculum? So really kind of making a community of practice. It's about sharing and testing things out.
Okay, Jinsen, yes, over there.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful talk. I just wonder the issue of cognitive discipline. When we apply the AI very deep, usually our brain may stop thinking. And so I don't know if the issue critical or not. But I know that now we depend on the AI a lot. And sometimes the homework or something that the AI did it. And I don't know if it's right or not. In the future, maybe everyone has generative AI. And how we should regulate it to reduce the effect of cognitive de-skilling? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's something that everybody's concerned about. There's a lot of anxiety about cognitive laziness, whatever you want to call it. And I do see it in myself sometimes. I think, oh, I'll just ask ChatGPT rather than reading some papers. So am I just saving time, or am I, is my brain atrophying? I don't know. I think it goes back to the Bloom's taxonomy and so on that I was showing, that we have to actually try to change what we do, so that instead of looking at facts, because you can get the facts from Gen AI, you can get the summaries from Gen AI, what do we then do with that information? How do we use it so that we're still thinking, we're still analysing, we're still thinking creatively? So I think that we're just at that point where everybody is kind of a bit puzzled about how to do this best, but it has to be done. We have to have people thinking. We can't have Gen AI diagnosing patients, but we have to have our doctors thinking, okay, I've got this information, I'll use Gen AI to check a couple of points, but then I'll interface with the patient. So there's just so much we need to know about how we can do this best. So basically, I don't have an answer for you.
Or you limited them to use that? And that's the first question. And the second question is that do you think that's a good idea to monitor the students' usage or supervise their usage and even assess their usage of the Gen AI?
Thank you. I mean, that you've raised the issue that's talked about a lot in universities generally. How much should we be allowing our students to use Gen AI? And universities are all generating guidelines for their students. I think the first point is, it doesn't matter what we say, they'll use it. So there you go. You know, there. But secondly, I do have my concerns about limiting the use of ChatGPT, because then it feels as if we're being very traditional, taking that traditional role of the teacher of saying, you can do this, but you can't do that. And learners nowadays, they're not so responsive to that kind of direction. I think it's more about trying to teach them to A, disclose appropriately, and B, be creative. I don't mean creative in how they be creative and critical. But the disclosure, there's things that we're struggling with in terms of our students, we're also struggling with in terms of our colleagues. So I'm just working with a bunch of colleagues across the world to try and write an AMY guide on AI usage and AI disclosure in academic writing. That's not any different from the kind of challenges that we're facing with our own students. And we're trying to write this guide very quickly because we're aware that as soon it will be out of date within weeks of being published because things are moving so fast. But if we can get people thinking and questioning, then it's a good start. Now, your second question I've forgotten. Sorry, asking two questions. I can't keep that in my brain at once. I'm not ChatGPT.
So the second question is that if you do provide your student with a school-based language model, and could you think that's a great idea to monitor the student's usage?
Oh, yeah.
And that's sometimes you can even grade the students, how are they learning, you know, by their asking and talking with the GPTs.
Yeah. It is, to me, that's really interesting because then we can find out how they use things. But, I mean, we can collect the data analytics on the nature of the prompts, which of the prompts are best. When are they using it? At what point in the process are they using it? And that can then inform what we do later on. So yeah, I'm all for data analytics. Yeah.
Any other questions? So my question is, did you encourage them? I mean, actually follow his question. Do you encourage them to use AI, especially like the generative AI?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because our university has published guidance for the students on how they are allowed to use AI, because they see using AI as cheating, but I don't know. Well, I don't think the students actually pay any attention. And B, what is cheating now? It's not what it used to be. So we give guidance, but I think by the time the guidance is put out on the website, it's out of date. We have to be thinking more creatively about how we work with AI rather than how we forbid AI.
I think in the future, yes, this is kind of vague. Yeah, that's right. So any other questions? Yeah, yes, over there. Zichen, hey.
Well, I don't think you're the only person that's worried about how to get the balance right. But you know, I'm not sure we get the balance right already. You know, forget AI. Have we ever had the balance right between teaching our students facts and biomedical science and teaching them about professionalism? I think it just adds another aspect to that where we have to, it's the same principles of our students reflecting on critical situations, of thinking, what can we do differently? What is the role of a doctor here? What is professionalism? What is important to the patient? What's the empathy and so on and so forth? I don't actually think AI makes that any different. It's just part of the same picture. But we need to build it into our teaching scenarios. We need to build it into the discussions. We can't pretend it's not part of that discussion.
Okay. The final question, Professor Liu.
Jan, thanks for the very insightful talk. Following Friedman's question, I think it's very important for students to be a reflective practitioner. And again, like for the humanistic part, this is what we're really concerned about. Because nowadays, like students use Gen AI to create reflective essays. Yes. And a lot of teachers have already sort of talked about this with me, and then said, what are we going to do with this situation or phenomena? It's really difficult. And I think reflective essays are going to be extinct soon because students, they actually create better essays with Gen AI. So what are we going to, I mean, this is kind of the sort of immediate concern that we are facing now.
I think you're absolutely right. Student reflective essays are often, you read, like if you read 100 student reflective essays, you think you can start seeing, they're saying the same things. You think they've all put the same prompt into ChatGPT. Where I think you're right, reflective essays are defunct. There is no point in them because yeah, I can write me a reflective piece into ChatGPT, and then it will spit it out, and then I'll send it to you. Yeah, what have I learned? But I think that we have to then shift how we think about professionalism and how we think of reflective learning back into making that discursive, making that something that we talk about in groups, making it something that we consider, so they can't hide behind ChatGPT. And maybe if we can use Gen AI to do some of the administrative work, that might free up some of our time to spend more time with our students talking about things like this. I have to say, I find I've never thought reflective essays were a particularly good way of assessing reflection. I used them. We use them in my medical school. We all do it, but even before ChatGPT, they were just copying what somebody did the year before. So, you know, it's just a different way of kind of getting around the need to do it yourself. But yeah, I think we have to create learning scenarios where they cannot use ChatGPT, and that is about in person. That's about talking.
Okay. Okay.
I think it's good to have a little understanding. I mean, I have a little understanding of how my car works, but I couldn't build it, and I couldn't fix it. So I think, you know, a little bit of a working knowledge is fine, but that's not, you know, that's for another professional group. Knowing the nuances of how ChatGPT actually works is for the engineers. I think as doctors, you need to have a little bit of an insight, but it's more important about how it's used and what it does and how it changes things. I think you have to check what it comes up with. So, I mean, I use ChatGPT. So if I'm, you know, writing a talk like the one I've just given, I will write the talk from my knowledge, but then I will put something into ChatGPT to see if I've missed something out, because sometimes we have blind spots, or, you know, there's always reasons, and sometimes I think, oh yes, oh gosh, yes, that's a good point. I need to remember that. But it's different because I'm coming at it from a place of knowledge, and I think that is the difference. When you have, as a medical student, you don't necessarily, well, you shouldn't have that knowledge yet, you're still learning. But I think it's about questioning and about being critical and checking, going to other sources like the literature, like your teachers, and saying, is this actually the case? Don't take everything at face value, because there was an old saying many years ago when computers first came into healthcare, and it was rubbish in, rubbish out. So if rubbish goes into ChatGPT, then you will get inaccuracies out. So as ChatGPT and its equivalents improve, they should become more accurate, but you should always question, always check.
Okay. Okay, so I would like to conclude the talk right here. Thank you so much for this wonderful talk. Thank you so much.
As we conclude this session, we'd like to invite our moderator to present a certificate of appreciation to our speaker. Thank you again for the inspiring speech. And for the next session, let's welcome the speaker, Professor Bernard Chang. And the moderator is Professor Yang Lingyu. Join me in giving a big applause.
Thank you for inviting me to this conference. And this distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to introduce Dr. Bernard Chang, Dean for Medical Education at Harvard Medical School. Dr. Chang is a renowned expert in neurology, especially epilepsy and brain malformation, and a leader in advancing medical education. His groundbreaking research has shaped our understanding of conditions like cortical malformation in epilepsy, earning recognition in leading journals and honors such as the Dreyfus Perry Epilepsy Award. At Harvard, Dr. Chang has been instrumental in curriculum innovation and is an acclaimed educator, receiving numerous teaching awards. Most recently, he has pioneered the integration of generative artificial intelligence into medical training, viewing AI as both a tool and a new discipline for future physicians. Today, he will discuss generative artificial intelligence as tool, competency, and a discipline in undergraduate medical education. Please join me in warmly welcome Dr. Bernard Chang. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I'm so glad to be joining you. I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person, but I hope you'll accept my speaking from here in Boston on the East Coast of the United States. Let me share my slides. I hope everybody can see that well. Today I'm going to talk about generative artificial intelligence, of course, but I'm going to talk about it in three ways: as a tool, an educational tool, as a competency for our students to learn and achieve, and as a discipline for rigorous study in undergraduate medical education. And I'm going to give you some examples of how we have already started to use it at Harvard Medical School here in the US, and some ideas for how generative AI might transform what we are doing in the future. Now, medical student education has already been transformed in the face of past technological revolutions. So at Harvard Medical School, this is what our class looked like in the pre-internet era. This may look very familiar to many of you. This is certainly what it looked like when I was in medical school. And in that era, access to information was hard. We went to the library, we photocopied journal articles, we had to search for things really by hand. Naturally then, the respected medical education teachers, the medical educators that were the most respected, were often those that knew the most, those that had the most information right off the top of their head. That was a very effective teacher. And medical schools like ours relied very heavily on lectures, because that, as we know, is an efficient method for experts with a lot of knowledge to transmit quickly facts to our learners. So what happened in the past few decades with the internet era? Well, this is what most of our classrooms look like now. Very different, because in the internet era, synthesis of knowledge and analysis of knowledge have become much more critical. Rote memorization of material was less important because it became very quick and easy to find information. And so in medical education, more discussion-based formats emerged. And I hope this is familiar to most of us. This is certainly what many medical schools internationally now look like. The question is, what will happen in the next few decades? What will happen in the AI era? I personally think that the advent of AI, and particularly generative AI, will be as important a technological revolution in medical education as the internet era was. So there are three roles for generative AI in our medical education program at Harvard. These are not real Harvard medical students, of course. These are AI-generated images. The first is generative AI as a tool, an educational tool to facilitate the work of learners and teachers in the classrooms and on the wards. In this way, generative AI here is not so different in any other area of higher education where it can be used as an educational tool. There are some specific issues about how to use it as a tool for medical education, but frankly, across the world in higher education, we are seeing Gen AI used as an educational tool. Perhaps more specific to our field of medicine is that we believe generative AI also is a competency. All medical students need to achieve this competency in order to become the most effective physicians of the future. We want them to graduate to be able to practice effectively in this world in which clinicians in the future will be enabled and assisted by AI. So for us, this is also a competency that we need our students to achieve. And then finally, we think of generative AI as a discipline, an academic discipline for study and investigation and research. This may not apply to all of our students, but for some of our students, they wish to focus their research pursuits in this area when they attend our medical school. For some of our students, this is why they came to our medical school, to be able to rigorously study generative AI and its role in healthcare. So I'm going to give you a few examples, and we'll begin with AI as an educational tool. How are we using it, and how are we trying it as a tool at Harvard? So first, this is our classroom. Again, we have a classroom system now in the basic biomedical sciences in which lectures are very few and far between, and instead we have a flipped classroom model. Students prepare by reading material and watching videos the night before to learn the material on their own, and when they come to actual classrooms with our faculty, they sit in small groups with fellow students, typically 4 students to a table. The faculty circulate around, and the job of being in class is to solve patient cases, to tackle diagnostic puzzles that are presented newly to the students in the morning, but the solution to those puzzles relies on knowledge that was gained the night before. So there are 2 ways that we have introduced AI as an educational tool. One is student-facing, and the other is faculty-facing. So for the student, the medical student, generative AI can be used as a tutor bot. So we have trained in several classes a large language model that is a tutor bot for that class. Now, what makes that different from just using ChatGPT off the shelf? Well, our tutor bots are trained on the course's actual curriculum. There are so many ways on the internet to find pretty good information at the medical student level these days, but what frustrates students? Well, one of the things that frustrates students is that the information they find may not align exactly with the way that they were taught in the course. Maybe the vocabulary used is a little bit different. Maybe the faculty are teaching a little bit faster or a little bit slower than the material, and students become, as you can imagine, frustrated when it doesn't perfectly line up. Our AI tutor bots are trained on our course's actual curriculum, so students have the confidence that the kinds of language that the LLM will generate in response to the students' questions are modeled after the course's language, the language that our faculty use. The tutor bots also mimic the course's assessment methods. So if a student says, "I have a test coming up, please quiz me on this material," the tutor bot will present questions in the same format as the course's actual questions. So this is very reassuring to the students and makes the tutor bot a very specific tool that is not the same as off-the-shelf ChatGPT. Finally, like all tutor bots, the AI tutor bots are theoretically indefatigable. They can be used all the time, as often as needed. They never get tired. You can pose questions over and over again. You can ask for new questions. And although we do have human faculty and we have human tutors, the ability for students to come back over and over again to the tutor bot is something that no school can possibly have the resources for in terms of human beings. Now, how can AI be a faculty-facing educational tool? Well, the teaching faculty can use AI as an assessment aid. I'm going to show an example of this in a few slides. The faculty in this flipped classroom model are faced with students who complete the assignments every day, hundreds of students completing many free text assignments. It would be impossible, of course, for the faculty to read every day all of the free text responses from all of the students. But AI allows us to help. So we have created an AI assessment tool for faculty that can read all of the students' responses and provide multiple levels of performance analysis. The faculty can access this tool, if they like, just before morning class begins to see how their students overall did on the assessment questions, the consolidation questions from the night before. I'll show you a little bit more of that in just a few slides. Now, how about in the clinical phase of medical education, on the wards? Well, similarly, we are developing and piloting AI tools that can be used as an educational tool here. So here's our medical student on rounds. And here we are developing and piloting a tool that will allow medical students to, using AI, quickly review the diagnoses that have been captured in the clinical notes they have written on the patients that they have seen. Then the tool also has access to the learning objectives that we have already defined for the student's clinical rotation. The tool compares the diagnoses and the keywords captured in the student's clinical notes to the learning objectives of the rotation and identifies gaps in the student's exposure. This is one of the clinical conundrums in medical education, right? We have learning objectives in all of our clinical rotations, and yet students are really learning from whatever patients they happen to be seeing in the hospital or in the clinic. What if there is a mismatch? So previously, we would have relied on luck or the student laboriously reviewing to make sure and logging every single patient. But since the students are already writing clinical notes in the electronic medical record on every patient that they see, if we give a Gen AI tool access to those notes and access to the learning objectives, the Gen AI tool can suggest to the students, you know what? You are 2 weeks into this 4-week rotation. You have seen many examples of, let's say, community-acquired pneumonia, but you have failed to see an example of congestive heart failure, and that is one of the important learning objectives. Please work with your team to concentrate on seeing patients with heart failure in the remaining 2 weeks. On the left here, we have the resident. The resident is supervising the team and, of course, is responsible for trying to prioritize the learning opportunities for students of different levels, for rotators from different disciplines. And so the resident also can have access to this tool to be able to match patients to students, to learners, and understand where each learner on the team is in their development. So these are clinical examples of AI as an educational tool. So I promised you that I would tell you a little bit more about that student-facing, the faculty-facing tool that helps them to understand the student responses. So we have flipped classroom basic science courses, as I mentioned, and students answer consolidation questions every day after class. They have classes like this 4 days a week. They have about 7 to 10 free response questions each day. The ideal responses are several English sentences long. So not multiple choice, but free text narrative responses. In total, each semester, this means there are about 100,000 student responses. Naturally, it is impossible to read these. Don't worry, we do not expect our faculty to read and grade these. We give points to the students just for completion. We don't read the student responses, but we provide the students model answers. And the educational principle is that the students on their own, by answering these questions, can consolidate their own learning by comparing their answers to the model answers. But what if we could read 100,000 student responses? What if we could give faculty real-time feedback each day on how the students were doing? So that was the tool we developed, a large language model-based tool to grade responses, and we actually compared them to human grading. So we took 10 graders. These were actually medical students who had already taken the course. They were each, in this study, given 1,700 responses to grade, and they simply had to grade them on a scale of 1 to 4 by comparing the learner's responses to the model answer. And you can see here that the human graders tended to give pretty high scores. So they mostly gave scores of 4, which is the best possible score. And then you can see the histogram on the left. The LLM tool that we developed was a little bit more nuanced. It reserved the best scores for a much smaller number of student responses, and instead had a little bit of a mix, including quite a number of worst scores. That's score number 1. So the LLM grader here was actually stricter. But when we actually spoke to the human graders, those were the senior medical students, they would say things like, well, the student didn't quite use the right words in the model compared to the model answer, but I could tell by what they wrote, they really did understand it. So I gave them a higher score. And of course, the large language model probably failed to do that and was more literal in comparing the students, the learners' responses to the model answer. So what did we do? Well, we actually we refined the LLM tool to be a little bit in between. You can see the histograms here so that they are not quite as strict as the original LLM tool, but also not quite as lenient as the human grader. So this is our optimized version of the tool. So the optimized version of the tool every day can provide quantitative analyses of the student's performance as seen here, but perhaps most impressive and most taking advantage, the feature that takes the most advantage of the generative AI capabilities is that the LLM tool generates a high-level textual analysis, a digestible summary of the entire class's performance. So the faculty member can choose a high-level summary, can choose a more detailed description, but the high-level summary may simply say, students generally understood question 1 very well, and they understood this concept and that concept. Question 2 was harder for more of your students, and in particular, many of the students missed out on this particular important feature. So this allows faculty at the beginning of each day, before starting that day's material, to say, well, before we start, I just want to say, I know that from yesterday's material, a large proportion of you had trouble with this one particular concept. Let's talk about that concept before we start today's material. So we have piloted this tool in our real-life classroom sessions, and the faculty really, really love it. As you can imagine, they really appreciate this completely additional new ability to see into the students' performance on a day-to-day basis that simply was not possible before. So how have we tried to encourage wider adoption of generative AI as an educational tool among our faculty? There's no need to encourage wider adoption among our learners, of course. Our students are very much evangelists in this area and want to use generative AI. But how about our faculty? Well, why is there such resistance sometimes in faculty to this potentially transformative technology? Well, I have a few ideas. Some of our faculty were suspicious and hesitant about its black box nature. I don't understand these large language models, so I don't necessarily trust them. That's understandable. Some of our faculty had very legitimate concerns about hallucinations and bias, which we are familiar with about in generative AI. And some of our faculty, frankly, are worried that if we replace faculty time and effort with AI, that this will be suboptimal, and we will be trying to use AI in place of expert human educators. So how have we tried to encourage wider adoption? Well, we mitigate these concerns by emphasizing certain types of AI functions that you can see used in the TutorBot example and in the faculty assessment aid example. So we have not used AI in a way that's magical or mysterious or awe-inspiring. I think if you're generally familiar with generative AI, the tools that I've just described to you, you may be nodding along saying, oh, of course, I see how AI can be used that way. That's not surprising to me. And we have really told our faculty that we are first introducing these educational tools that are very straightforward to understand. If you know a little bit about how generative AI works, you understand how it can grade 100 student responses. You understand how it can ask test questions of a student as a tutor. These are not mysterious. They're not too black box. How about hallucinations and bias? Well, we've mitigated that concern by trying to constrain these tools to our particular content and data. So we don't say to the tutor bot, take the world's information on acute kidney failure and tutor the student. We say, be trained on our kidney pathology course and use that as your corpus of training. It doesn't completely eliminate the possibility of hallucinations or bias, because there could be bias in our materials, but at least the training is constrained by our content. So we feel more confident, and our faculty feel more confident, that the tools are aligned with the course and helping what they're trying to do in the course, rather than drawing from some external body of material, or perhaps even detracting from the way the faculty want to teach in the course. The faculty still control the content. And then finally, we have used these tools to provide really assistance with low-level cognitive tasks that would otherwise occupy a lot of human effort unnecessarily. No faculty would want to read hundreds of student responses every day. That would be a very low-level activity, right? So AI helps to provide an additional tool in a place that's not displacing what our faculty would be doing, but is actually helping. At a level where the faculty honestly can now say, now that that is being done by AI, I can concentrate on the more difficult aspects, right? Instead of faculty serving as, for example, one-to-one tutors for students who are struggling, if the students can use the AI tutor bot, that allows the faculty to concentrate on higher level activities. So those are some of the strategies we've used. So next, I want to talk a little bit about AI as a competency. I spoke about this at the beginning because we believe that all of our Harvard medical graduates should be able to be effective physicians in an AI-enabled world in the not too distant future. So how do we do that? Well, a lot of this happens in the clinic. So here's an example of two of our medical students who are in a clinic with a primary care physician, a general practitioner, and a patient. So you may be familiar with the fact that many of our primary care preceptors, and these are tools that are being tried around the world now, are starting to rely on AI to draft clinical notes, to draft clinical queries. In other words, to serve as a scribe during their interaction with the patient. I don't know about you, but at least in the US, when I go to my physician or when my family members go to their physicians, their most common complaint is only part of the time is the doctor looking at me, and the rest of the time the doctor is turned around looking at the computer, doing something on the screen. And what the doctor is doing, of course, is making sure that the documentation is going to be thorough, and is checking on lab results, and is looking up things that are relevant to what I'm talking about. But it doesn't feel very good, does it? So throughout our healthcare system, we are now piloting the use of AI scribes that are keeping track of the conversation through audio listening. They're transcribing the conversation, but not just transcribing word for word, but organizing a standard clinical note with a history and a physical and an assessment and a formulation. So the physician then can spend more face-to-face time with the patients, trusting that documentation is being taken care of in the background. This then allows the physicians who are on our faculty to model better bedside interactions and physical exam techniques for the students. When the physician is spending too much time in documentation during the visit, our students are not learning very well, and our students are certainly not learning the physical exam maneuvers. So with more of the time of our faculty facing the patient, modeling good communication skills with the patient, and demonstrating the physical exam for the patient because documentation is occurring in the background, that's better for our students. And our students are seeing this happen in real time. Our students, in fact, are bringing their own AI tools to the clinic. So our students are relying on AI, and I'll talk about this in a little while, to, for example, provide decision support that incorporates the latest clinical evidence. They are using AI tools that summarize primary studies and review the most recent articles in the literature for quicker access and understanding. They are seeing our residents, that's our house officers or registrars, doing that. They are seeing our attending faculty members, the consultants, the specialists doing that, and they are entering a clinical environment in which they are also practicing doing that. Now, again, there have been naysayers among our faculty. There are naysayers about AI in my own family, for example. And one of the ways in which AI is starting to emerge as a competency is that our students and our faculty clinicians are not stopping what they're doing to open ChatGPT or open some other AI tool. Rather, some of these AI tools are already built into the tools that they already use every day. So when they open the electronic medical record, there's an embedded AI scribe tool that is drafting notes for them. So we already are using software and applications everywhere in everything we do in healthcare. And so I think the first and most seamless incorporation of AI is that AI algorithms, AI tools, make their appearance into tools that we already use every day. And I show this figure because when my wife said, well, I don't use AI, I said, well, actually, you use a map application, don't you, when you drive so that you don't get lost? And she says, yes, of course I do, but that's just a map. But we know what used to be just a map is no longer just a map. There are AI tools embedded into that map that are helping to predict which way you can go based on traffic and which way you can go based on roadworks closures and things like that. So AI incorporated into tools that are already being used, like the electronic medical record, is something that our clinicians on the faculty are using and something that our students are seeing being used. And that's going to be a competency for them. So for example, I showed that student in clinic accessing the medical literature. Our students access a tool that you may be familiar with called Open Evidence. It was designed partly by faculty at Harvard Medical School, and they navigate the available medical literature. And if you haven't tried it, it's free to use. Open Evidence allows natural language questions to be asked. You can present a patient case essentially. Open Evidence is trained and constrained by certain high-quality peer-reviewed medical literature, and then provides narrative summaries and advice back to the user based on peer-reviewed literature, and it provides citations, real citations, not hallucinated citations, and citations from high-quality journals. So our students access that all the time now as a way of quickly, at the bedside, navigating the available medical literature. At Harvard, we also have what we call an AI sandbox, which allows you to switch back and forth between some of the latest tools that are from various AI vendors, ChatGPT, Claude from Anthropic, Llama from Meta, and you can see here it's welcoming me. It's nighttime here, not morning here, so it says good evening, and I can enter secure information into this sandbox if I wish to access kind of the broader world of the corpus of the internet. Although frankly, I think for most of our students, we encourage them to use tools like Open Evidence, which are constrained by a smaller body of medical literature. How else do we prepare our students to achieve this competency? Well, we ask them to practice using generative AI to solve diagnostic puzzles in group workshops. This was actually featured in a New York Times article last year. We will have group workshops in which our students are given access to one of these generative AI tools, and they're presented with a diagnostic puzzle. For example, not just a history and a physical exam. You can provide lab values. You can provide images like this CT. And we give them tools, and we say, usually in groups as a group project, use this generative AI tool to try to figure out the diagnosis here, generate a differential diagnosis here, try to prioritize the differential diagnosis, try to propose what your assessment is going to be, what therapeutic option you're going to choose. So we intentionally introduce it for students to practice. And when students go into the most advanced rotations, so it was mentioned by the introduction that I'm a neurologist, I subspecialize in epilepsy, I read EEGs. So when students do advanced rotations, if they choose to do advanced rotations in specialties such as mine, they of course see AI being integrated into daily clinical specialty practice. So here's a standard EEG. When we do continuous EEG monitoring over the course of a day, we do anywhere from 18 channels to 256 channels of simultaneous brainwave recording. This is the equivalent of almost 3,000 computer screen pages per day per patient of data. if we're recording continuously over 24 hours, as we are for many patients in our intensive care units. If we spent just 1 second per page trying to interpret these as human beings, and we went nonstop, it would take 48 minutes per patient every day. And in my hospital, we frequently have 15 to 20 patients on continuous monitoring every day. The entire day with no sleep would be occupied by human beings trying to read these studies. You can probably tell where this is going, which is that my field of EEG is very, very amenable to artificial intelligence aided interpretation. And indeed, we now have widespread algorithms, automated, you can see here this paper from JAMA Neurology from last year, automated interpretation of clinical EEGs using artificial intelligence. Humans are always in the loop. This tool is a first pass that helps to curate and prepare the EEG samples for the human readers to interpret. But it allows us to work through much larger volumes of data. And it also guards against something that human beings have as a flaw, which is that I am not as good at the end of the day as I was at the beginning of the day because I am more tired. I am more likely to make cognitive errors. These are human fallacies that occur, human flaws, and AI can help to mitigate against those because AI performs exactly the same throughout the day, of course. It highlights the areas that my attention should be drawn to. And as long as we understand the strengths and weaknesses of AI in interpreting EEGs, then we can accommodate because we're still in control of the interpretations. AI is a tool that is helping us. Much as some time ago, we became used to the fact that you could have some degree of automated EKG, electrocardiogram interpretation. So when the students do advanced rotations with me, they see this being used. So finally, let me conclude by talking about generative AI as a discipline, and then I'll give some examples here. So what I mean by a discipline, again, is that some of our students come to our medical school intentionally wanting to rigorously study AI in healthcare. All of our students are required to do a scholarly project, as is the case in many medical schools around the world. And some students want to come and their scholarly project is going to be on AI in healthcare. That was not a topic 5 years ago for our students. And now some of our students, not all of them, of course, but some of our students want to do that. So we need to have the ability to offer them the possibility of really studying generative AI rigorously. So we have actually developed a full PhD track on artificial intelligence in medicine. We have an MD PhD program, a dual degree program. There are about 30 students a year out of our 165 medical students a year who are in the MD PhD program. And some of the students, if they choose, can choose to do their PhD in artificial intelligence in medicine. And we have an annual poster presentation, as you can see there, where students present their scholarly projects. We have prizes in different categories, and more in the past 2 years, I would say, even just in the past year, we are seeing more and more examples of students choosing to do their projects or even full second degrees in artificial intelligence. Now, this is an international medical education symposium. So I want to give examples to you and be truly international here. These are 3 places that I have been in the past year myself and seen how artificial intelligence is being used in medical education programs around the world. So I'll start with my own institution in Boston, in the northeastern part of the US at Harvard, where with some medical students and some other trainees, residents, house officers, we work to diagnose a rare neurological disorder. So it was mentioned in the introduction that one of my research focuses is developmental brain malformations. So I had a patient about 30 years old referred to me because of epilepsy and dyslexia. So she had seizures and she had reading problems. Now, she also, in her family, her mother, turns out, had similar, although milder degrees of a seizure disorder and a reading problem also, and her mother had had multiple miscarriages. This woman had been having these neurological issues for about 13 years, so since she was an adolescent, since she was about 17, without a clear diagnosis until she saw a colleague of mine who wondered about a particular rare brain malformation that is known to cause epilepsy and dyslexia. So he referred the patient to me. I saw her, we looked at her MRI, and in fact, she did have this rare diagnosis called periventricular nodular heterotopia, and we were able to give her that diagnosis, explain its origins. It is a genetically inherited disorder. That's why it was carried from her mother and so forth. And she was relieved to have an explanation for the combination of her neurological problems. But here's why I'm telling the story. Because with my students and the available generative AI tools that we had, I entered the 3 sentences of the history I just told you into the 4 leading large language models that we have available in our university sandbox. The sentence about her seizures and reading disability, the sentence about the age of onset, and her mother with similar features and multiple miscarriages. All 4 large language models came up with the #1 diagnosis of this rare disorder, periventricular nodular heterotopia. And when you've seen how fast generative AI is, you know that this happened within 10 seconds. So 13 years to get the diagnosis in real life, and in 10 seconds, with just the bare bones history, zeroed in on this rare disorder. So I was able to help our students and our residents understand some of the power of AI, particularly in rare disorders that are unlikely to come across most physicians' familiarity. Last year, I was down in Chile, in South America. This is in Santiago, Chile, the capital city. Chile is actually a very high-income country, as we know. But where I was the Hospital Padre Hurtado, which is not in a high-income area. This is a public hospital in a very poor area and very crime-ridden area of the capital city. The reason this hospital has that appearance, with those panels in the front, those are bulletproof metal barricades that have been placed in front of the hospital because there has been so much gun crime in the neighborhood that bullets have sometimes pierced the front windows and injured patients in their hospital rooms. So they put up these barriers. The Chilean news media likes to refer to this hospital as the only armored hospital in Latin America. So how can artificial intelligence possibly help the medical students in Chile here? Well, when I was there, they showed me. Because although there's a very limited access to medical libraries in this particular facility, this is completely across the city from the university hospital, from the well-resourced medical libraries. By accessing AI tools like Open Evidence, which I mentioned before, the medical students at the bedside can search up the medical literature very, very quickly and answer questions that they use to help those patients right away. Of course, they can also use AI to do things like translate some of the medical information from English to Spanish, and also to make it in a very digestible way for the patients to understand. So finally, we'll go to the 3rd continent, which is Asia. And I was in Hong Kong last year at the Hong Kong Academy of Medicine, where colleagues from the Chinese University of Hong Kong showed examples of the video avatars that they had created, which are used to practice clinical skills. So in the US, we are fairly unusual because students have gone to university, they've gone to college and obtained a bachelor's degree already before coming to medical school. So we have students coming into medical school who are 23 or 24 years old. In addition, we are unusual because after our students graduate from medical school, they cannot go into independent practice right away. Even as GPs, they must do postgraduate training, usually of at least 3 years. So we have a long period of time to teach clinical skills. Not so in most parts of the world, of course, and in Hong Kong, as in most parts of the world, students are going to medical school directly out of high school. So they are seeing 18-year-olds who very quickly need to get practice with clinical skills, with talking to patients. So in the US, we will often pay for standardized patients. These are actors who are hired to portray scripts of patients that we have written, and they sit with our students, and the students practice talking to them, and the actors portray these patients, and then the actors evaluate the students on how good their communication skills are. These are objective structured clinical examinations, or OSCEs. Very, very effective, but as you can imagine, some of the most expensive and some of the most logistically difficult parts of our curriculum to arrange, and certainly not something that students can practice on their own or take advantage of over and over again. So at CUHK, they have developed video avatars. These are realistic-looking avatars of patients who interact with students on a screen. The students can practice asking questions in the history. The avatars give answers, and the students can go back and forth speaking and listening, practicing different ways to ask the questions in the history. And the avatars can be programmed, of course, to be more talkative, less talkative, more anxious, more worried, so that students can practice before working with real patients. And they need this practice. They need to build up their skills very quickly. And like the tutor bot in the classroom, video avatar virtual patients allow students to practice on their own over and over again, not limited by actual, hired actors as standardized patients. And this can be a very effective way to practice clinical skills. So that's how I saw AI being used in Hong Kong. So I started this talk by asking the question, what will the AI era look like? And here's my answer, and perhaps it seems a little bit paradoxical. I believe the promise of AI is that medical education can become even more personal and human than it is now. It seems paradoxical because it's a technology, but I believe that the use of the technology, if we do it correctly, can actually bring out the more human elements of medical education, which sometimes we are missing. Because data interpretation and even diagnostic formulation can now be technologically enabled, students can move more quickly to higher levels of cognitive reasoning. As an example, we teach our students to write clinical notes, just as every medical school in the world does. And then currently, we still then require them to do a certain number of notes over and over and over again as practice to master the skill. But if we are confident that our students will be using AI scribes in the future, not that they don't have to learn how to write notes, they do, but perhaps we can move them more quickly to higher levels of analysis and reasoning because they don't have to practice the rote task of writing notes over and over and over again. Faculty similarly could be freed from their lower level tasks, like grading all of those student responses, to concentrate on bedside instruction, specifically teaching compassionate communication and physical exam skills, which require the human touch. And as far as I'm concerned, the physical exam is not about to be replaced by AI anytime soon. Students can actually therefore be given more personalized education in the classroom and on the wards. Those tutor bots over time can be tailored to the individual student's needs. And as I showed you in the picture of ward rounds, the students who are trying out clinical tools to let them know which patients which diseases and which conditions they need to focus more on, that's really an individualized education plan. So I believe that AI is going to allow us to be more human in the future. This is our first year Harvard Medical School class saying hi to all of you. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. And if we have time, I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Professor Zhang, for your insightful lecture. And maybe we have some questions from the audience. Maybe we from the audience here, then the audience online.
Hello, Professor. I am a student. I'm a student from NDMU. I'm a third-year medical student. And recently, we are just dissecting the anatomy of a human body. And there are the use of AR and VR in our curriculum. And so I was wondering if in Harvard, there are similar classes like this?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Thank you for coming. I hope your studies are going well. You may be surprised to hear this, but in terms of anatomy learning, I am a fairly traditionalist in that regard. Our students, like you, do cadaveric dissection, they do prosections, they do learn from actual human specimens. We are having an active debate at our school about how much we should incorporate virtual reality, image-based learning, ultrasound-based anatomy learning, other tools, and should we reduce the amount of time spent in the traditional gross anatomy lab? So far, we have not done that. We still require anatomy practical examinations. I don't know if you have those, but it's a very traditional way of testing how much you have learned in the gross anatomy lab, where you walk around in the gross anatomy lab and you have to answer questions. We used to do it on our clipboards. Now the students do it on their phones. So I very much believe in artificial intelligence. You can tell that I really welcome new technologies, but I do think anatomy is one of those subjects where there may be some aspect to the traditional cadaver-based way of learning that can never be replaced by virtual reality. But some other faculty disagree, and so we're having that conversation now.
I will share some experience in my university. I come from National Yangming Jiaotong University. We have adopted AI in our learning system, and the teacher upload the material, and the play can give a very quick summary of the content, and the students can prepare ahead. Also, the students have to finish some homework or test online with the assistance of AI. And I have one question for you is, as you say, the AI is a tool, competency, and discipline. And do you think the students expect the role of AI? They hope the AI to be tutor, co-tutor, peer, or learners. And the students can also learn how to teach AI if they want to be an educator or teacher in the future. That's my question.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question and for sharing your institution's experience. Let me tell you a little anecdote here, because in early 2023, a few months after ChatGPT became publicly available, we faced a crossroads at my institution, and many people were saying, let's develop tutor bots, let's develop tools that students can use, just as you're saying. And one of my colleagues gave me very, very good advice, which is one of the first things you should do is develop a faculty tool that will make the faculty's lives easier. That will transform the faculty's opinion about using AI and make them less worried that this is a tool that somehow students are going to use or misuse. That was very smart. And so when we launched the TutorBot project, we also launched the Faculty Assessment Aid project, the one that reads all of the hundreds of students' answers. And that single project helped to bring so many faculty along to think, I see how AI can help me now. Of course, students should use it. I should use it. Now, your question is, how about the students teaching their peers about AI? So in the academic year 2022 to 2023, we had the unusual circumstance that some of our faculty were starting to be very knowledgeable about AI, and our first-year medical students still really were not. Then in 2023 to 2024, it was a little bit of a mix. Some students had already had a lot of experience using it in their undergraduate institution and their senior year, and some faculty had some experience. Ever since 2024, 2025 onward, we are now seeing students very, very comfortable, very, very familiar, already using it in lots of different ways, and the faculty a little bit slower. So I think it will be a very likely thing that we can capitalize on this to help to use our senior medical students to help train some of our more junior medical students in the usage of this tool. The senior medical students, of course, have been on the wards, they have been in the clinics, and they can help to train their peers or their near peers as to what they have seen AI be used for in patient care. And that would be a very nice interaction. Of course, the students always believe their near peer students more than they believe the faculty, right? And so that would actually be a very nice interaction. I will say, in terms of guardrails, in terms of ethics, I didn't talk about ethics, in terms of environmental concerns about the use of AI, I'm not sure the students come in with a full understanding of that. Our faculty spend some time in workshops explaining to them some of these issues and raising some of these issues. So I think it will be a mixture. We will always need the faculty prescribed content, particularly around guardrails, cautions, policies, limitations. But then maybe to generate the excitement and the future, we can have some of our senior medical students teach their peers.
You mentioned that you sandbox for general models. So what's the purpose for that? So is that a university-based requirement, or is that a School of Medicine required?
So the university created the sandbox mainly to ensure a secure, private platform where the data are not shared with the AI companies, actually. So the university has taken 4 leading commercial AI models, Google Gemini, Anthropic Claude, OpenAI ChatGPT, and MetaLlama, the latest versions of those, puts them in a secure enterprise sandbox. Data that is shared into the sandbox we have a certain level of data privacy, which is accepted into the sandbox. We cannot put patient information in, but we can put student information, we can put student results, we can put copyrighted curricular information, and it will not go to the companies. I think until the sandbox was launched, many faculty felt very nervous about experimenting with curricular things, other projects, because who knows what's happening to the security of the data. And the sandbox allows for that security. We encourage our students to use the sandbox for when they do their projects. I showed you those workshops where we give them diagnostic information and they have to use generative AI to practice solving patient cases. We encourage them to use either something like open evidence or use the sandbox for security reasons. We will have to see going forward, I think, what happens with the different tools.
I'm Freeman, and thank you for really inspiring talk. And first, I would echo you. I really hope the cadaver-based anatomy still be preserved. That is really the first thing when I really experience what is the privilege as a physician. And in Taiwan, we also have several famous programs have such as silent mentor in Chiji. That is really wonderful one. I just first want to echo the humanity part is really the key. And I would like to ask one question. Currently, my institution try to implement generative AI as a medical education tool, but we suffer from one challenge that we use a lot of tools, but fragmented. But I would like to ask you, what would be the key infrastructure to really support integrated AI-based curriculum from clinical practice to the school venue?
Okay, that's a great question. I haven't spoken too much about our limitations, right? And our constraints, but I should do that to answer your question. The compute power necessary to truly integrate some of these tools across the entire curriculum for all the students is actually very high. So part of it is, does your institution have the GPUs necessary to actually run this? I'll give you an example. I spoke about the faculty assessment tool, right? The one that grades the hundreds of students' responses. So when we piloted that in a single course, in a very limited way, it was amazing. The faculty loved it. Then they said, of course, oh, we have to have this in all the courses. We have to have this all the time in all the years. Suddenly, things became very, very slow. Things would crash. Suddenly, what was a great pilot became more difficult to implement in a widespread way. And that's because we needed more compute power, we needed more information technology staff, we needed more resources to actually integrate something, make sure it runs properly. When the night before a test, when 165 medical students all want to use the tutor, that's not the same as trying it with a small number of students in a low stakes situation, right? So I think the first thing is you have to understand with your computational experts and with your information technology team, what resources do we need? I think that is a big limitation. And then of course we run into kind of the societal questions of, oh, if we have all of those resources, what are the environmental impacts of using all of those resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that is actually something to really keep in mind. Then the thing you mentioned about the tools, I doubt that in the future, we will still be switching between multiple different tools. So the way our university sandbox works, which is wonderful, is you can just choose in a drop-down menu, oh, I want to try ChatGPT 5.0, or I want to try the latest version of MetaLlama. You can take the same prompt and just try it in multiple different tools and see what's happening. It's really great, actually. But that's probably a thing that is not going to be sustainable in the long term when so many people are using it all at the same time. So it may be that schools need to settle into their preferred tool, their preferred model. Maybe there needs to be limits on which courses and when, because otherwise when the demand is very, very high, that's what we have found. The transition, I was naive and I did not realize this because I'm not a huge computational person, but the transition between the pilot project and full-scale implementation, it's not a problem with AI, but it's a scalability barrier.
Okay, I'm a third-year medical student in NDMU right now, and thanks Professor Chen for the excellent example about how AI can make medical education more human. And as you mentioned about how implementation AI into the clinical practices, and I'm just wondering, have your team encountered any ethical problem, or is there any problem that you face during the clinical settings? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question, and I hope your studies are going well. Let me describe to you something that is emerging very recently, not in my field, but in the field of gastroenterology. So you may be familiar that gastroenterologists frequently do colonoscopies to look for polyps, to look for other lesions in the colon. So in my area here in Boston, there is an AI tool that has been helping the gastroenterologists to detect polyps. So they're still doing the full colonoscopy with human visualization, but there's an AI helper tool which helps to highlight lesions that might be polyps and so draws the human GI doctor's attention to those lesions. Just like in my field, the EEG tool marks certain areas for me to pay attention to. Okay, here's the problem, right? Because you asked about problems. When there was a study performed in which they temporarily took away that tool from the GI doctors for just 6 months, and then they tested how the GI doctors were able to detect polyps, their clinical skills had already deteriorated. So these are fully trained, fairly senior GI doctors with a lot of experience of colonoscopies. Then they have access to this AI tool for 6 months. And then when they take it away, they test them, and they are not as skilled as they were before. So people are referring to this as de-skilling, clinical de-skilling. And I think it is a concern with AI usage in clinical practice that in such a short amount of time, we become reliant on the tool. We let our practice, our repetitions become not as strong. And if you take the tool away, suddenly I've already lost some of my clinical skills. So either we need to accept that and say that we need to make sure that these tools are widely available, or probably the better thing is we need everybody to recognize this is a risk, this is a disadvantage, and we need to be on the lookout to find ways to continue to maintain highest skills, because there are going to be times when the tools are not available. So I need to be sure that when I'm reading EEGs and the AI tool is not available, am I really as good as I was a few years ago when we didn't have the tool? And this colonoscopy study has really kind of opened our eyes to that. Since we're talking about medical education, it's not a matter of de-skilling for students, the loss of skills, but how about never learning the skills in the first place, right? So if medical students jump right into the AI-enabled world, are they actually not going to be learning all of the skills in a solidified way in the first place? That's also a big concern.
Limited. Is there any question? Maybe we can accept the last one.
Hello. Hello, Professor. I'm the lecturer in Biology and Anatomy department. And I'm going to resonate the question in the first question that the medical students proposed, saying that the VR and AR technology applied in the anatomy education. I'm really curious of your comments about whether you think the advantages of the real cadaver VR software. There's a marketing or commercial software called Dissection Master. They scan the whole dissection, the cadaver within the software, and not the student who use it. So how about your comment about these softwares, the benefits towards the students learning on anatomy? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just a few weeks ago, actually, I tried out a VR tool for human anatomy, including neuroanatomy, which is my area. It's amazing, right? I cannot argue that it's amazing. I think there is something lost about not having the true three-dimensionality in the gross anatomy lab and the ability to really understand the physical relationships of different organs to each other. But I have to acknowledge that the best VR anatomy tools really allow you to simulate that. You can do it over and over again. Our students can do it anytime they want. You don't have to, maintain, the special laboratory environment. So I think in the future, what I would like, me personally, what I would like to see is a combination of those two things, right? And I will just take a step back and say, I think our students need to use stethoscopes and also learn how to use ultrasounds and echocardiograms. I think our students need to check deep tendon reflexes in the neurological exam, and they need to be familiar with brain MRI. And in anatomy, I think our students, at least at the beginning, need to be introduced to cadaveric anatomy, because that is the origin That is the ground truth. That is the gold standard. And then they need to also understand how to learn from some of these tools. So when I was in medical school, more than 30 years ago now, we spent many, many hours, many, many days, many, many weeks in the gross anatomy lab. We only learned from cadavers. I do not think that that is right for contemporary medical education, but I also don't think that we can completely dispense with cadavers. I'd like to see that nice hybrid.
To close this section, thank you again for your insightful lectures. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
We'll now take a short coffee break. Please enjoy the refreshments outside and be sure to return by 11:10. 各位师长，我们现在进行一个coffee break。那我们会在11点10分再重新开始。 Ladies and gentlemen, the symposium will begin in 3 minutes. Please be seated and be ready to start. Ladies and gentlemen, the symposium will begin in 1 minute. Please be seated and be ready to start. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the symposium. Before we start, just as a reminder, 各位师长，待会如果我们有需要提问的话，麻烦不要用桌上的麦克风，等待我们助理同仁把麦克风递到您的面前，因为这样子直播才收得到收音。是，好。For the third session, let's welcome our speaker, Professor Carrie Chen, and our moderator, Professor Liu. Please join me in giving a big applause.
Hello, is it okay? All right, dear colleagues, it's my honor to introduce Professor Carrie Chen. Carrie has been our longtime friend to a lot of Taiwanese colleagues. And she is currently the Professor and Associate Dean for Medical Education Research and Scholarship at Kaiser Permanent Brenner Tyson School of Medicine in California. And she is also a volunteer professor for UCSF School of Medicine and adjunct professor for Department of Medicine of Uniformed Service University. And I think a lot of people know Carrie. She is a master in CBME and EPAs. And also, I think she has been dedicated to medical education for a long time. After she got an MD from UCSF, she also studied medical education and got a PhD from Health Professions Education, Utrecht University. So today, I think she's going to bring us a very wonderful talk on guiding principles for AI use in medical education, which I think probably answers some of the concerns just raised. So please join me in welcoming Carrie.
So thank you, and thank you for having me here at the conference. So as some people know, I was born in Pingtung, and I spent a few years in Kaohsiung, where I went to 幼稚园 and 2 weeks of first grade before I moved to the United States. So my heart is always here in Taiwan. And so whenever anyone asks, will you come do a workshop or talk in Taiwan, I'm always happy to. So that's my way also of saying, so I have no conflicts of interest, except to say that I am not an expert in AI in medical education. But when Taiwan said, will you come give a talk? I said, okay, I will do the best I can. And so what I'll do is I'm going to talk about guiding principles from the perspective of an educator. So as we think about incorporating AI into medical education, what are the cautions that we want to have, and how do we make decisions about what we ought to do? Okay? Because as I think, our previous two speakers, Professor Chang noticed some very exciting things that are happening with AI in medical education. And then as Professor Clayton said, things are moving so fast, right? How do we know what to do? Okay. Now, one of the things is when people say to me they want to talk about AI in medical education, and I always say, but what about it, right? So, as Professor Chang mentioned, we can think about AI in medical education, in terms of how it's been incorporated to take care of patients, right? And so when we talk about AI in that way, we're talking about, as what Professor Chang calls competencies, right? So how do we teach our students how to use AI in taking care of patients? Some people talk about it related to learner use, complaining about, well, students are using it to cheat, right? And as Professor Clayton said, what counts as cheating anymore? And so what do you do when students are using it to write the reflections? And then the last group is thinking about what can we do to use AI to deliver medical education. So when we think about what Professor Chang said, AI competencies for learners, most people are saying now, right, that we want to think about what are the knowledge and skills our learners need. They also need to understand the ethics, right? They need to critically evaluate, sorry, I seem to be going in and out. They have to be able to critically evaluate information that they're receiving from AI. How do they integrate AI into their practice and maintain communications with the patients, right? And then how do we integrate AI into our entire system of care of patients? And then if you layer on the idea of learners using AI, is then the question, again, we need to emphasize ethics and critical evaluation, right? Do the students and residents know what the ethical use guidelines are, and that they really need to turn on their brain and critically evaluate that information? Okay, so here's an example, right, of learner and patient care use. So let's say you're supervising someone on the ward, you're supervising a resident, and you notice that the resident used an AI tool to generate a differential diagnosis for the patient that he's seen, and he just inserted that into the patient note. Okay, we're gonna come back to this. Program use, so Christy Busgarden and her team did a review looking at all the literature that has currently been shared on AI use in delivering medical education, and they found that people are using it in 5 different ways. One is in admissions and selection, and you can think about using that to really summarize all of the admissions data that comes in, right? All the letters of recommendation, all of the student essays. People are also using a chatbot just to answer people's questions so that the admissions office isn't so busy answering emails, right? People are using it in classroom-based learning. We talked about virtual patients. And as Harvard mentioned, they're using virtual tutors, right, to help the students. In workplace-based learning, this is where we're seeing that our learners are beginning to use the clinical decision support tools that already exist in the clinical space. At Kaiser, we have ambient AI. So AI now listens to our doctors talking to patients and will generate the note for you, right? So now it's generating the notes for the residents and also for the students. A lot of use in assessment and feedback. As Professor Clayton mentioned, a lot of predictive analytics, dashboards, and then creating AI tutors that will also give feedback. And then some people are also using it for program evaluation. So again, summarizing all the data from information coming in about the school to understand what's working, what's not working, and doing research off of that as well. And as Professor Clayton mentioned, it really is helping to decrease the burden, right? Increase efficiency and increase the quality of what medical school and residency programs can do, right, with fewer staff. And that's really been the attractiveness of AI for delivery of curriculum. So here's a program use scenario, right? So your program has been using holistic admission practices where you're trying to take into account learner experiences, their personal essays, all their letters of recommendation, but it's a huge burden on faculty and staff time to do all of that, really analyze and review all that information. So you would like to introduce the use of an AI tool to help screen and rank the applicants, okay? And based on the two that I just mentioned, if you're an enthusiast, you just said, all right, right on, let's just do it, right? And I say, well, let's pause a second. What are the things that we need to think about in terms of principles guiding use? So what should guide our use of AI in medical education, and what are the principles? And this came up for me because in the United States, the Association of American Medical Colleges, the AAMC, came up with a set of guiding principles. And when I first read through them, I was like, eh. But then I went to a workshop. And it was really helpful because then I understood that it was actually a framing for a way to think through things. And so that when you are faced with a scenario of should I be using AI, how should I be using AI, it's a way to then take that framework and ask yourself questions to decide what to do, right? And we all live in different contexts, so the answer is going to be different depending on your context, but the framework helps you make sure you're thinking through everything. All right, so the AAMC principles are these 7 here, and we'll go through and talk about each of them. And what I like, and the reason I have the target up there, is they say you can think about this at the individual level, you can think about this at the institutional level, and then at the community level, okay? So we'll talk about each of these in turn. The first one is this idea of remaining human-centered. Right? We want to keep the focus on the human, and that has come up multiple times already this morning. So one is we want to be sure that we're promoting humanism and human relationships as core values, right? So as we're using more and more AI in our education, is how do we ensure that there's still humanism and human relationships, not just with the patient, but between teacher and learner, right? When we think about the curriculum, we want to think about it through the AI lens, not just all the possibilities, but a little bit of what Professor Chang started to bring up in the question and answer period. What are its impacts on learning? Because it changes how we learn and what we learn. And he talked about de-skilling and never skilling, and there's also something called mis-skilling, and we're going to spend some time on that later at the end of the talk. So people talk about using a human-centered design, and what that means is you want to make sure that the human is always in the loop. Okay, so in the end, who is making the final decision? Do you hand it all over to AI, or is there a human in the loop who's going to critically evaluate and make that decision? Okay? So thinking again about humans, we want to make sure that all the humans in our space have the competencies and skills to use AI. And then what I also love is they said, remember the learning environment. And we all know that whatever you put in the curriculum, the learning environment can reinforce or erode it, right? And so if we want to maintain a human-centered focus, does the learning environment encourage that, right? As AI takes over more and more in our spaces, is how do we encourage and promote humanism in our learning environment? Second principle is to ensure that there's ethical and transparent use. So we want to promote transparency, and we're working on this right now in my institution, is coming up with clear protocols for when, where, and how we would use AI, okay? And you want to establish ethical guardrails and oversights. So for instance, and we talked a bit about how Harvard had the advantage of creating a sandbox that was walled off from the outside world. What if you live in a space where you don't have that sandbox and you're using a publicly available AI? Then you need to have guidelines for what kind of data you can put in there, right? And then when AI uses someone else's information, what are the rules around intellectual property? And we're trying to do this with our students, is you're pulling information out from AI. Whose information is that? Who owns that? And how do you attribute it, right? It's not actually yours. Someone else created that. And so there are privacy and consent policies as well. So if you're going to be plugging information into a public AI tool, who needs to consent to that? If I'm plugging in student information, does the student need to consent? If I'm plugging in patient information, does the patient need to consent? Okay? And obviously we can establish all of those guidelines, but then we have to educate people. So we have to make sure that the students, the residents, all of our faculty know those guidelines and that they're critically thinking about it. Okay. The third one we think a lot about in the United States is equity and providing equal access, right? So one, as was mentioned over and over again, I am a digital dinosaur. Right? And so as we come up with our systems and policies and curricula, we really want to engage our learners in helping us develop and implement our tools. And it's thinking about who do we engage in that process? How is that equitable? When we roll out our tools, do we only do it for certain learners and certain patients, or do we do it for everybody? Right? And so Professor Chang mentioned that it can be really hard to implement something for every single course at Harvard if you don't have the bandwidth in your school. So how do you pick and choose? Right? What's equitable? The other thing about ensuring equal access is that in the United States, if you're at Harvard, you have a lot of resources. Okay? If you're a small state school in Mississippi, you have no money. So what happens when Harvard students and Harvard patients get access to all of this AI? What about everyone else, right? So we've been talking a lot about democratizing use of these tools. So Kaiser, we have the resources of the health system. If we develop something, we want to make it free for everyone else to use, right? So it's thinking about all of those things, is if we have people who are more well-resourced or have the faculty who know and can jump far ahead in Taiwan, does that get shared with everyone else? Okay. We want to adapt to our learner needs, and then what's important is monitoring the impact on equity. So we're finding that the data that AI trains itself on is not necessarily unbiased. And so sometimes it ends up promoting inequities in patient care, in learner treatment, and other spaces, right? So it's thinking again about, as we roll this out, is there equitable access? Is everyone being treated equitably? Okay. Then fourth, this is really around making sure that everyone is trained, right? And it's part of continuing professional development. So we want to provide access to learning resources. So this is not just our learners, but our faculty, and not just our faculty, but our staff, right? So I've spent some time talking to people about clinical competency committees. Well, if you want the staff to summarize all the data and provide it in a digestible form for the competency committee, the staff needs to understand and know how to use AI to do that work, right? And to be helpful, it may really help to have a competency framework, not just for the students and the residents, but what are the competencies for faculty and for staff? And is it different for different types of faculty and different types of staff, right? Okay, we want to revise and review any existing faculty and staff and student training programs. We talk about also promoting diversity and expertise, right? It's actually more helpful to have a group of people with very different skills than to have a group of people where they all have the same skill. Okay? And then we talked about creating shared resources for collaboration across institutions whenever possible. The fifth principle is when we develop curricula, either for training or in med ed, is we want to try to do it through interdisciplinary collaboration, right? So the older days of when we just relied on a content expert is not going to be good enough anymore, right? So one is we're going to want to include foundational AI literacy in the med ed curriculum. We've already talked about that this morning. And really, should we the ones who should be deciding what AI literacy looks like, or do we need to pull in our IT colleagues and the computer science people, right? And as we developed curriculum around using AI to take care of patients, we might think of it at two levels. Basic level in terms of all clinicians, and then advanced levels. So how you use robotics in some parts of surgery, me as a pediatrician, I probably don't need training in, right? So then how do we also then make sure that it's related and tailored to specific specialties and needs, right? This cultivating interdisciplinary collaboration I talked about, you want to bring in med educators, you want to bring in clinical content experts, clinicians, bringing in computer science and IT. We also talked about not wanting to lose humanism. And so the recommendation also is bring in our humanists, bring in our sociologists, help make sure that we're centering the human in whatever we're rolling out. Also, more and more in patient care, we're actually doing team-based care. It's not really individual physicians so much anymore. So then what are the AI learning needs for teams and not just individuals? Okay. And as we do all of this, as with implementation of anything, what are our outcome measures? How will we know that we're successful, right? So some of this may be, are the tools working? How many people are using those tools? As Professor Cleland said, they spent all this money on a tool that no one used with poor return on investment. And if people were using it, did it actually improve their skills, right? Did it actually translate to better patient care? So these are the questions that we want to be asking. Okay. Number 6 is, and I referenced this a little bit, is we have to make sure that we're protecting data privacy, right? The last couple of days I've been talking to people around assessment, and I've been using a term about nothing about me without me, right? And so this is really also that idea of, as we build out these systems, we want to give learners access to their own data, right? It's empowerment. It's also there's no secrecy. Here's the data we have about you. It is not a surprise if I tell you you're not doing well, because you can see it, right? You see that you're not advancing as you should. We have to teach educators and staff and learners about data privacy so that they all understand. I've been tripping up on this recently, where students are saying, oh, I want to do all this research without any attention to data privacy, right? And many of our countries, institutions actually have regulations around data privacy. So how are we ensuring compliance with that? And what I love about the AAMC is they mention that, and we have to do regular audits. You have to be checking to see, and we set up these guidelines, are we following them? do we have any breaches, right? Just like in the United States, we look to see, do we have any breaches in patient confidentiality and what happened, and how do we prevent that from happening again? We do have to balance sort of strict data privacy with how do we then collaborate, right? So I'm part of a 5-institution study looking at student grading, right? So if it was so private that we could never share grading data, we couldn't merge data from our 5 schools to do a larger study. So then it's thinking about, so what level of data privacy? And again, this becomes much more important if you don't have a private sandbox. And I caution people a lot about putting student data, faculty data, right, into patient data, into public chatbots. You can't be doing that, right, unless it's completely scrubbed, and even then you have to be very careful. Okay. And in all of this, right, we want to be monitoring and evaluating to ensure that whatever we're rolling out is effective, right, and is ethical. So it's making sure that whatever we roll out, we always have an implementation plan, an evaluation plan related to that tool, right? And so you want to make sure, again, that it's working and working the way you expect it to, and gathering information from various sources. So yesterday at lunch, and then it got brought up earlier this morning, this idea of unintentional consequences, okay? So we were talking a little bit about, in the news in the United States, was about a boy where his chatbot friend basically taught him how to kill himself, right? And he committed suicide with the help of the chatbot. And when they went back in to see what AI had been telling him, at one point he said to AI, "I'm depressed, I'm thinking of leaving a noose out on the table so that my mother will know that I'm depressed." And AI said, "Oh, you don't need to do that. You only need to tell me. I will help you," right? So as we build this, what are chatbots telling our patients? What are our chatbot tutors telling our students? And how will we know, right? And what are the unintended consequences? Now, it's going to be really hard if we implement AI in all sorts of different sectors, is how are you going to deal with the monitoring? As any of you that's ever been involved in program evaluation can be as big as you want it to be, right? So some of this is thinking about scaling based on how much risk or impact something is going to have. If you roll out something that's going to be very risky and high impact, you're going to do a lot of monitoring, right? If you're rolling out something that's low risk, low impact, you may not need to monitor as often or as much, okay? And then, as Professor Cleland mentioned, we want to support research in AI and AI evaluation. So as we roll things out, we're having all of this information is looking at process and outcomes and seeing what we're learning that we can teach each other, okay? So those are the basic principles. Let's go back to our scenarios and think about, so what does that mean? How do we apply it, okay? So we talked about the program use. You're interested in using, rolling out AI tool to help screen and rate the applicants. So I'm just going to pick a few of the principles. We won't go through all of them, but let's talk about 1, 2, and 7. Maintaining human-centered focus, ensuring ethical and transparent use, and monitoring and evaluating, right? So let's take the first one. How will you use it, right? Is it going to replace human decision-making, or is it going to provide support in decision-making, okay? Again, where's the human in that loop? Okay. If we think about ethical and transparent use, do the applicants to your program know that you're going to be using AI to evaluate their applications, right? And will you be telling them exactly how you're going to be using it? And then in terms of ethics, have you even tested the tool? Is there bias in its recommendations? So I was also telling people that I was listening to a podcast about the United States using AI to screen applicants for jobs and to decide who to fire in large organizations. And in terms of screening applicants for jobs, what they discovered was that for technology jobs, because most of the applicants were men, AI somehow taught itself that men were better candidates or more qualified. And so they automatically ranked male applicants higher than female applicants, right? So that was a bias that AI taught itself, that if there wasn't a human in the loop and monitoring that, right, we would be perpetuating that bias. And then you want to monitor and evaluate, right? So now you've instituted this as part of your admissions process. How do you make sure that the system is effective? And to me, more importantly, how do you know it's fair, right? And will you monitor your results and adjust after admission cycle so you do it differently the next year, right? So for me, this is an example of, it's not just like, ooh, we can use AI for admissions, but taking a step back and saying, what does it mean for us to use AI in admissions? And we should think through all of these things. Okay. So then let's go back to this one, where you're working with the resident, and the resident used the AI tool to help generate a differential diagnosis, and then just put it into the patient note. Okay. And for this one, let's look at 1, 4, and 6, okay? And so for 1 is, how are residents using AI-generated information? And again, is it replacing human clinical reasoning, right? Or is it providing clinical reasoning support? Did the resident just take what AI did, didn't even think about it, and stick it in the patient note and said, well, that's what AI said? Or did they think about it and say, oh, this is exactly what I thought, so now I feel pretty good about putting this in the patient note? Okay. When we think about education training and training, is do residents understand how AI works? Have they been trained to interpret the outputs from AI, right? And will they be able to critically appraise the AI tool recommendations? Have we taught them any of these things? Okay. And then if we talk about data privacy, is how secure is the AI tool that the residents are using? Is it sandboxed and firewalled in your institution? And what patient data did the resident put in there? Okay. Did we violate any privacy concerns? Okay. There is a paper that came out recently from the New England Journal of Medicine, and it really focused on, someone asked about changing role of teachers, and they really tied this, the case about the resident came from that paper, and they said, well, here's a way for us to think about the changing role of a clinical supervisor. If you were the clinical supervisor, and you see your learners using an AI tool, they suggest what they call deft AI skills, okay? DEFT is sort of diagnosis, discussion, discourse. It's having a conversation with your learner about their thinking and find out how they use the AI tool, right? What tool did they actually use? What prompts did they put in, okay? You want to have them think about evidence, right? And have them give you evidence of, did they use any clinical reasoning? Do they seem to have any AI literacy? Or is it just like, I didn't think about it, I trust AI completely, okay? And then you want to give them feedback both on the case and how they used AI in the case, right? And you're going to teach not just on the case, but you're going to teach on the use of AI, right? So you might say, there's actually a helpful way to use AI to help support your clinical reasoning and thinking through a differential diagnosis. You told me what prompt you use. Here is a better prompt, right? And so it's this idea of incorporating it into our workflow and incorporating it into our teaching flow, incorporating it in how we supervise delivery of patient care. Okay. So we talked about principles, guiding principles for use, but because we're educators, I also like to think about the impact on learning and how that might also drive how we ought to think about things. Okay. So Brian Jin wrote a really nice paper also recently in Academic Medicine where he talks about how AI is changing how we learn, right? So we may be using AI tutors to give feedback and to teach our learners. Learning can become more centralized, right? So they're pulling information from experts, showing videos from experts rather than local teachers. Are they teaching the things that you locally want your school or your residency program to be teaching? Students could potentially, instead of having peer discussion with peers in small groups, just have a peer discussion with AI, right? And then we talked about AI-enhanced simulation. For me, what's really important is it's changing what we learn. So what people talk about is this idea of cognitive offloading, right? So what we're doing is we're saying to AI, take this cognitive load off my brain, right? And for many things, it's great. So instead of memorizing knowledge, we're navigating knowledge, okay? And then for our routine work, we're integrating, as I mentioned, like that resident example, we're integrating AI into our routine work. Okay. So let's talk about cognitive offloading a little bit. So ideally, what we want to do is we want to offload rote tasks. We want to offload things that are simple, that doesn't require, as my parents would say, 免经过大脑, right? Okay. So, and then, and we can use it to inform complex tasks, but what we don't want to do is we don't want to offload the complex tasks, okay? And then let's talk about the risks. A little bit of this came up already this morning. So there are 4 risks that people talk about. There's automation bias, there's misskilling, there's de-skilling, and then for our students and residents that are growing up in this space of AI, is never skilling, right? Okay, so automation bias. Automation bias is when we over-rely on automated systems, and there's a whole risk of error, especially if you don't do any critical evaluation of the information that you're getting, right? And then what happens also is we're all human, and we stop, even if you start with some critical evaluation, if most of the time it's correct, you stop paying attention. Right, so we have decreased surveillance over time. You'll notice in this little cartoon, someone is taking a temperature, and the temperature is 30.5. That's there because that was real. That was when I was still practicing, and I picked up a patient chart, and a student nurse had recorded a temperature. A child's temperature is 30.5. And she clearly didn't bother to think whether that was possible. Right? We're like, great, my child is dead. You know, so, and it's that just accepting the information without thinking about it. And that's what we don't want. And that's what we have to be careful of with ourselves and with our learners. And they've done studies that show that people who rely on AI more, so use it more frequently, others, actually have reduced independent problem solving and analytic reasoning. Okay? So we have to be careful with ourselves and with our learners. Misskilling. Misskilling is where AI errors or biases actually reinforce incorrect behavior. So one of the studies showed that AI, in diagnostic predictions, has a systematic bias of overestimating pneumonia in older patients. And the funniest thing is, so do doctors, and so they just reinforce each other, right? Everyone accepts that as the truth. And they also found that with medical students, with senior medical students, when AI output had errors, the medical students weren't able to recognize it, okay? And so then they believe in the information that's coming out of AI, and it's causing them to misskill. And a lot of the, they even did a randomized controlled trial of like people using AI and not using AI. And what you found is that for complex tasks, people who don't use AI actually outperform people who used AI, okay? And in studies of clinicians, they found that a clinician plus AI outperforms AI only when the clinician has high baseline performance. So if we have a learner who's still learning, if we have a clinician who may have lower baseline performance, they're actually going to do worse when they use AI. Okay? And we have to be very careful about that. All right. De-skilling, this is where we talked about where you lose previously acquired skills. Where we worry about this is with our practicing clinicians, right? You learn something and then you lose it. There's concern about loss of diagnostic ability and loss of clinical reasoning skills. And as Professor Chang brought up, he mentioned a colonoscopy case. So it was actually not after 6 months, it was actually only 3 months. This is the paper. It is a study out of Poland. And actually, it wasn't even like they said to doctors, only use AI, and now I'm taking AI away. They introduced AI to help identify adenomas, but they randomly assigned it to cases, so doctors got used to occasionally having it. And after 3 months, the detection rate fell, just after 3 months. Okay? And I have there a picture of pilots, because it got me thinking, our pilots often fly on autopilot, but they routinely take the plane out of autopilot to keep their skills up. So the question for us is, do we need to do this for some of our skills? As we introduce AIs, what's the frequency we ought to take off autopilot to maintain our skills? And which skills are important to maintain? So then never skilling, right? This is our fear right now with our students, is the failure to develop essential competencies. Right. And there's risk when our students now are in the clinical spaces where everyone's using a clinical decision support tool, right? Or when we're using vision-assisted diagnostics, like I mentioned with the adenomas. But you have this with dermatology lesions and so forth. But for me, and the reason I put a calculator there is, if you think about this, elementary school teachers have been wrestling with this for a very long time. Calculators have been around for a while, right? So I noticed, at least with my niece and nephews in the United States, they don't teach math the same way anymore. They teach math very differently, right? So it's really about conceptual math. And so I think for us, the challenge is going to be, what's okay to offload, right? What is it that we need to teach? And what is totally okay to completely offload and say, just let AI deal with it. And I was having dinner with Christy Busgardner and Brian Jin, who wrote those papers, and we were saying clinical reasoning. We talk about clinical reasoning as this is one big thing, but if we were to break down clinical reasoning, are there things in clinical reasoning that we can offload, and are there things that we have to teach? And we don't know. Okay. Okay. Couple of words on how people work with AI. This is, Brian Jin taught me this. He talks about how people use AI, like using a centaur approach, or you could use a cyborg approach. Okay, a centaur approach where it's basically you let AI do a certain amount of work and then human takes over. Okay, and it's clear what tasks you give to AI and what tasks the human is doing. The cyborg is fully integrated. Okay? And what they find is that most people swing back and forth between the two, okay? But here's what we know. They found that the centaur approach is the approach that's recommended for high-risk tasks, for when tasks are uncertain, for diagnostic tasks, right? And if you're doing something that's outside the validated use of an AI tool, you're like going out there, trying out something new. And so this is really around support, right? It's using AI to do part of it, but then the human takes over, right? And ensures that the human makes the decision. The cyborg approach, where it's intertwined, is recommended for low-risk tasks, for very well-defined tasks, for things that are creative, okay? And for tasks where your AI tool has shown reliability, right? Where you maybe worry less about hallucinations or something else that might pop out that you won't recognize, okay? The cyborg approach has the highest risk for automation bias, for misskilling, for de-skilling, and for never skilling. Sorry. I scared myself with that statement. Okay. So, for me then, as we think about using AI in medical education, it's not just applying the AAMC 7 principles and responsible use. I also want us to consider what approach are we going to take in integrating AI? Are we going to take the Centaur approach or the Cyborg approach? Because it depends on the type of task that we're doing and the level of risk, right? And then, as we pull in AI, what are the risks for our faculty, for our staff, and our learners? What's being offloaded, okay? And what are the implications for error, for bias, and for loss of skills, right? And depending on the skill, do we care or do we not care? Okay, so I'll just end with this. So I think that when we have an interaction with AI, or when we're working with a learner and they have an interaction with AI, it's always good to pause at that moment of your AI interaction and ask yourself, what's the evidence for the trustworthiness of this tool that I'm using? How do I evaluate the output using evidence, right? And if I'm working with learners, and even myself, is how do I have better prompting skills and more effective prompting skills? And then how am I going to be transparent and disclose and attribute, right? So I work in the med ed research world, and people are now using it to help with their writing, and they're using it to help clean up their abstracts and their papers. And it's how much you disclose, right? How transparent are you? And I'm encouraging people to be as transparent as possible. And that's all I had to say. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Carrie, for your such a insightful, wonderful, and practical talk. A lot of useful tips. So now the floor is yours, and if you have any questions, please rise.
And I can say that because I'm a digital dinosaur, it never even occurred to me to use AI to help me with this talk. And after Professor Cleland said that, I was like, ooh, I should have done that.
Any, yes, Professor Yang.
Thank you for your terrific lecture. And I'm quite curious about the misskilling and de-skilling and never skilling, especially in the clinical learning, because most of the electronic medical record was recorded by AI. And as I know, maybe more than 5 or 10 hospitals had applied this one to their medical record. So how can we train our students in clinical learning in the future?
As I mentioned, I am not an expert in AI in medical education, so I don't know what the answer is. But I think given sort of some of the evidence that we're seeing is we have to make sure that they're able to practice it, right? And it's interesting what you're saying is, you know, we've had many tools in the clinical space where it did impact skills, right? So before EHR, we didn't have templates for notes, and the notes were way better. The notes now I can't make heads or tails of. I'm like, what is happening? I don't know what is happening with this patient. And in fact, I think many of our residents no longer know how to write a good note, right? But right now it's just driven by EHR. And the same thing, we had templated orders, right? And in order to, like one of the big things, I remember when I was a junior faculty member, we were trying to standardize care for patients and make sure that, for instance, you know, every patient coming in with the rule out myocardial infarction got an aspirin, right? Or that certain labs were ordered where patients coming in with a cystic fibrosis, exacerbation. And so they were pre-printed orders. And the residents and the students didn't have to think anymore. It was already there and they just check box, right? And so I think it's a very interesting thing, right? That sort of tension between quality care for patients and in the long run, what is it doing, right? And so in the US, we also struggled with, people were concerned that it wasn't safe for patients if surgery residents were not supervised adequately. And so they increased the level of supervision for our surgery residents. But then our surgery residents never got any practice in the safety net of an academic medical center of doing things on their own. And so what we saw in the United States is a huge jump in morbidity and mortality first 5 years out of practice, right? And you could look at that and say, shouldn't that happen when there's a safety net, right? Rather than just going like, let me fly, and have it be a problem. And so I think we have to think about that. Related to your question is the systems that we create. And I honestly don't know what the right answer is and what the right balance is. But what I worry about is that we don't even think about it. So I'm glad that you bring it up as something to think about.
A teaching round and talking about holistic care. Mm-hmm. And one student asked me, is there any model for communicate with patient about the psychosocial event? And I'm worried about that one. Everything is standardized and itemized. So maybe in the future, all the students cannot have more humanity-oriented. Maybe they will be just like AI, just like machine.
And that's also interesting because what I just presented to you, like the AAMC framework is also like a framework. And I think models and frameworks are good for reminding us to think about the various things, but anytime we change into something, change it into a checkbox, then we're in trouble, right? And so, because there are some excellent models for patient communication. And I know in the United States, we use it for instance, cancer diagnosis, right, with patients and so forth. And they're great models, right, but they're just to help you to remember, to pay attention to this, to address this, to pay attention to that, and not as a recipe checklist. And anytime we change it into a recipe checklist, then it's a problem. The human in the loop.
Well, any other questions from the floor? Yes, Jen, please.
It was actually something you said right at the end, Carrie, encouraging users to disclose the use of Gen AI, which both in terms of using it in the workplace, but also for assignments, and as I talked about a little bit, in publishing. But I'm not sure if it's a study or whether it's anecdote, but there's certainly an anxiety that if one discloses, then you'll be penalized. And that's something I think that we need to consider. Is that something you've come across or something you've thought about?
That is such a great point, right? And I always talk to faculty a lot about wanting our learners to be honest, but then we have to be trustworthy. And if we want people to disclose, then we have to make it okay to disclose. And I think of it as, again, using calculator as an example, we wouldn't be upset if someone said, I balanced my checkbook using a calculator, or I did it all in an Excel sheet, right? So I think if we're able to think about it as a tool, and what some people will say is, I did this much with AI, and then the rest of this was my creative work. And then, I think for research, it's always about the trustworthiness of the research itself, right? And so knowing when you used AI, where you used it, helps me, right, assess the trustworthiness of that work. And I think, Yeah, I mean, we do that even for, if you use a qualitative tool, we say exactly what qualitative tool, right?
Yeah, we managed our data in Vivo
Right,
or whatever
right.
it might be.
Or we did all the quantitative analysis in SPSS.
But you know, you were making me think, again, going back to how old I am. When I first started doing stats, I did them by hand.
Yes.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine anyone doing stats now by hand? Yeah, and it's not even talked about.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah,
we don't do it that way anymore.
Yeah. So I think we're just headed in that way, and I think if we can be kind and supportive to each other around this idea that it's a tool, but we're going to be upfront about use of the tool because it allows all of us to ensure the validity, the reliability, the trustworthiness of whatever information is coming out.
Yeah, and I think it was actually the previous speaker was talking about using AI to really rapidly collate student evaluation comments, and I think that to me is an incredibly good use of AI because it takes so much administrative time otherwise. But then where's the nuance when it comes to doing fundamentally the same thing as a thematic analysis?
Yeah.
What's superficial theming and what's actually interpreting?
Yes.
So I think there are grey areas and there's areas we have to have a lot of discussion about.
Yeah, well, and that's the human in the loop because even, you know, since I work in assessment for many years, there's a lot of bias and narrative comments, right? And so just taking all of that at face value without applying critical evaluation to that is problematic for learner assessment as well, right? So it's every step of the way. And some people would argue that as a school, as a program, if you're using AI, even for collating all of that, that needs to be transparent, and then learners need to know that that is happening. What I forgot to bring up, some people would say that as part of AI competency for learners is teaching them the skill to disclose to their patients what emerging technology tools that they use, right, to come up with that diagnosis.
Thank you for the question and the response. It's actually very helpful, particularly talking about the qualitative things like, you know, the feedback or I mean, in terms of research. I think it's quite challenging using AI because I used to compare and pilot. I think piloting is very important in terms of applying AI. I think it's kind of a thing that we have to do in order to be sort of responsible, being a responsible user. So, I think for the qualitative data, I think quite often the AI missed some important things that
it does much more surface level semantic analysis. It doesn't really do latent analysis, and I find that
it missed quite a lot of points. Yeah, and also I also found that some underrepresentative, like for example, like underrepresentative populations. So, like when we're talking about social cultural backgrounds or social cultural aspect of medicine, somehow the information we got from like for example like Gen AI, I don't think it's sort of too comprehensive, and then you find there are some missing points. So I think that's pretty much probably about the data input thing or the big data gap. So is there any other questions that we probably take one more question? And well, I mean, you can use Taiwanese that if I think.
Okay, people really are overestimating my language
I don't believe
skills.
I can ask this question in Taiwanese. I think it's really promising to have background AI to really make recording and preserve the physician's energy to interact with patient, and in the same time the documentation already there. And it's also promising if that recording is also happen in Word, and you can even based on current technology, you can analyze how the residents or learner asking question and give feedback to them. However, it also may cause a problem that is the feeling of surveillance.
Yes.
Okay, so in Taiwan, we don't have this kind of system. So I wonder how United States operate this, and what I mentioned to monitor and give feedback. Is that already happened in United States? And according to the culture of Taiwan, it's also we're not used to have recording in the clinic. So any comments and your experience?
So I only know what I know, right? And I'm not sure if people are doing this somewhere that I don't happen to know about. But in Kaiser, it's happening in the clinical space specifically for patient care. And it's meant just for documentation, and the patients know about it, right? And I think it can be turned off. So if the patient or physician doesn't want it, I think they can turn off. So it's really meant to be a scribe, and it doesn't give any feedback at all, right? But yes, so we actually wrote a grant, which heartbroken that it wasn't funded, but we were very interested in health system science competencies, right? Do students take into account, social determinants of health? Do students take into account sort of more systems level issues about the person's care? Now, normally you would say, oh, just look at the note, but because it's so personal to the patient, and in the United States, patients have access to their notes, people don't write that in the notes, right? So then how do we capture this happening? And capture it happening in the authentic space is going to be better than coming up with some sort of test, right? And so we wrote a grant to use ambient AI, not during patient care, but to have the report, like when the students presented to the faculty member, have ambient AI capture the presentation, right? And then we would use NLP and large language models to teach it to analyze what was discussed and give feedback on sort of health system science competencies. And that's what we wanted to do. But we would do it, our idea was to do it in a small pilot, and everyone would be aware that it was happening, right? And it wasn't going to be all the time. We were going to put the power in the students' hands to say, we need to be able to capture some of this and measure it. So you decide which days you're going to turn this on and do this. And as you get feedback, then it's your choice to 2-3 days later turn it on again and see your progression, right? So because that gets to that whole programmatic assessment thing again of like somehow you have to be performing all the time and someone is always watching. And I think that is really draining on learners. So being able to turn that off or have things not count, right, is helpful.
For these sections, and thank you for your participation in Carrie's talk, and a very good Q&A section. And so please join me in thank Carrie again for traveling so far away to give us this talk, and also to give us some wonderful workshops in the previous 2 days. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we would like to invite our moderator to present a certificate of appreciation to our speaker. Thank you once again. And now, now it's our lunch break time. Lunch is served outside, and hope you enjoy your meal. And for the online audience, please be returned by 13:30. Thank you. 各位师长，我们外面有备午餐，待会可以麻烦各位师长到外面享用。 各位师长好，我们研讨会将在3分钟内开始，麻烦各位师长尽速就座。将在1分钟内开始，麻烦各位师长尽速就座，准备要开始。那另外提醒就是，待会如果有想要提问的部分的话，那麻烦各位师长先就是不要用桌上的这个桌麦来进行提问，就是等我们的助理会帮我们把麦克风递到您的面前。各位师长、各位贵宾午安，欢迎回到我们2025年国际医学教育研讨会。那我们下午场我们就即将开始，我们邀请王志嘉教授为我们带来精彩的演讲。那这场演讲的座长是简志成院长，请来宾请掌声鼓励。
好，非常欢迎各位在经过中午的休息之后呢，继续我们今天的symposium 的研讨会的内容哈。我想今天早上大家都已经看到了 AI 可以做什么哈，那非常 powerful 的一个工具。那事实上 AI 大家对 AI 的早上被启发的想法跟做法呢，就有点像这进来的经济学一样哈，那个在国际国内都一样，就是跟 AI 沾上光的哈，我们都觉得产业很有希望。那这个在经济学上的表现呢，是超乎以前所有的逻辑的哈。那如果在医院里工作的同仁，应该也会觉得哈，这 AI 的应用呢，在你的医院里面呢，也是风起云涌啊，这个一发不可，这个歧视完全无法阻挡。不过在这过程中，从去年开始，卫福部就开始启动一个计划，它开始跟国家的其他的资通等等的部门，开始在提醒我们要做一个所谓的这个 AI 的治理哈。那 AI 治理，因为等一下呢，这个显示等一下这个我们王志嘉教授给我们的讲的主题的重要性，因为这么有力量的工具。那么一旦这个用的方向跟角度如果不对的话，造成的伤害恐怕也是这个无法弥补的哈。所以 AI 治理未来会是很多在座的，还有线上的以及这个国家我们必须要赶快补足的地方，还有整个人类都一样啊。所以我们很荣幸请到王志嘉教授。那王教授在我们台湾医学教育里面是老资格的这个前辈了哈。大家都知道他是医法双修，他是医学系医学士之外呢，也是法学系的博士。同时长期呢，他在人文这个性平跟医学伦理部分 都是国内的重要的顶尖的干部顶尖的支柱。那目前呢，他也是国防医学院远远书院的院长，那是医学系的教授兼副系主任，也是常年来都是医学人文教育中心主任。那么，所以用人文的角度跟法律的专业来谈医疗 AI 在教育上的应用，我觉得他是最好的人选的。所以很高兴今天他也跟我们分享一个主题，就是 Ethical and the Legal Frontiers of AI and Generative AI in Medical Education and Practice。好，掌声欢迎我们的王教授。
好，谢谢简院长、各位讲座、各位座长以及在座各位医教的先进，大家好，我是王志佳医师。那样非常开心，这一节是用中文来做分享，然后对我们这个英文不好的是一个非常大的一个福音。那今天要报告的主题是大概目前 AI 兴起之后就是非常夯嘛，所以它是 AI 跟生成式 AI 在医学教育以及临床应用的时候，它可能会遇到的一个伦理跟法律的争议。那我们大概今天的演讲主题大概分成5个部分。第一个就是看它 AI 的怎么风起云涌这样，然后可是你要知道 AI 的风起云涌，你一定要对它的整个生成有一点了解，你才有办法去解决后面的问题。所以它生成之后呢，就会面临它伦理道德法律的挑战，到底是在哪个面向？那最后呢，它进入临床之后会衍生哪方面的问题？你从临床发现问题就知道，在医学教育上到底要做哪些的一个努力这样。所以最后我们是希望这里做一个结论这样。那我们看一下 AI 大概是什么时候产生的其实从1950年代就有，1956年就有 AI 这个词就已经出现了。可是当时的 AI 跟现在的 AI 的概念其实不是很一样。那当时中间有一段中衰期是完全没有进展，可是到了1990年代，机器学习出来之后，AI 的进展就开始如火如荼。到了1912年，深度学习出来之后，整个 AI 的真的是风起云涌。如果大家可以看一下，大概在2016到2022年的文章就急剧的一个上升这样。那整个造成最大的一个影响是在2022年11月的时候 ，ChatGPT 3.5 问世。这个时候就完全那个横空出世之后，就完全改变了整个医学教育的一个风貌。所以如果大家有注意到呢，其实在这2年呢，不管是国际医学教育或者是在研究部分的 AI 的整个都是相关的一个主轴这样。所以我们就来看它有这样，但它的影响呢，因为它来得太快。来得太快之后呢，在今年的国际护理年会，他就讲到一件事情在教学上老师很担心使用 AI， 他的认识也不及学生，所以呢会担心学生用 AI 写报告，对 AI 是抱持着一个谨慎的态度，所以即使在学校部分，老师的进展其实比学生来得慢。可是，在临床上呢，教师对 AI 保持一个比较开放的态度。他这个开放态度之后呢，老师的角色从知识传递者变成一个学习引导者。可是呢，不管是 A 类或 B 类，都有一个一样的问题，就是说，他就发现他在伦理上的有一个模糊的界限到底这条的线的准则在哪里？这个就变成当今比较重要的一个影响所以我们就可以很明白看到这件事情呢 ，AI 它本身它这个 bent hitting moment 这个就是说就是风扇就是它某个东西撞到风扇之后，它造成一团乱。所以呢 ，AI 兴起之后它事实上它会引起道德、伦理跟法律上的一个挑战，它不只是技术的革新。所以呢，我们就来看一下它到底会引起哪方面的挑战。为了让这个比较好了解呢，我们很简单看一下 AI 到底是怎么产生的。那样这个我想大家现在都非常非常的不陌生。所以不陌生最主要的原因是 AI 所有人都知道一定是有大数据加深度学习，它就是这2个组成。那这2个其实都有一定的复杂度。那我们来看一下目前的 AI 到底是怎么产生的呢？基本上可以分成2大类。第一个是商业用的 AI， 比如说像 ChatGPT 这个部分呢，它当然就有大数据、深度学习。那它比较厉害的，它是用大语言模式跟自我监督学习，所以它造成它发展是非常非常快。可是大家有没有想过一个问题？这一类商业用的 AI 有没有需要 IRB？那这个就是一个很大的问题嘛。可是呢，相对来说，医疗界也在发展 AI。这个医疗的发展 AI 主要是用在临床的决策。这个时候呢，它就相对是比较复杂度，因为会用在病人身上。所以呢，你从 AI 的产生，它本身就涉及到大数据的相关规定跟 IRB 的审查。可是你产生之后呢，大数据产生之后，你要如何应用到人身上，一定要验证。这个验证之后呢，它就有可能会跟医疗器材管理法会有关系，也跟 IRB 有关系。可是呢，再往下用的时候呢，它就衍生一些问题之后，它要这个纠纷要如何解决，这就是一个非常大的一个争议那他就想说，商业用、医疗用，那医学教育在哪个部分呢？医学教育 通常不会完全是商业用，也不会完全是医疗用，所以它就介在中间。所以呢，特别是医教的部分，很多研究都会需要 IRB， 大概基本上就是有这样的一个情况。那我们来看一下AI 生成，如果以台湾来说呢，到底需要哪些法规呢？左边部分是一个伦理准则，这3个伦理准则大家熟到不能再熟，因为我们从所有的研究伦理的审查，几乎就不脱这3个伦理的准则。然后右边呢是台湾所有跟 AI 相关的法律规定，当然呢最重要的是个人资料保护法。那这个呢，我们在使用大数据，到底在 AI 的部分，在生成的部分，大数据要如何使用呢？事实上就衍生过争议。在台湾最典型就是有8位人权团体、都保联盟跟女人连线他说，那个卫福部的价值资料库为什么可以让医界来做使用？那如果你真的要让医界使用，我要退出，所以他们就提起了诉愿，后来又产生了行政诉讼。终于到了最高法院106年判字第54号判决之后呢，他出来之后呢，他就奠定大数据在处理这个部分是合法性，所以他有几个重点，就是说，如果各位要使用大数据，不管是在医学教育或者是在医疗用，它基本上有几个重点。第一个呢，它有没有法定授权的范围？法定授权以外，还要有公共利益，基本上是第一个重点。第二个呢，所有的大数据出来之后，要给我们医界在使用的时候呢，不管是教育或者是医疗使用，它基本上要无从识别当事人，所以这是非常重要的。第三个呢，到底允不允许事后退出权的一个行使呢？在当时106年最高行政法院的判决很明白告诉大家一件事情，原则上是不允许事后退出权。他说呢，如果你可以让民众退出呢，这个样本品质就不准，样本品质不准呢，你做出来的这个能不能预测到一般人的疾病，这个是有争议的。所以当时呢，在最高行政法院他就做了这3点揭示。这3点揭示呢，漏掉一个最重要的，因为这个是当然尔的道理，就是它需要有一个资讯安全维护机制。所以呢，这4点呢，基本上是目前全国各医学院校在审查 IRB 大数据最基本主要的一个精神，就是说，第一个，它有没有符合公共利益；第二个呢，它有没有无从识别当事人，出来的资料点是要去识别化；第三个呢，它要有资讯安全维护机制。所以有时候大家在遇到 IRB 审查的时候，奇怪，委员为什么会刁难？你这个资料库放这边，它的资讯安全维护机制到底在哪里？第四个呢，它暂时没有退出权。那这些呢，虽然看起来是很简单可是它事实上呢，我们相关法律也有规定，其实各支法都规定的非常详细，只是说透过判决来做确定。那经过了这一层之后呢，最高行政法院确定大数据的使用之后呢，还是有人不满意。他说，你基本上那个去使用人民的资料是违宪的，所以呢，当时就提起了释宪案。当时如果大家有记得在111年的时候医学界超级的紧张。为什么？生怕这个大数据被宪法法庭判决违宪。他在什么时候判决出来呢？大家可以看一下，111年8月12号，他做成宪法法庭第13号判决。这个判决第一句话开宗明义这个不是新闻稿，这个是那个司法院的那个他这个刊物，所以他这个是非常准的。他就跟你讲健保各支经去识别化供研究是合宪的，不管在医疗，不管在教育。可是呢，它有3个地方是违宪的。哪3个地方？第一个呢，健保的资料库就是卫福部价值资料库，左手右手都是卫福部。他说，这个行政跟管理都是你，监督都是你，这个不行，你要有一个监督机制。马上就上来了。第二个呢？他说呢，个人资料呢涉及到人民重大的权利，你不能用行政命令，应该要用法律来做规定，用法律保留原则。第三个呢，影响医学教育跟临床比较大的是，它允许人民有退出权，而且很明白告诉你，3年要做修正。可是时间已经到了，114年8月12日已经过了，所以呢，理论上现在呢，因为这详细我们就不介绍不过基本上。他现在呢，卫福部是有一个相关的一个行政的 规则先去实施，因为法案还在立法院。不过呢，基本上他可以很明白知道，从今年开始，它整个大数据的审查在卫福部非常的严，而且它的费用也马上冲到非常高，所以这个是已经实质的影响，大概是这样。好，所以这边呢就很明白跟大家提到，大数据上的使用未来就是走这条路。你要有监督机制，你要有法律明文规定，你要有去识别化，然后你要有资讯安全维护机制，允许人民有退出权，这个是大概整个大数据的使用的重点。那可是这样呢，还是没有办法形成 AI 啊。第二个重点呢，它就是要审查这个黑盒子，它的深度学习要怎么审查呢？你就要审查它的 SOP， 越透明越容易过关。那这个呢，分别你在医疗上，分别在研究上都非常重要。比如说，如果看到一个要做一个 AI 听诊器，你就要看它到底是有收集哪些病人的心脏音。第二个呢，它是哪些专家去看，这个专家有没有被 qualify， 他的资料如何进去，如何出来，他就会审这个。你写的越详细当然计划越容易过，风险也会比较降低。那同样的道理，如果现在一个人想要以 ChatGPT-5进行医学教育研究的时候，那这个你如果没有办法把这个黑盒子写得很清楚的话，你再怎么写它就不容易过关。所以呢，在这一年他医教的计划其实非常多都是做 AI 的，那它的过的比例大概3%8%到4%上下。在这个比例里面，它有的那个在这个深度学习部分写得很好的部分，他就看那个很严谨就容易过。如果你大概只是一个嫁接在某个上面，你没有办法把这个黑盒子部分写得很完整，它就不容易过关。这个大概是这样的一个情况。好，所以这我们就很简单，基本上 AI 就是大数据加深度学习。那样的 AI 生成之后呢，马上在医疗就会产生一个问题，它是医用软体。比如说3种最有名的是用 AI 心电图去预测病人有没有心衰竭、心肌梗塞呀。那你要应用到病人身上，它是一个医用软体。可是呢，你如果是用到大多数病人身上，有没有可能就变成医疗器材软体？当变成医疗器材软体的时候呢，这个时候它就会很严谨。如果你个人使用像什么 Apple 上的 APP， 这个可能还好。可是你用到个人用到医院呢，所有病人使用的时候，它就可能会转成医疗器材软体。这个医疗器材软体呢，法条规定的非常详细，它也会参考这么多准则，特别是目前通过的医疗器材管理法。所以呢，这样的时候呢，你 AI 产生之后呢，它是大数据加深度学习产生之后，就要产生验证。验证会做什么事情呢？这个基本上未来会不会叫临床试验？目前还是叫临床试验，未来会不会叫临床试验不确定。可是基本上你要应用到可以量产使用的话，基本上2项是跑不掉。IRB 要通过，所以要开启第2层的研究计划，加卫福部核准，这2层是跑不掉。第二个呢，一定要签受试者同意书。所以呢，我们就知道 AI 产生之后呢，你要到真正能够运用到病人身上的时候，它会经过这2层 IRB 通过加卫福部核准，以及受试者要签署受试者同意书。这样做出来之后呢，最后的形成 AI 大概目前依照医疗器材就可以分成2个等级，要么第2级，要么第1级。可是呢 ，AI 到目前大多数都是第2级。比如说最长的影像处理软体，这个大概是第2级。然后呢，如果呢，它只是辅助医事人员做出临床决策，当然是第2级。如果宣称可以取代医事人员决策，是第3级，风险最大。可是呢，目前医疗实务上还没有第3级的医材出现 ，AI 的医材目前是这样。所以呢，我们这边就很简单跟大家讲AI 如何从产出到临床的应用，它会经过大概AI 的产出加验证2个阶段，这边你从前面听到现在就可以发现，它中间都会有些灰色地带。这个灰色地带就是我们现在要讲的，它 AI 可能产生怎么样的一个道德伦理方面的一个挑战。我们来看一下。好，所以呢，我们接下来就会速度就会放慢一点，因为前面呢基本上是跟 IRB 比较有关系。接下来我们就要看一下AI 跟生成式 AI 在临床医学教育会遇到的挑战，这个共同挑战是一样，所以我们放在这边。好，第一个你如何确保？我想早上大家都在谈一样问题，如何确保资讯不被滥用？ 使用者知道自己同意的内容，这个我觉得很困难。第二个呢，使用后是否能有保有资讯自主权，如何的退出，这个其实都是相关，目前都还没有一个很完整的一个部分。那我想资讯隐私跟滥用，大家已经熟到不能再熟了。那我就举一个真实的例子哈。那现在的话，在整个商业用的一个 AI， 它其实对人是非常无奈哈，因为你不同意你就不能用嘛，你同意之后，它就自然会把你的资料去做运用，所以它这个大概在商业用是这样。好，商业用是这样，你看这个，我记得哈，台北有一次哈很有名的 KTV 发生大火，我就发现哈我们家的灭火器早就过期非常久了，所以我就想说要上网去买一个灭火器。那呢要去买一个灭火器的时候呢，就终于买完了。可是买完之后哈，从此1周内，我只要点入任何的网站哈，他就问我要不要买灭火器。那你要知道，他就知道你就是有浏览过这个网站，所以你要知道，他就把你的资料就去运用了。那这商业用你就真的没有办法，因为你不同意，他就没有办法去使用。所以大概是这样。可是大家就有没有想过一个问题？商业用个人资料是非常非常的简单，可是学术用审查非常严。这个其实有一点轻重失衡的问题。这个其实我们跟那个行政主管机关反映很多次可是这个真的没有办法，因为世界各国大概在学术用都管制比较严，商业用它大概也就奈何不了你，大概是这样这个的无奈那第二个大家就想到一个问题啊，那我们使用的生成式 AI 它会不会把你的资料变成它的资料库呢？这我们就非常担心。比如说我们好不容易把研究计划写出来了，大家知道以前我们在研究计划写出来，你要写一个中文摘要可能要花1天，你要再写一个英文摘要也要花半天。那现在想说已经花了2-3个月把计划写出来啊，请那个 AI 帮我们生成一下那个英文摘要，结果一生成，你这个资料会不会变它的资料库呢？那其他人比如说去读取就可以读到这个东西呢？这个我们还是就来看一下。你看 AI 里面他就跟你讲ChatGPT 它很明白告诉你，你所输入的内容不会被拿去重新训练。那这个每个讲法都不一样有的说自费的不会，免费的会。那有人说你在 ChatGPT 上跟他讲我的资料不要变成你的资料库就不会，所以呢每个老师的讲法都不一样。可是呢 ChatGPT 是这样跟你讲你在这边输入的内容不会被拿去重新训练，除非你有做设定。就算他你设定同意也是匿名化处理，看起来是很放心那可是我还是不放心怎么办？我就问他直接问他，你会不会把我的资料变成你的资料库之一呢？他就很明白告诉你，他就很明白写，不会的，你提供给我的资料不会被我拿去做训练模型。那这个虽然是他讲，我们还是不放心，因为他中间的那个黑盒子你没有办法掌握。那样就是说，我就想说，我之前问到一个非常有名的资工系教授跟我讲，你如果用就要上面写，那你要写我的资料不要被纳入资料库使用。我就问需不需要我每次都跟你讲我的资料不要被列入资料库？他也说其实不用特别强调，它本身就没有那个列在里面好，那这个时候就说虽然它有这么多保证呢，但是你敢不敢使用就是另外一回事啊。这时候我们就很简单跟大家讲，第一个当然是资讯安全的问题第二个数位不平等是真的是在医学界是需要注意虽然可能对医学界大部分都没有体会，可是呢，如果说同样一批学生进到学校，如果不是每个都可以享有免费的 AI 的时候它这个数位不平等就会非常差距非常大。这个对我们做医学教育是要非常的注意你看，因为事实上你有使用 AI 跟没有使用 AI， 它其实省的时间精力是差非常多所以事实上 AI 并非所有人可以享有。那样这个部分呢，其实对我们医学教育的重要性就相对是比较大所以呢，部分的高龄者、低教育程度语言障碍，这个也是未来是需要去考量的地方。不过这个呢是比较大政策的部分，这是我们很简单跟大家做说明。第三个呢，不透明性跟偏见屡屡发生，我们就讲2个第一个讲种族因为AI 的模型一拿过去历史的资料去做训练，他拿历史资料做训练的时候呢，美国多数医院使用医疗决策软体去判断你到底需要花多少钱在这个族群。可是呢，他在拿这个旧的资料的时候，就会发生一个问题。什么问题呢？因为黑人因为经济因素，他可能疾病很严重，他不太用这个资源。那白人就用的比较多。他在做这个 AI 决策分析的时候，就发现原来黑人有这些疾病花的钱比较少。白人花比较多，结果第2年他就给黑人更少的钱，所以他就造成这个 弱势族群更雪上加霜。这就是我们讲的 AI 的偏见哈，这个就是种族哈，大概有这样的一个情况。那这个参考资料我都列在下面哈。那其实最典型哈，这个讲大家可能没有感觉哈，最典型就这个亚马逊，多少人想要进入那间公司？太多人想要进入那间公司，可是呢，他那个 AI， 因为他每年都上千人竞争，他可能只竞争几个职务。如果你为了1、2个职务哈，上千人竞争，你对那个求职者对那个公司的压力是大到不能再大，所以他就先用 AI 筛选。AI 筛选之后就发现一个很大的问题：为什么都收不进女性同仁？为什么都收不进女生呢？后来就发现哈，原来 AI 学坏了。他就是说哈，就发现哈，这间公司哈，它只要是女性求职者都不太容易上，所以只要女性求职者就去帮你扣分，所以你就很难进到第2层的决选。后来他们发现这个问题之后呢，就去修正 AI， 可是修正 AI 之后还是没有办法。结果呢，后来就听说后来是废掉这个 AI， 可是后来有没有在新的我们就不知道。所以你就知道它不透明性跟偏见哈，它的产生大概就有这样的一个情况。这个是实务上在新闻上一个非常有名的一个案件哈。所以呢 ，AI 它本身不管在种族、性别，这个都是我们未来需要注意的地方哈。更重要的是这个 AI 的不透明性哈，最后谁使用谁负最后责任。这个哈这边看大家觉得很合理，对不对？可是呢，在医疗上合不合理，就是一个很question mark，因为呢，所有厂商都把钱赚走了，最后所有的责任沉降到你身上，这个是其实我们未来需要注意的地方。比如说，它这个哈，我们大家知道哈，这个是国外的一个特斯拉哈，在左边这张图哈，这台哈白色的卡车哈倒下来之后呢 ，AI 就不知道它是车子。他不知道车子就把它撞上去了，因为他如果是发现前面是车子呢，他就不会撞它嘛。这个我想 AI 训练就是这样，他就不知道撞上去。那如果你前面摆一个三角锥，它可能结果也会不一样。可是他当时训练到就没有训练到这，就把它撞上去了。所以呢，它这个还是会有相关的一个不透明性。所以你的资料输出什么，就会导致你最后结果会不一样。那样呢，这个呢，国外也是一样。你看特斯拉辅助驾驶呢，然后呢，结果造成的车祸、交通事件呢，通常是使用者当责。所以呢，我们从以前讲到现在都讲使用者当责，这个我想大家都觉得是这样。可是这个在医学教育上，在医疗实务上，这样的话是不是合理？这个也是值得大家省思的一个很大的问题哈。好，所以我们大概前面呢就很简单跟大家做了一下说明。这个说明呢是说明了什么内容呢？就是说，它的面对的挑战，它的资讯的不透明，它的数位的不平等，它的不透明性衍生的种族性别的不平等，以及使用者当责的一个问题之后呢，接下来我们就来看，万一用在医疗上会有怎么样的一个情况？当 AI 进入临床的时候，它会产生怎么样的情况？进入临床你在 AI， 大家就想你进到病人使用最容易最大就是出医疗争议。好，所以我们来看一下。所以呢 ，AI 使用跟医疗争议事件呢，大致上就有3种类型那这个我有发表在相关的文章了第一个是医师跟 AI 的诊断是相同或相异的，这是第一种情况。这种我觉得不是太多。第二个呢是医师跟 AI 诊断的获蓝率选择不一样 ，AI 可能会提供你几个选择，A 的机会60%，B 的机会30%，C 的机会10%。假设你横看竖看，以你的经验，以你过去行医30年经验，你就选择了 B， 万一病人结果不好，你的责任会在哪里？这个是未来 AI 兴起后需要面对的挑战。第3个呢 ，AI 是一个非常耗钱耗能的一个地方。那有的医院 AI 很多，有的医院没有，是不是 AI 使用的必要性未来一定会引起争议？所以这3个在医疗实务上是很常见的一个问题来，我们来看一下，我们就举2个案例第一个是获蓝率，第2个是必要性。医师使用 AI 辅助血液肿瘤诊断 ，AI 就帮你列出3个可能性，第1顺位的几率是60%，可是呢，医师选择的第2顺位的30%，那样呢，千金难买早知道，病人最后预后不好，提告医师，医师有没有责任？这个一定是在将来一定会发生的事。第2个呢，案例是病人预后不好，病人主张这个医师没有用 AI 做诊断。你如果用 AI 诊断，可能对我父亲对我的结果就会不一样。它这个部分呢，到底 AI 是不是医院必要的医材？第2个呢，如果这个医院没有 AI， 责任的判断是不是不一样？好，要回答这个问题有一篇非常有趣的研究，一定要知道。这篇，这个是2021年发表的一篇文章它是仿照美国陪审团去看他的看法。大家知道美国在事实上的认定都是由陪审团来做认定，它是网络线上问卷，用了美国成年人2026人2000人非常大的研究他把它这个治疗分成2大类。第一大类是 AI 建议标准治疗，就是我们医疗的常规；第二种建议非标准治疗。然后呢，医师可能采纳这个标准治疗，也可能拒绝这个标准治疗。然后呢，最后呢，这个部分这4个情境呢，最后都假设病人都受到伤害，就代表病人都受伤了，然后请2060人去评估他这个医师决策的合理性。可以很明白看到最左边这个栏位。如果你遵从 AI 的决定可是病人的效果是不好的，这个大多数的类似陪审团的病人都类似陪审团就是美国成年人是认为这个合理性是非常非常高的。可是问题是如果你拒绝 AI 的建议，你拒绝它，然后呢，你看它的合理性马上降到4分。这一句话就是说，美国大多数人就是认为，AI 已经这样建议，你要违反它，你可能就要自己去担这个责任。那样这个当然就使用者当责是没有问题，可是问题这个就是变医师是最后的一个责任。所以你要知道，这个他们的整个研究大概是这样。可是呢，如果 AI 它今天建议的是非标准治疗，不是我们医疗常规治疗，你遵从它相对是比较没有风险。可是你没有遵从它呢，风险还是大一点点。所以你要知道AI 兴起之后这个未来在医疗实务需要放心，未来的地方就是在这个地方，未来需要注意就是这样，是否遵照标准照护家，以及是否追随 AI 的建议，会影响你的责任性的评价。所以这个是一个非常有名的一个研究这个是我们很简单跟大家做说明。好，所以呢，这个就很明白看到一个事情在 AI 年代下医疗的责任你看有发展商，有医院，有制造商。就是有代理的厂商，结果呢，最后呢，全部都沉降。我非常喜欢这个词liability sink， 就是它最后都沉降到医师身上。这个是我们在未来医学界是比较需要注意的一个事情这个是非常重要的一个部分。好，那既然是这样的话呢，我们就来看，那样既然在现阶段它是沉降到医师的身上那样你有什么方法可以让你在这个医疗争议事件呢，能够比较有大的机会可以翻盘？你一定要记得2件事情。你前面 AI 的原理你一定要了解，如果你不了解 AI 的原理你就没有办法去争议这件事情，因为你 AI 有哪个过程有问题，你一定都要知道，你才有办法去跟他争这件事情。第二个你永远要知道你是专业，你有临床专业裁量权。这个专业裁量权呢，特别是在107年1月24号以后，台湾是法律明文规定，医师有合理的临床专业裁量权。好，所以这就很明白是这样所以如果以这个案件来看的时候呢 ，AI 你跟 AI 的获蓝率选择是不一样 ，AI 建议你 A， 结果你选择 B， 结果最后变状况不好。这个时候呢，你要知道，任何疾病的判断都是医师的临床专业裁量权。所以呢，如果你这个 AI 产生之后它本质会限缩医师的医疗专业裁量权，这个是没有错，因为从前面的那个大家的国外的 paper 看起来就是这样。可是呢，发生医疗争议之后，你就要医师的裁量权有没有具有合理性，就是判断的依据。你当时为什么裁量？因为在法律上的责任判断，它从来都是不是事后判断，都是以当时当下最好的处置。所以你的当时裁量的依据到底在哪里？所以呢，医师临床专业裁量权到底合不合理，要怎么判断呢？如果这个 AI 的机器是来自于国外，你就很明白可以跟他讲，这是国外的常模，不是台湾的常模。那如果这个 AI 机器是来自于台湾啊，这个是台湾的常模，不是我们三军总医院的常模。这因为它的大数据不同，结果就会不一样。所以这个大概就很好。那国内资料它的大数据也是全国大数据的一部分，因为呢，未来的健保资料库、卫福部家庭资料库是允许病人退出的。他退出之后呢，你到底是谁退出不知道。如果像糖尿病的退出，可能影响不大。因为200万人有，可是呢，如果是罕见疾病退出，他退出3个、退出5个，他可能结果就不一样，所以这个就会实质上的影响那不同医院有不同的常模类型 所以呢，同一个医院，即使你的 AI 哈，比如说3军总医院的 AI， 它的那个大数据仍然只是一小部分，而且呢，这过去的资料以及疾病会随着历史的演进会转变，所以呢，你要透过你这一些哈。你对 AI 的了解哈，你去发挥你的合理临床专业裁量权，然后你才有办法让这个医疗纠纷全身而退。所以大概是这个，我们很简单是讲这样的一个情况。好，那到底 AI 是不是医院的必要设备哈？以目前台湾的现况，未来会不会变是不知道。AI 是不是所有医院的医疗设备需要哈？它是属于医疗机构层级跟医疗品质的一部分，到这一刻为止都是这样。可是呢？当病人选择医疗机构时，其实就目前国内现行，它已经概括承受这个医院是不是有 AI 的一个情况。这个大概我想，因为医院都有等级，都有医院评鉴，这点是没有问题。可是有2件事情是需要注意的：你有没有需要告知医院有没有这个 AI 的义务？比如说大多数医院都有 AI 心电图，我们医院没有。这个时候，我们医院没有，你有没有必要去告知病人？目前实务上是没有。可是呢？法院的判决下面有列了2个最高法院的判决他说医院的设备及医师的专业能力事项是在告知后同意的一部分，少数说是有，可是呢，目前通说是没有，这个你是未来重要第二个呢，如果你这间医院没有 AI 的时候，你有一点是需要注意的，你有没有建议转诊的义务？当人员设备专长不足的时候。就是属于医疗法上的建议转诊义务，所以这2个你只要谨记这个，大概我觉得也可以全身而退。好，所以呢，我们透过在医疗实务上可能 AI 会产生的问题之后呢，所以我们最后就要做出结论。所以呢，目前实务上看到的都是 liability sink， 就是责任一直往下沉，就像水往下流，最后都沉降到临床医师身上。所以呢，未来应该建立责任举证，依责任角色来做分成，这个才是比较重要。就是说，发展商有他的责任，医院有他的责任 ，AI 的制造商跟那个都有他的责任。但目前所有实务上都是 liability sink， 所以应该是发展是 responsibility matrix， 大概是这样的一个情况。那呢，可是呢 ，AI 在这2年横空出世之后呢，马上就遇到一个很真实的问题。通说认为 AI 是辅助性医疗，它只能辅助，所以使用者当责。我想大家都知道，医师是最终责任。那可是你也知道，你的诊断跟 AI 相同，风险比较低。可是当你诊断跟 AI 不同的时候，责任就大。这个都是大家已经知道的一个 common sense， 这一点大家都没有问题。所以呢 ，AI 兴起后，它可能的影响在这个部分，医师的专业裁量权是不是会限缩？因为你就不太敢跟 AI 做出不一样的决策。当你跟 AI 决策不一样的时候，你责任要自己担，而且你从那个美国陪审团2060人的资料就可以很明白看出，当你有勇气跟 AI 不一样的时候，最后责任不好，大多数人认为这是不合理的。反而你跟 AI 的选择是一样的时候，责任大家都觉得是合理的。你已经是误诊，大多数民众是觉得合理，所以你就知道 AI 兴起之后会不会导致医师的临床专业裁量权限缩，这是第一个要考虑的点。第二个要考虑的点因为用 AI 太方便，而且你跟 AI 相同比较没有事，跟 AI 不同事情比较大，会不会导致医师的临床推理变退化？这个其实在做医学教育里面是最需要注意的事情，因为这个你如何善用这个 AI 就变成未来一个方兴未艾的一个重点的一个地方所以这我们就很简单跟大家做说明好，最后一个部分呢，我们就是从 AI 的风起到生成到挑战到最后用到临床之后呢，最后我们还是探讨一下在教学研究的伦理的前线前线是一个初探就是没有定论，可是大致上目前有很多学者这样提出。那这个部分呢，正好衔接早上的 K 律大神就是说在大师就是说他这把那个我们最重要的理论架构讲，我这边就把它具体的做一个说明好，就是说。生成式 AI 在教学伦理上的研究我们要看几个面向。第一个AI 时代下的教育方针到底有什么重点？第二个它如何应用在教学？学生的基本态度在哪里？教师的基本态度在哪里？第三个呢，生成式 AI 应用在研究，2个很重要的，如何去做审稿，可不可以成为作者？这些很多都不是定论，特别是 AI 能不能成为作者在这一刻都还不行我想大家也都知道。可是未来会不会可以？这个很难说。如果将来有一个杂志就是以 AI 为主的杂志，它的那个品质就不会比一般人、自然人写的差 这个时候它就整个会造成社会的翻盘，这个都是你未来都要想象的事情，大概是这样。好，我们来看一下哈 AI 时代下的教育方针。第一个，所有人都认为，早上也有提到哈，政策非常重要，因为哈，2022年11月生成式 AI 兴起之后，大家都一直在用，我们越用越心慌。大家知道哈。坦白说，我是非常不喜欢科技，因为主要是我不会用啊，所以我非常不喜欢科技。可是呢，在这个 AI 生成年代哈，你如果没有了解这个保证，会被在时代洪流被冲走。所以呢，你知道我虽然不喜欢，所以我拼命去了解 AI， 虽然是跟不上进度，可是至少知道它的伦理的界限到底在哪里哈。好，第一个你一定要有相关的政策哦，这个目前缺乏。第二个哈，即使没有的时候，你基本上守护学生跟病人的福祉是最重要的。这个大概是这样，所以呢 ，AI 的使用要以病人的安全、隐私跟健康为优先，这个是永远是要坚持的。第三个哈，你使用 AI， 它一定要有一个 monitor 监管制度哈。第四个哈，为什么会讲这个主题呢？其实我从来没有准备 AI 的伦理法律哈，可是后来在用哦，我就想说那样，万一学生问我哪条界限在哪里，我自己用会不会踏入这条红线，我们自己都不知道。所以我后来大概花了半年到1年时间，都在专门在研究 AI 的伦理跟法律哈。其实，在所有的 paper 也告诉你这件事哈，你要预做准备，提前因应 AI 所带来的法律跟伦理框架的变化。所以它其实，在 AI 时代的教育方针，它基本上就写得非常具体哈。那我们来看如何具体的应用在教学上。医学生到底需要怎么样的态度跟专业素养啊？有4项哈是尽量是不能做。哪4项呢？因为哈，你如果学生或研究者直接用生成式 AI 撰写作业哈，这个时候报告就有可能有抄袭学术诚信的问题，这个是非常基本的哈。另外，它有可能违反自主诚信跟正义，所以呢，一般认为哈，不可以请 GAI 代写作业，就生成式 AI， 也不能将生成式 AI 的内容视为原创。第三个呢，因为刚刚有讲哈 ，AI 到底怎么去运作它的大数据，没有人知道，所以呢，不得将机密的研究资料输入，以及不得输入个人资料会有个资外泄的问题。所以这个大概是目前实务上认为是应该禁止的问题。那有哪些地方是可以用呢？小心使用这个地方，它可以给文本改善的建议，这点是没有问题。拼字跟文法错误是非常的重要。解释概念，其实这个我们有时候在审计划跟论文非常重要，因为它有时候写一个架构，那个架构我们连看都看不懂，它 AI 可以帮你去分析，你就方便你后面的审查，这个就对你是很有帮助。所以解释概念这个是很重要。另外呢，你有时候想要写一个研究计划，写不出想法的时候，或学生他要教老师作业，他可以激发创作或想法。当然，在老师要求下，有时候老师就是要比较使用 AI 跟没有使用 AI 的作业的差别，这个当然是可以。然后呢，另外是一个要诚实的揭露，这个是学生使用 AI 的伦理哈。那不建议请生成式 AI 提供学术参考文献。3.5 出来的时候是非常不准到5.0是已经准确很多，可是它还是会乱斗，可是它还是已经准确很多，可是所以这个是不建议。另外要注意有没有侵犯著作财产权，大概是这样的一个部分，这是学生。那老师的专业角色呢？是 OK 好，那我们要快一点。好，第一个还是老师的义务啦，不能用真人，一定要真人评阅，不能请 AI 去打分数啊哈。然后那个我们自大有时候是审计划审完就会看 AI 跟我的想法一不一样，这是可以，可是你不能直接先请 AI 先帮你打分数，这样另外呢，让写作要更针对性设计更具体的题目，这个我觉得真正题目设计好是有办法。我记得我这次在那个5年级的临床医师法医技能反思设计一个题目AI 的答案是比我的标准答案是低，所以60%学生全部都答错，所以你要设计4个选项都是对的答案。然后让他选出最好的答案，那个非常非常不好设计，因为设计这么多题目，只有办法设计1-2个，大概是这种题目这样。好，所以这个大概是很简单讲一下教师使用生成式 AI 的伦理好，所以呢，在学生跟教师使用注意什么事医学教育的未来 AI 不是 AI 取代人类，是人机协作。早上大家讲到现在都是这样。第二个教育者的责任是确保学生不只会学会用 AI， 而是要批判性以及与 AI 的协作。批判性你要知道它的限制跟瓶颈，这个是最重要的一个地方，这个是教学那研究呢？研究3大重点：作者的资格。目前 AI 不能列明作者，到这一刻还是常规。这一刻因为这个随时会变。然后呢，必须是揭露 AI 使用方式 审稿者呢，他做部分的技术辅助是可以的，可是呢，审稿人要负最终判，所以你一定要最后要 check 这个是基本上是没有问题哈。好，那我们来看一下，基本上呢，文章的结构是这样，比如说你这个由 OpenGPT 产生的话，你大概是原则上是这样写，下面有给他附录的版本，有些杂志投稿会这样跟你要求，这是第一个部分。第二个部分呢，如何用在学术伦理方面的审查？原则上你去审别人文章的时候，都是尚未公开、没有发表，所以原则上是不能直接丢到 AI 去生成，会有资讯外泄的疑虑。原则上是这样。然后呢，而且呢，他审查的时候也明白告诉你，像我接到杂志上，他说不能丢在 AI， 因为你就违反他的保密义务，所以这个大概是在伦理上是有违反。可是你可以理解他技术内容、他的方法以及背景文献搜寻，大概是没有问题。最后不管怎么样，你要负最终的判断跟责任。你可以请 AI 帮你把字写得很好，比如说我们审查完之后呢，请他帮我改成比较好的句子，因为我们的英文不好，他改完之后你还要最后看一下。所以基本上最后呢是不能让 AI 取代专业审查意见，大概是有这样的一个情况。好，所以呢小节部分只有几个重点，不可以输入保密的内容。第二个呢 ，AI 仅做技术辅助。审查意见要具有原创性跟专业责任，所以基本上呢 ，AI 应用在学术上大概是这样的一个情况。好，终于把这部分讲完了最后还是要留几分之后，我们来看一下如何打造 AI 时代的专业韧性基本上在2018年 ，Amy 最有名就是这个，就是那个未来科学家现在这个超级有名这个学者已经国际超级知名，他要讲了一句话：AI 不会取代医师，我也相信这件事情。可是呢，不知道和不懂得利用 AI 的医师绝对会被懂得 AI 和利用 AI 的医师所取代。所以呢，即使你不喜欢用，你还是要知道它的原理，这个是非常重要。所以这个是在2018年，在 Amy 就提出这个，到这一刻还是非常新可是呢，时至今日ChatGPT 产生之后AI 时代医师的3大角色都转变了。第一个他本来是知识提供者，现在变决策整合者，你要综合所有的资讯。第二个他本来是技术的执行者，他医疗专业技术很强，可是这一刻他是变伦理的守门人，因为你要知道他的伦理争议在哪里。最后呢，他本来是个别专科，变成一个跨域。刚刚其实早上很多老师也讲到一样的问题，他可能需要整合医学、工程、法律、伦理，所以还有3大角色都变了所以呢，在 DeepMind 审2019出的书，他就说AI 不会取代医师，可是他可能会彻底的改变他们的工作，这个是重点所以呢，如果用中文来翻就这样 ，AI 不会取代医师，可是会重新定义医师的角色，从操作跟输入转向判断、整合跟人文关怀。所以这个年代人文关怀是非常重要，就是说你至少懂 AI， 你要知道它的界限在哪里，避免踏出这条红线这是今天的一个最后的结论。好，谢谢大家。
好，非常感谢这么inspirative 的一个演讲那不知道的现场或是线上的audience 有没有提出问题？爱情。
谢谢志佳教授非常精辟的演讲。我想请教的是，我们现在的国科会对于用Gen AI 去生成计划这一方面，有没有任何的一些规范？就说如果计划主持人他是用 Gen AI 去帮忙写计划，他可能丢几个关键字，然后就说你帮我生成一个研究计划。我想应该 Gen AI 是做得到的。那这一方面有没有什么样的伦理规范？
就是所有参与审查的老师都觉得非常非常重要了那之前也有几位老师在讨论说，是不是国科会或者是医教学门要定一个使用 AI 的准则？不过到目前因为都还在发展，所以还没有共识，也都没有开这个会。不过呢，如果是真的有发现是 AI 审的，那个大多数的老师给的分数都会确实是比较低，这点是没有错。可是它整个大政策上是没有，好像整个国科会所有学门目前我记得好像也是没有，至少在医教学门这一个学门目前是没有这样。对，就是以上很简单的回答，只是他个别发现他会去帮你做分数上的处理，可是他大概在会议中也会提报说这个可能是大家看一看觉得是，他可能当然分数就比较低，可是他目前一个大的那个我记得还没有看到针对 AI 生成或什么的那个的一个决议，这个目前还没有。对。 印象中啦，老师可能比我专门。
不，还没有。
谢谢王主任非常精彩的演讲哦。那我们自己有碰到一个，就是说，其实我们就感觉我们的计划哈被 AI 审到了哈。那这个时候哈，我们有办法提出申诉吗？还是怎么样？您的建议是怎么样？就是因为也许哈，就是说有些老师很认真的情况下 ，AI 审了，可是看起来不像 AI 审的。可是有些不是很认真的老师哦 ，AI 审完之后。他把它丢出来之后，你看起来就觉得它是 AI 审的。那这个时候我们有什么透过什么管道，比如说像国科会的计划什么，我们有可以去申诉或者怎么样的吗？谢谢。
理论上它是有申复的制度了哈。然后我觉得申复通常也是以不过为原则。可是如果是非常没有，就是这个是从历史的经验呐，或者因为那个我们主任也在这边，就是说他。历史间，不过如果是非常具体明确怀疑哈，我觉得是有可能会过。比如说，因为它 AI 审，它其实我想大家有用过都知道，它就非常抽象嘛，然后都是一些没有用的华丽辞藻，然后它也不会有错别字，所以这个如果你可以举例某一段，它可能就会再找其他的委员再审，可能是这样的。这个的确，因为它真的是这2年的那个。横空出世之后，几乎所有的目前临床都措手不及，包括研究上。所以目前大概申复之后，他理论上应该是会找其他委员再看是不是真的有这样的情况，是有可能会被推翻。可是目前好像还没有看过这样的情况，还没有看过有人提这个申复案进来。对，理论上应该是可以。对，谢谢。
好，谢谢。好，我自己想问一个问题啊，那个就是。有教 AI 的我们在临床上，在临床 case 的讨论的时候呢，有时候会请学生就是用 AI 来查再下来要读什么样的论文，读什么样的文献，或者还要对这个 case 做什么样的讨论。那我们发觉是有学生告诉我是说，因为我们现在要下 prompt 下得不好的时候，其实你会得到。没有什么含金量的答案，所以他告诉我说几次这样试验下来，我们观察到这个学生突然间他本来不晓得是查什么论文，他开始会查了，然后他本来不会问问题的，现在开始会问问题了，因为问错了他就没有东西。所以我想问的是，因为刚刚你提到说 AI 的使用会让学生减少思考逻辑能力，我想我不晓得是。因为每个人的思考的模式都不同，我不晓得有没有对于某些倾向或者是某些状况的学生或者是我们用什么样的方式可以去评估他下 prompt 的本身的这个 critical thinking 思考的逻辑的合理性。如果有可以在他根据他下 prompt 的这个过程，就可以协助他跟他讲说你要不要这样问会比较好然后他自己在这里面可以得到指导。就是等于是手把手教他思考。我们现在最难做的事情就是手把手教他思考。在学校里面，我们可以手把手教他操作。可是 every single step 就让他跟着你的方式做思考，而且马上把思考结果呈现出来给他看。这个生成式 AI 反而可以给学生这样的机会啊。所以我不晓得有没有人想要做这样的 study， 或许因为我们确实观察到，本来不会问问题的学生，不知道要读什么学生，经过一个学习，经过半年的使用之后，他。当然我也不知道是不是他因为开窍了，我没有 cohort study 了，不晓得您觉得？
谢谢院长提问。所以这个部分，它这个其实 AI 一定有它的功能在哦。即使生成式 AI， 像比如说不太会沟通的人，他其实透过 AI 这样的反复训练，他至少都有基本的型。那如果问问题也更是一样。那这个它大概基本上，我觉得 AI 它还是有它的功能在，就是端是在怎么使用的。那个详细我可能也没太大经验。不过我个人在那个 prompt 还没学会之前因为它本来是那个自然语言模型，现在变成 LM 大语言模型它那个比较大的特点就不用下 prompt， 你的 prompt 下的不好，你只要反复一直问几次，你从 A 问到 B 之后，你就可以知道里面关键词再往下，它就可以把你所要的东西就全部招起来。因为我本来正要准备要去学 prompt。后来还没有学的时候，后来发现大语言模型我几次用，你只要有时间一直玩，你大概第一个问问题也比较厉害，第二个它也可以找到你很多很精准想要这样，你从这一点再去找下一点，再找下一点。我个人觉得这个是有这样的功能，是我自己的使用经验。可是因为我目前也的确我没有注意到这方面的文章发表，因为可能国外文章看的没有这么多，国内目前是还没有看到这样。谢谢。
好，谢谢。那因为时间因素了哈，所以我被提醒说我们应该要结束这个 section， 下面还有2个非常精彩的 section 来让今天的这个 symposium 一起协助大家思考。好，那么我们是不是最后用热烈掌声来谢谢今天 speaker？ 我交给下一个。
同样，我们恭请我们座长为讲者颁发感谢状。接续我们下一个 session 会由我们的李玉凤医师为各位带来精彩的演讲，那将由系主任林景生教授来介绍我们的讲者。
好，各位现场跟线上的先进师长们，大家好哈。那接下来我来介绍我们下一个演讲者是我们的李玉凤李医师哈。那李医师的话是在去年哈。他是那去年那2年的 PGY 毕业哈，那现在是在装甲兵指挥部哈来做那个医官哈。那其实李医师。那其实李医师在过去学生时代的时候就非常的优秀，他除了就是有很优异的成绩他这个毕业是这个 best intern 那当 PGY 的时候也是 best PGY 那最主要是我觉得李医师的话，他在这个行医的过程跟学习的过程中非常具这个 humanity 那国防医学院我们确实是一定要有一点特色我们必须要深耕因为这个教育如果说我们没有从我们很年轻的 young generation 就去深耕等到他真正已经变成了 expert 那也许他不一定可以去了解这个教育的重要性那所以我们今天要特别也请李医师来跟我们分享那李医师要跟我们分享的题目是怎么样这个 AI 可以来 support student 尤其在这个 self regulated learning 的部分那我们欢迎李医师。
各位老师，大家好，我是李玉凤。那今天想要跟大家分享的就是现在在这个 AI 的时代，大家都会用 AI 的 tool 帮助我们做很多事情，但是在现在对我们医学生这个专业的领域，就是这个族群来说，学习如何学习，是我发现非常重要的事情。我们经历过这个国考，这个参考书都叠到天花板高，然后每个月都要一次的区段考。那这样子的过程，其实就很需要一些学习的策略。那为什么我对这个self-regulated learning 会这么有兴趣呢？我刚好是位于一个这个交界的时代，在我大3、大4那时候，很多考试的时候，其实我们都还没有这些就是 AI 的工具可以去帮助我们。那可是我到 PGY 的时候，这些工具就慢慢出来了。那有一个印象很深刻的是，有一次有一个非常优秀的学弟，就我前一天问他什么问题，隔一天哇，他马上就查好资料，然后带着很多问题要跟我做讨论。这样，我就问他说：“哇，你怎么这么厉害？”他就说：“哦，我用ChatGPT 加 Notebook LM， 我把教科书的东西丢进去，然后先让它就是产生这个 knowledge graph， 然后迅速抓到这个概念，然后针对我不太懂的地方再去做详细的阅读。”就觉得哇，其实现在就是用 AI 的工具去帮助我们学习如何学习是非常重要的。好，在这里，谢谢。好，那刚刚就是谢谢老师有帮我简单的自我介绍。那目前的话，我从今年开始还在这个台师大的图书资讯学系做硕士班的学习，因为我认为说医学它本身是一个专业，而教育本身也是，所以希望透过这样子深度的跨领域去学习，希望能够未来帮助我们学校、帮助学弟妹有更多不一样的这个贡献。好，那进入主题，今天呢，我主要会针对3个主要的概念去跟大家做分享，以及我们国防医学大学的学生，我们针对这3个主题收的问卷有什么样的一个分析结果，跟大家做分享。那首先，我想先从学生的角度 带大家来看说，我们学生在 AI 这个时代，我们是怎么想的。例如说，当我们现在遇到什么问题，我啊，或者是我同学，或者是学弟妹，他们是怎么找答案的？过去可能大家都会比如说 Google 啊，或者是比较专业问题要去查权威式的来源，例如教科书。但是呢，其实我们现在呢都是直接先问那个 ChatGPT 啊，如果我需要有那个资讯的来源，我就问 Perplexity 这些不同的 AI 的工具。这是我们现在从学生的角度来出发，我们是这样子去找答案的。那除了在学习上找答案之外，我们其实平常生活中就会用我们的 AI 的工具去帮助我们，比如说做音乐啊、剪影片啊，这已经成为我们生活中的一部分。那可是在生活中的部分是这样，在学习教室上课的状况是怎么样呢？可能这个老师就是蛮有同感的，就是在这个可能不一定就是真的一个人都没有在教室啊，但是现在确实出席率也是各位老师一个很重要的就是很重要的一个议题。可是这些学生不在课堂上，那他们到底在哪里呢？其实我们也有在读书啦，就是我们就是现在啊，就是比较多这种线上学习、自主学习的模式是比较多学生正在采取的。那比如说这个框框里面就是我们每堂课的一个影片，那我们就可以根据自己效率比较好的时候，我们就看比较多；效率比较不好的时候就看比较少。那如果比较急的时候就2倍速看，觉得说这个主题我不太懂，我就放慢，比如说回头看0.5倍速去看这样子。那在这样子的自主学习、线上学习的环境，其实 AI 就可以帮助我们很多。那这是后面会跟大家提到的。那再来就是我们在学生时代就读书嘛，考试。可是当我们运用AI 或没有运用 AI 去做这些学习，考完试，当我们实际到临床的时候，我们会面临到什么样的问题呢？就是第一个就是病人就说，比如说他胸痛啊，我要想到哪些鉴别诊断，或者是很忙的时候，结果有很多护理师打电话给我啊，这样子的情况，要赶快去快速的找到解决的方法，那这都是我们初入临床一个很重要的阶段，也就很重要的问题。也就是说，在我们读学生的时代，我们有学霸、学渣，用成绩去区分。可是到临床，成绩已经不能决定我们的能力了。那我们在临床上到底需要什么能力呢？等一下跟大家说明。那对我来说，我认为在 AI 时代的学生有3个很重要的议题。第一个就是 AI 的知识观点，也就是说，一个学生他对于 AI 给的资讯，他信不信任？他如何去做验证它的来源？那这样子的信念会不会影响到他其他的一些东西？那第二个的话，就是在 AI 的时代下，在这个自主学习为主的模式的情况下，如何用 AI 去帮助我们做自我调节学习如何学习？那第3个概念就是我刚刚提到的，我们学习之后到临床上，我们实际上需要的能力是什么？那这边提出了适应性专业能力，等一下会再跟大家报告。那所以接下来就先针对我认为3个概念里面重要的第一个 AI 知识观点跟大家做报告。那所谓这个 AI 知识观点是什么呢？它就是在讲你对知识的本质是怎么样的一个想法。那过去有提出一些理论，在这个1997年 Hofer 有提出一个模型，他将这个 AI 他将知识观点 epistemological beliefs 分为2个部分，叫做 The Nature of Knowledge 跟 The Nature of Knowing。 在 The Nature of Knowledge 的部分上面这个蓝色框框，它分成2个构象，第一个是 Certainty of Knowledge， 第二个是 Simplicity of Knowledge。 也就是说学生对于这个知识，他认为它是绝对都不会变的， 就是1等于 mc 平方，它就是这样不会变的，还是说它可能是会进展？比如说，可能后面有些人发现了新的东西啊，这个方程式就会变了，这是 certainty。那 simplicity 这个部分就是知识的结构，它是就是零散的，还是说它们其实都是一群的概念连接？那在下面的 nature of knowing 分成2个 source of knowledge 跟 justification of knowledge， 也就是知识获得的过程。那 source of knowledge 这个学生会认为说，这个知识是要从就是外面权威比如教科书给你的就是知识，还是说他认为知识自己是参与在建构知识里面的一员？比如说根据自己的经验，或者是根据自己的个性，或者是一些想法，他接受到的知识构成了一个不一样的东西，而这是他认为的知识。那 justification of knowledge 就是指说，当学生遇到这个知识的时候，他会相信说这是权威是，比如说教科书给的，他就已经是对了，不需要再做验证，还是说他认为就算是什么地方来的，那他也要去，比如说从不同的来源去不同的来源去比较说，这件事情讲的到底是不是真的？那这个就是知识观点的这个理论。那从这个里面可以看到说，它其实是一个比较高 higher ranking 的一个概念，也就是说，平常我们课程上学到的内容是 cognitive， 那我们学习如何学习是 metacognitive， 是后设认知。那这个知识观点 epistemological beliefs， 它是在更高的上面。这是意思就是说，当我们它就像是一个信仰。而信仰会影响到我们的行为，行为就会影响到我们的结果，所以这是我认为说，在这个部分可能会是一个重要的因素。那刚刚也有提到一些说，就是知识观点为什么会重要？过去研究就有证实说，它跟学习历程还有学业的成绩是有正相关的。那刚刚前面也有提到说，就是这个它是一个向度的分别。那我们会认为说，在最靠比较右边，比如说认为知识它是会演变的，它是一群概念，那自己参与这个知识的建构，以及需要多元的去验证，这是比较偏向比较成熟的知识观点。那知识观点它本身还是一个 domain specific。什么意思呢？就是他们有去过去的研究有去收集，比如说数学系的学生跟历史系的学生，去看他说他们对于知识观点、知识信念是什么。那就发现说，数学系的学生对于知识这件事情，他会认为它是比较固定的，就是 absolute。刚刚提到左边的部分，可是对历史系的学生，他们收到问卷结果分析，就发现说，历史系的学生对于知识这件事情会比较偏向，就是知识是 evolving 的，比如说挖出新的历史遗迹啊，结果这段历史可能就会是被改写这样子。那除了在学科的部分是有 domain specific 之外，在学习环境也是，比如说在这个online learning 的部分的话，他们就会面临到很多的资讯不同的来源，那他们在 justification 验证这个部分，可能就会有不一样的想法。而如果在 online learning 有不一样的想法，那现在在我们 AI 的这个时代，是不是它其实也应该会有不一样的表现呢？这是我们想要探讨的。那AI 的角色在知识观点里面，目前提到的几个问题，一个就是学生可能都会觉得 AI 讲的就是对的，就是权威。可是，在我们前面的研究会认为说，相信这个知识是比较单一、比较权威性的，它其实是比较不成熟的。那这个样的状况，在这样子的我们现在 AI 的时代，我们应该要怎么样去帮助学生？那过去是怎么去评估这个知识理论呢？那有就是在2005年，就是 Bratton 等人有也发展出一个 validation 过的 Internet specific 这个 epistemological questionnaire， 那也有在2013年就是翻译成中文 validation 过。它的 dimension 就是刚刚所提到的4个部分，不过说就是把其中2个部分合并，变成 certainty and sources、structure 还有 justification。那我们这次用到的问卷也都是依着这样子的构面去进行。好，那第一个部分就是知识关联的部分，我们谈到最高的这个 higher ranking 信仰的部分。那第2个我们就要来到第2个比较实际的部分，就是学习如何学习 ，AI 可以怎么样帮助呢？好，那还是先提到 self-regulated learning 自我调节学习，它的定义是什么？那基本上它就是学生为了去达到一个有效的学习，他可能会经过 goal setting、self-monitoring、self-evaluation 这些手段去监测自己的学习。那过去的文献也有提出一些 model， 其中最著名的就是这个 Zimmerman 2000年提出的 3-phase model。他认为一个学生在管理自己如何学习的时候，会经过这3个阶段 ：forethought、performance 跟 self-reflection。但是那这样子的东西对我们来说是有什么样的重要的呢？一个就是它跟我们的学业成绩是正向相关的。那再来就是说，在 Internet 现在就是网络学习的部分，我们还会遇到很多不一样、大量的资讯爆炸的这个状况。那我们要怎么样去运用一些策略去帮助我们学习？那再来就是说，到了临床的时候，除了刚刚提到学业成绩之外，过去的研究也发现，它跟 clinical skill 甚至是 mental health 都有它的相关性。因此，这对我们医学生来说是一个重要的议题。那过去的一些问卷，其中一个是2009年 Barnard 等人所提出的，他把这个学生就是很多问句去分析出来，发现说这6个构面是对这个学生来说，学习如何学习6个重要的策略。那我们一一来做介绍。第一个是 goal setting， 就是当学生在规划自己的学习的时候，他第一件做的事情可能会先是计划。比如说，他会设定说，我接下来下一次1个月后的区段考，我要考80分、90分好了，我要考90分。那这样我这2个礼拜要先做什么？后2个礼拜要做什么？那这样子的构面，我们 AI 有什么样的方式可以来帮助呢？那过去现在一些研究，比如说AI dashboard， 它显示出自己现在学习哪一边还比较低落，但是就可以去帮他设定说，那我先要针对这个比较弱的部分去做加强。那第2个构面是 environment structuring， 也就是说，当我在学习的时候，我要在哪个环境学习会更帮助我，可以达到这个比较有效率。那比如说，他就会去想说，我要在图书馆念书，还是去咖啡厅念书比较有效率？目前 AI 虽然在这方面没有一些文献去提供，去讲述这一块，不过呢，我自己就会把我自己在图书馆或在咖啡厅就是读书的码表计时，把它截图下来，然后就丢给 ChatGPT 问说，这是我的这个学习的时间。那我在咖啡厅是讲，我在图书馆是讲。那根据你请帮我分析，然后建议我在哪边读书比较有效率。那这是 AI 可以帮助环境学习的部分。那在第3个的部分的话是时间管理，比如说它就可以它就会去比如说在这个一个大的20几本共笔的区段考里面，我每天要读2本共笔，类似这样子的去做一个时间的安排。那 AI 可以怎么样帮助呢？比如说 Microsoft Planner， 就是它是一个它这个页面呢，就可以把你的任务定出来，然后时间表定出来。那你同时可以透过它的 Copilot AI 去问说，我现在要做这件事情，你可以先帮我分成4个阶段吗？那它就会帮你列出4个阶段，然后并且你可以连到你的 Google 日历，它就会说，看起来你在比如说每天晚上9点半到10点的时候，可以进行这样子的读书或准备报告。那这是在第3个构面时间管理的部分。 那在第4个构面就是这个 help seeking， 比如说它的指的就是说学生能不能在需要帮助的时候去寻求资源，例如找老师、找同学。那 AI 可以怎么样帮助 help seeking 呢？其实就是我们现在最常遇到的，比如说我们遇到一个不会的问题，我们就先从 ChatGPT 上面或者从 Perplexity 上面去先找答案，然后再根据找到的答案再进一步深入的去学习这样子。那第5个构面就是 task strategy， 这个任务的策略，比如说我要学习心电图怎么判读，那我可能针对这样子的一个学习任务，我就让我自己多做练习题，或者是我会就是找别人讨论。那 AI 可以在这个部分怎么帮助呢？例如说，可以就是把这个课程讲义丢给他，然后就请他就是告诉我说，请他告诉我说这个部分你可以先从哪个部分先去了解。那完成了这个之后呢，你可以做哪些练习题去帮你更了解。那这是AI 可以针对 task strategy 去帮助的部分。那再来 self evaluation 这个第6个构象，它指的就是说，当学生在学习的时候，他还会去自我评估说目前已经学到什么样的阶段。那 AI 可以怎么样帮助呢？比如说，它可以提供一些建议，例如我就会把我这个对于拿心电图来说好了，我目前我就丢给他几张我做的练习题的答案，然后请他分析说，针对 MI 这个主题，我是不是还有不足的部分？他可能就会告诉我说，你在这个 anterior wall MI 错的比较多，那你这边可能要再做更多的练习。那你的lateral wall MI 都答对了，那你可能会把时间放在 anterior wall MI 的部分。那这个是以上这6个的话，就是这个我们 AI 如何去帮助学生如何学习的6个构象。那针对这样子的部分的话，我们在今年的8月12到21，也有帮我们2升3年级的学生去做一个这个 AI 的工作坊，告诉他们说怎么样运用 AI 去帮助他们学习。那另外还有包含一些 AI 如何去帮助这个文献搜寻等等的部分。这是当时的讲义。那前面讲完了2个概念之后，现在是讲到第3个部分。那第3个部分的话，就是临床上我们需要怎么样的能力？那这边 adaptive expertise 适应性专业能力，它指的就是说，在这个平常你已经知道怎么做的地方，就可以有效率 efficiency 效率很快的完成这件事情。那如果遇到新的不一样的需要去解决的旧的方法没有办法去解决的新的问题的时候，你可以有这个创新 innovation 的能力去帮助你解决这个新的问题。这个是适应性专业能力它所在讲的概念。那其中在医学领域，这个适应性专业能力特别是注重哪一个呢？例如说，在我们医疗的环境，其实都是脚步很快的。而且还有不同的病人可能会有不同的共病，会有不一样跟教科书上不一样的状况。那其实这就很需要我们这个适应性专业能力去支持它。那在2017年 Curter 有提出这个 Master Adaptive Learner， 他就讲到一个具有适应性专业能力的医生，他脑袋里面会有这几个阶段。例如，他遇到一个新的问题，他可能就会想说：“这个跟之前遇到的不一样哦，那我要开始计划我要怎么去学习。那定义出怎么学习，比如说我要去问老师，我要找什么样的资源去读。那接着就是去进行右下角这一块 learning。那学完之后呢，他就会去评估说：自己这个学习到的部分，如果去应用在病人身上，那结果是什么样的情况？”那最后 adjusting 的部分，这个左上角的这个这个齿轮，去根据它验证的结果去调整。比如说，这样的方法确实就可行，那我以后遇到这样的状况，我也可以这样做。那如果说不可行，那我是不是还要再重新 planning 怎么样去学习，然后再去 learning 这样子的一个循环？ 那所以由这边可以看到说，在临床上的这个环境里面 ，adaptive expertise 是重要的。那刚刚有提到这4个圈圈，其实大家可以看到一个影子，是谁的影子呢 ？metacognition 的影子。也就是说，当metacognition 后设认知者就是思考自己的思考，也就是说他在学习的这个过程中，他去 planning， 然后去 assessing， 然后去 adjusting， 这其实就是一个 metacognition 在讲的东西。他会去 reflect 自己过去的部分，还有去批判性思考说这样子做对不对。所以在这个 adaptive expertise 里面，我还想提到这个 metacognition 的这个角色。那过去 adaptive expertise 它是怎么去评估它的 outcome 呢？主要就是刚刚讲的，如果它具有很好的专业能力，那它在临床上针对这个专业，它应该可以很 efficient、很有效率的去解决问题。那如果遇到新的问题的时候呢，它也有这个 innovation 这个创新的能力，去协助它运用一些策略，刚刚讲到 metacognition 一些 strategy 的部分，去协助它解决新的问题。那所以说 adaptive expertise 以目前的理论主要看的是 efficiency 跟 innovation 的部分。好，那前面3个就讲完了。我们这3个，我认为现在 AI 时代学生不管在学习跟临床上3个重要的主题。那这3个主题，它们之间到底有什么关系呢？那过去的研究其实有看到，我们刚刚讲到知识观点、知识论的信念，跟他们的一些学习的策略是有关联的。举例来说，在一个 online 学习、线上学习的部分的话，当学生具有比较成熟的知识观信念的时候，他认为说，我应该要去，我们获得的这个知识应该要去验证，去从不同的来源验证，说这到底是不是对的知识。那这个的话，在过去的研究就发现，他们会比较常去做 online 的 academic seeking。那他们的这些结果，最后他们的学习策略也比较好。这是过去在知识观点跟自我调节学习里面的这个连结。那接着就是自我调节学习跟我们讲到的适应性专业能力，它们之间的关系是什么呢？那其实在前个部分就有提到，这个它会运用一些就是 planning， 然后 monitoring 的部分去帮他做这个规划，让他可以得到一个新的解决问题的方案。那这其实本身自我调节学习就是这个 adaptive expertise 里面一个重要的基础。那所以呢，这3个东西根据前面的理论，我们就认为说，它应该是有这样的关联，也就是说，学生对于知识观的信念，他对知识的想法的认为，会影响到他怎么样用 AI 去帮助他学习。那他帮助他学习之后呢，那他在临床上的表现，应该会有比较正向相关的表现。那这是我们所做出来的所假设的情况。那除了这1到2到3的这个方向之外，我们其实也想知道说，会不会知识论可以直接跳过自我调节学习，去预测跟这个 adaptive expertise 适应性专业能力有关系？好，那接着我们就来看结果。首先 research question 就是刚刚有提到的，我们第一个想要知道的，我们主要就是想知道这3个的关联。那第一个问题就是AIEB 知识论观点跟 SRL 这个自我调节学习中间的关系，到底学生对于 AI 所给的知识的认为，会不会影响到他们要不要去用 AI 去做学习？那第二个的话，就是这个 AI SRL 跟这个 AE 的关系。那也就是说，哪一个我们有6个构项的这个自我调节学习，那哪一个构项最能去预测这个适应性专业能力？那第3个呢，我们就想看到前面有提到说，这个 在适应性专业能力里面 ，metacognition 后设认知它是一个重要的角色，但是在 outcome 里面，目前的文献都比较偏向这个 DS 这个 domain specific 的 skill 跟 innovation 的 skill。我们就想看说，那 metacognition 在这里面的角色是什么？第4个问题呢，就是我们想直接连到这个知识观点跟这个 adaptive expertise， 它们有没有直接的关联？会不会直接影响到他们的表现？好，那我们的话，总共收了677位国防医学大学医学系学生的这个问卷。那从大1到 PGY1， 那其中大2、大3因为有做这个介入，就是 AI 的课程，所以我们就没有把它纳在这个同样的 population 里面。那男性、女性的话，我们学校就是女生比较少这样，那分布大概是这样子。好，那instrument 的话，就是针对这3个概念，就有这3个不同的 questionnaire 去做评估。那针对就是知识观点的部分呢，我们是用这个2013年这个邱老师所翻译 validation 过的。那针对这个 AI 的 context 里面去做一些文字的修正。例如，那其中有4个 dimension， 就是刚刚理论所提到的，知识它是一定是对的，不会变的。那这个知识的来源，它是单一的呢，还是要多重来源？那在这个AI 给的知识里面是就是 unstructured 呢，还是有架构的？那再来是 AI 给的资讯里面，他相信是要去做 justification， 还是他认为它就是一个权威？例如说，其中一个例题 ，AI 几乎可以提供大部分在课堂里面课业的资讯。好，那第2个 instrument 的话呢，就是这个 AI SIL 的部分，我们就是把过去研究 online self-regulated learning questionnaire 这6个构面，那加入这个 AI 的元素。例如说，当我不懂医学课程内容的时候，我会先用 AI 工具，比如说 ChatGPT， 我先问他说，跟他讨论完之后，再去求助他人。那第3个这个问卷呢，就是这个adaptive expertise， 那在 AI 的角色里面，那其中就是构面分成3个，除了目前文献主要提到的 domain specific skill 或 innovation skill， 那我们还加入这个 metacognitive skill。例如说，其中一个例题是我能将我所学到的医学知识应用到这个吸引陌生的情境中，并成功应对这个医学主题相关的挑战。好，那我们分析的方式主要是这个用这个 SEM 去看它的路径分析。好，那这样子的部分，这3个问卷的那个 validation 的数据，目前都是有就是通过的。那只是说今天的演讲主要针对跑出来的结果，有5张图跟大家做一个分享。好，我们第1个图就是在回答我们第1个的研究问题，也就是学生对 AI 的知识观点会不会影响他们愿不愿意去，或者是怎么用 AI 工具去帮助他们做自我调节学习。好，结果就是4个构面都是有就是可以画出路径哦，所以他们确实是有关系的。可是第2个我们可以看到说，怎么 multiple sources 它是负相关，它是负的去 predict 这个 AI SRL。那经过查找一些文件，其实在 online learning 就是用网络学习的时候，就有发现这样的状况。那合理的解释是说，当学生认为 AI 给的东西要就是比较多重来源的去看的话，那他就要去重复查找很多不同的资料，那它的 cognitive load 就很多，就是资讯爆炸的意思，反而它的 self efficacy 就下降了。那所以这可能可以去解释说，为什么他们是负的 predict AI SRL 的部分。那 Figure 2的话，就是去回应第2个研究问题，也就是说，我们哪一个自我调节学习理论里面的构象，可以最能去推动适应性专业能力？那我们可以看到说，在这个 help seeking 还有 self evaluation 的部分， 最能去推动 adaptive expertise。那这其实也蛮合理的。在临床上，当我们比如说我们住院医师遇到什么问题，我们可以先用 AI 的工具去查资料，然后查完之后，我们再去问主治医师。说，我目前遇到这个问题，我查到资料是这样，那我是不是应该这样做？那也许这个老师他们就会给我们更多一些他的经验，那我们对于临床上解决这样的问题的能力，是不是就更好的提升？那再来就是说，当我们去实际去用 AI 去帮助我们学习，然后我们实际运用在临床上，我们再拿回去问 AI 说，我刚刚这样子做了，比如说我针对这样子的主诉，我想到了这5个这个鉴别诊断，那你可以提供给我一些其他的就是 feedback 吗？他就告诉你说，其实在这样的病人上，我们还要想到第6个跟第7个鉴别诊断。那其实这样子就真正的去提升到我们临床中的适应性专业能力。那 Figure 3的话，就是去回答刚刚所提到的 Research Question 3。也就是说，那在 Meta Cognition 这个后设认知对于 AI/SRL 还有 Adaptive Expertise 中间的角色是什么？那我们可以看到说，哇，这个 Meta Cognition 它作为这个 mediator， 它的系数是非常高的哦，0.9跟0.76，也就是说，它在这个 Adaptive Expertise 里面确实是一个重要的角色。那同时，我们也可以看到说，在这个我们自我调节学习里面，我们把 Meta Cognition 拉出来之后，发现说，Task Strategy 跟 Help Seeking 这2个是去正向的，就是 predict Meta Cognition。可是为什么环境 Environmental Structuring 是负的去预测呢？那其实这个也可以很好理解，也就是说，我们如果只单用 AI 去设定，我们说每天9点半要记得读书啊，可是我们不一定有做。那他这个没有做的情况下，那他连接到的专业性能力，是不是其实就不一定会表现出来？可是如果我们真的去运用 AI 去做比较深度的，比如说Task Strategy 去做练习题或 Help Seeking， 那这个可以透过 Meta Cognition 去真正就是对这个适应性专业能力有所提升。那第4个图的话，就是去回答我们的问题，也就是说，这3个关联，以及这个 AI 知识观点，是不是能够直接跟这个适应性专业能力有所相关呢？那结果我们可以看到说，确实是有所相关的哦。像在 unstructured 的部分，还有 justification 的部分，它没有透过 AI/SRL 就直接到了这个 adaptive expertise 的部分，的地方。那这可以怎么去解释呢？就是我们看到这个 unstructured， 它是负向的去预测哦，也就是我们刚刚讲到，如果 AI 提供的东西是比较散杂的，那其实它反而造成学生的这个资讯爆炸，降低他的 self-efficacy。那他在临床上的表现其实反而是下降的。那可是在这个justification 的部分，如果他可以去比较成熟的去验证，比较成熟的去验证这个 AI 给的知识是不是对的，那其实在这个过程中，他就可以增进他的适应性专业能力。好，那第5个图的话呢，其实是前面的一样的问题，只是说我们把 Meta Cognition 这个重要的 mediator 拉出来独立看，就是把它独立的去看，就发现说确实它跟 AI/SRL 对于这个adaptive expertise 从知识观点到这个 adaptive expertise 中间，它是一个重要的 serial mediator。也就是说，在我们刚刚讲到的这3个主题里面，其中AI 来帮助学生如何学习，以及去重视他的后设认知这一块是重要的。好，那这样子的结果，目前我们提出了3个讨论的部分。第一个就是我们可以看到说有比较就是实际去就是可以去预测的，其实都是一些比较偏 心法的部分，就是它不是只是用 AI 这个工具，而是他会去认为说 AI 是怎么样的东西，那他就可以用 AI 这样子的想法去运用 AI 的工具去协助他一些学习的策略。那所以说第一个我们想要提出的就是说，其实我们在帮助学生教学生怎么用 AI 去做学习的时候，不是只是告诉他这个工具怎么用，而是我们要去 focus on mindset， 就是让他知道说 AI 给的知识其实是要去比多重验证是比较成熟的部分。那在 AI 学习的部分，我们就希望学生要先去怀疑它 question it， 去怀疑它说，这个是对的，然后去验证它，那再来去接受说，有的时候 AI 给的东西不一定就是绝对的。好，那第二个要提出的就是我们把这个 metacognition 拉出来之后，就发现它的这个预测的系数很高。那它是一个在 AISRL 或者是不管是知识信念里面，对于我们适应性专业能力一个很重要的角色。那其实我们刚刚讲到思考如何思考，其实在临床上就是一个 clinical reasoning 的过程，去反思，去提问，然后再去修正。所以在 metacognition 是我们在教学生的过程中可能要比较注意的一个重要的角色。那第三个要提出的就是，那我们说后设认知很重要，要怎么样去培养这个后设认知？也就是我们今天所提到的主角，这个 AISRL， 用 AI 去帮助学生做自我调节学习的一个协助。那透过这样子去帮助学生想说，我是不是真的理解啦？这个是合理的，那就会去间接的去培养他后设认知的这个能力。好，所以根据前面的研究，还有一些讨论的部分，这边提出5个可以供大家去参考或去思考的。第一个就是，当我们在用这个教学生去用 AI 的工具的时候，其实第一个我们要 guide uncertainty， 也就是引导学生去思考说，哪些部分其实可能是错误的，那要怎么去验证它。第二个是我们要去引导学生怎么 filter 它的 sources， 比如说我们要 cross check， 然后去验证它。比如说当这个 ChatGPT Perplexity 会提供很多它生成这一段文字的来源，那我们可能不是只是就是相信它所整理的最后，我们可能还要点进去看说，那它是根据这个去讲出的这个结果，是这个根据里面就是这样子讲的。那再来第三个是 build strategies， 也就是说，我们刚刚有看到一个结果是，如果你单纯运用 AI 去帮你设闹钟，做一个环境的 structuring， 是对这个适应专业能力负向的预测所以应该要不是只是用 AI 去做这个表浅的部分，而是运用 AI 去test strategy 的帮助，然后去 self evaluation 的帮助，这样子。那再来是 prompt reflection， 也就是说，当我们在运用 AI 的时候，我们要提醒学生要跟着他一起去讨论、去反思。那最后的话就是刚刚讲到 metacognition 的这重要的角色，然后在这过程中去合理的怀疑，然后不是只是去就是纠正它，讲要去反思。好，那我的演讲的最后的 take home message 分为5点。第一个就是说，我们这个 AI 知识观点在过去比较少直接跟这个 AISRL 或者是这个adaptive expertise 做一个连接。那我们今天收集的这个问卷把它连在一起，发现说，确实 AI 知识观点是会去影响学生如何使用 AI， 影响学生在临床上的适应性能力的表现。所以说，我们不是只是告诉学生说，这个工具怎么用，就这样用，而是要去教他判断说，这个是要去看它是不是正确的啊，是要 justify 它这样。那第二个部分的话，就是我们让学生去 学会如何运用这个 AI 的工具，就是刚刚前面老师有提到说，不会用 AI 的医生会被会用 AI 的医生取代。那透过 AI 的工具去帮助他们学习如何学习。那其中我们结果发现，在 help seeking 跟 self evaluation 会最能推动他们的这个适应性专业能力的表现。那第3个就是我们刚刚讲到后设认知的重要性。第4个的话，就是我们前面的结果也有看到说，这个unstructured 啊，或者是这个 multiple sources 其实是负向预测。那它告诉我们就是说，在现在这个 AI 时代，我们取得资讯速度很快，可是我们就要去小心这个资讯爆炸的部分，要去 justify 它的 source， 然后去 cross check 它的来源是对的。那最后的话就是说，我们希望我们还是可以去引导我们的学生去反思，然后去评估说我们用 AI 去学习，那这过程中有没有其他其实我们要注意的？那很谢谢就是老师，还有台师大的梁老师，还有医学系的玉成助教，还有俊和助教，帮忙在这整个问卷的收集，还有在这个分析的部分的一些指导，这样子。好，那以上是我的报告，谢谢大家。
好，非常谢谢李医师的报告哈。那我们刚跟大会争取到可以到15分钟，我们还有3分半的时间哈。那首先我非常恭喜这个就是李医师，也恭喜国防医学大学里面可以看到，就是我想你做的这个主题其实我觉得已经超过一个硕士生的一个等级，我觉得是它里面有包含多像是必须思考。知识论，还有整个认识论，一直到学习理论的这个概念，事实上已经可以有展现出到 PhD 的一个声量啊。那我也很快的回应，就是我大概是在 PhD 的这4年在英国念伦理教育的时候，我才思考到这个层面。所以非常谢谢，我想李医师帮我们做了很好的一个整理，不是只是学习理论，而是包含这个知识理论跟的部分哈，那真的是非常棒，也恭喜所有在座，我相信今天在线上或者在座的学习哈，我相信让我们有一个很好的一个roadmap， 对未来医学教育要导入 AI 理论学习的一个很好的概念。那我还是开放给在座有没有一些要提问的师长？那我想这是一个非常难得的一个机会，这个主题非常的深，也非常的宝贵。有没有要提问的？好，来，我看到简院长这边有。
好，首先真的我 echo 一下刚刚建宇的说法，就是非常恭喜，做得非常扎实，而且非常深入。那不过当然因为知识含量太多了哈，那我想里面相当那些你算出来的p值等等，可能飘不等值了哈。不过你的51页，有没有看到你的50页非常有趣，我觉得那个可以去进一步来验证说你这个整个理论到时候是它的哪一部分会是相对重要，因为你在50页提出了未来 teaching 的5个 skill 和重大的要件。其中第一个你讲要这个对不起，能不能回到那个slide？我忘了。你的第一个是相对来讲容易做，因为它的操作员定义容易做，后面也 reasonable。可是后面有几项，我觉得那个它的操作员定义不太容易出现。那另外是我想问的是，你有没有针对你这5个 skill 去做 prospective 的 study design， 然后去 verify 说到底哪个 skill？ 你第一个我觉得 OK， 可是第4个跟第5个，我就想我该怎么做？我就不太知道实际上如何去做第一个。然后所以我想，如果可以，不知道你有没有想要？你可能已经想到如何去 describe 哈，或者操作性来做这五个的 teaching action。第二个是你有没有下一步的这个 study design 要 verify 说这5个到底可不可以把这学生的哪些能力在比如说1学期2学期的这个 training 之后哪部分会最有效的提升？不知道你们还有没有后续 study？
谢谢老师的提问。那老师的提问就是非常的深入。针对第一个部分的回答，我就举一个例子，比如说第5点的 assess metacognition， 去评估自己思考自己的思考的部分。像我们在这个 AI workshop 里面，我们就提到说，我们就跟学生就是介绍说，我们可以运用，比如说在 TutorMe， 就是在可汗学院它有发展出一个 AI 叫做 TutorMe， 它就 会带着学生去一步一步的做思考，去reasoning 他的这个学习的在学习这个过程中去用 reasoning 的方式引导他去思考。那这是AI 可以去帮助学生reasoning， 也就是说这个 metacognition 的部分一个实际的例子。那第二个就是老师有提到说有没有一些实证或者是 prospective study， 这确实是我们未来可以努力的方向。就是我们目前只是根据我们分析出来的结果提出，可能可以这样子做，但是未来我们也许就可以像老师的建议，就是实际这样去做去看说这个结果是不是可以去回应说我们当初的假设。这样，谢谢老师。
部长，
非常恭喜那个玉峰非常精彩的演讲。那我想一个很重要就是说，其实当初学校在规划这个课程也规划了几个月。那我们也请了很多个老师就不同的面向来去介绍这个 AI 的这个tool， 然后未来怎么样给学生那确实有很多 engage 的学生，不过这么多的100多个150几个学生里面，也有很大一部分的学生，他其实是没有 engage 在这个 curriculum 里面。那我们当然看到了，就是说很多这个填问卷看到很好效果。可是我们在想，真正回归到我们明年要再办一次的时候，那我们应该要怎么样去让这个课程可以更让学生受用？我想我们今天收了这些问卷，也得到了一些 information。那我们也了解到了真正的这个课程也许可以给学生一些帮助。可是我们怎么样让他们觉得这个课程真的含金量高，他们愿意来？我们明年有什么样的修整？那我不晓得，那玉峰这边有没有什么想法？谢谢。
谢谢老师的提问。那在我们做这个 AI workshop 那时候，其实我们这个问卷的结果分析还没有跑出来。那一刚开始我们 AI workshop 就是所有各个面向想到的，我们都教，包含了 AI self-regulated AI 怎么去帮助 self-regulated learning，AI 怎么去做音乐，AI 怎么去查文献 ，AI 怎么去帮助生成国考题，这在当初的 AI workshop 里面全部都有涵盖到。那可是经过这次的这个分析的结果出来，我们会发现到说，在运用 AI 去 help seeking 跟 self evaluation 这两个最能推动他们最后的这个适应性能力。所以我想在未来的部分，可能就可以比较针对这两个去做这个引导学生的部分。那至于是如何让他们可以更深入的 engage， 我想除了第一个可能是提供这些他们真的比较常用到的东西。那第二个就是说我们这次结束之后，就是也有收集一些这个回馈。那可能根据后面的回馈去调整我们的课程，可以更贴近他们的需要。这样，谢谢老师。
好，谢谢。那我最后做点conclusion 我想就是说，因为这个的设计的目标，所以是 MAL 作为我们的一个希望最终的成效。但是我们要必须理解，对医学生来说，他还没有成为一个 expert 之后那个 adaptive 的一个 expert。事实上是会不会是就是我们作为医学教育的最终的目的？所以这是我就是提出来去质疑的就是说，当他仍然是在医学生的过程当中，简单清楚的一个 absolute 的一个理论知识，其实对他来说要知其然。到了一个程度的时候，就像我们常常讲是练功，就是后来见山是山，后来又见山不是山，再回来见山是山，这个过程就是，但是对于一个医学生的学习的历程，我想你们很多在座的经历，他们在学习的过程是不是要一定就会都能够在这个过程里面，这个部分是我觉得要去思考的，因为我们是在必须诚实的讲，是说在不同的 discipline 里面，例如说我们在医学的很多生理学、药理学、病理学上面。确实可能应该在本体论上是有它单一简单的一个绝对的一个答案，只不过当然我们在认识论上面，我们在用不同的认识论跟知识论来去尝试去理解。好，那当然这个东西就是要探讨到这个认识理论那当然在社会学理论，其实我们大家知道医学的实践不是只有生理学的实践，所以我们在应用 理论知识的实践病人照顾的时候，它里面当然就会比较复杂。所以越是往理论实践跟临床应用的部分，我们越是要知道，我们要懂得，我们不是这么像是纯粹的生物知识的理论的应用，所以它需要有调试跟去一种相对于比较能够开放的态度去理解知识是复杂，也没有这么单一的答案。但是在学习的过程中，可能对医学生来说，可能我们是不是太早去做这件事情，我不知道是不是一件绝对的好事。我想这是我提出来的一个挑战。那但是我们未来的年轻的一代，确实越早的机会去了解不同学门里面的所以本体论到知识论到方法论。这个东西是好事，而不是只是背考古、考国考单一的答案。那当然，在这个当中就要必须思考，我们有多少资源去做多少的事情，我们有没有这么多的老师去引导学生做类似的这种方式。我很恭喜说，就是国防医学大学尝试做这件事情是相当不错的一件事情。但是是不是代表这些学生在学习的过程中，他也许还没有这么开始 open-minded， 就代表他未来不是一个好的学习者，或者是未来不是一个好的研究者？我觉得这还有点太早。但是确实，当我们进入到临床照护病人的时候，你就需要懂得运用这些多元跟开放思维、批判思维的理论学习方式，才能达到未来不是我们训练的是医师，而不是医匠。我想这个部分是去设计，我们也需要在课程理论设计当中去想想怎么去做规划的。那再一次非常恭喜我想时间的因素让我们能够今天可以有机会听到这么精彩的一个演讲，再次谢谢。
那同样的，我们邀请我们的座长陈建宇副教授来颁发感谢状。让我们再次掌声，谢谢李玉凤医师带来的精彩演讲。那接续我们会进行 coffee break， 那再麻烦各位师长于3点40前回座，研讨会将于3点40前开始。 位师长好，我们研讨会将在3分钟后重新开始，麻烦各位师长尽速就座，谢谢。各位师长好，研讨会将在1分钟后重新进行，麻烦各位师长尽速就座，谢谢。各位师长、各位贵宾好，欢迎回来到2025年国际医学教育研讨会。那今天的研讨会最后将由廖嘉德助理教授为我们带来最后一场演讲，让我们以热烈掌声欢迎廖嘉德助理教授以及我们的座长周志成副教授。
好，各位医学教育的伙伴们，大家好。那我是周志成，我非常的荣幸担任这个 section 的座长哈，要向大家介绍，我觉得可以称得上是我们医教领域的传奇人物啊哈。那到底有多传奇？待会我们可以来看那个仔细的学习一下哦。那廖嘉德主任呢，本身是奇美医院实证医学暨医疗政策中心的主任，那同时是心脏内科的专科医师。那在他的众多学位，我说众多啊，只是因为他有太多个硕士跟太多个博士，我只是念其中的几个啦哈。那他是我们英国伦敦大学卫生热带医学院公卫的经济硕士，然后政经学院临床实证研究的硕士，然后成功大学公卫博士，比利时鲁文大学的生医科学的博士。那我听说他现在在念第3个博士，然后这一切都在6年里面完成。那同时是一个甜点店的老板，那我记得还是一个新创公司的老板之一。那在这么多个领域都能成功的同时，最重要，他现在是奇美医院这个AI 转型的 key person。那他今年得到我们《远见》杂志顶格奖这个数位转型顶格奖的这个大型机构唯一获奖的，叫做数位长。好，那这个是一个莫大的荣耀，那同时也就代表着我们今天非常值得来听这个 topic， 由廖主任为我们带来的这个全人照护的创新，应用 AI 桥接这个临床职业与医学教育。那让我们把舞台交给廖嘉德主任。
谢谢周主任的介绍。其实每次来到这个场子，我来好几次，每次来我都觉得很兴奋。大概原因是因为就是带我进医学教育的这个领域的幕后推手就在那，就是景生老师啊。所以其实我觉得非常荣幸可以跟几位大师在这边一起学习。那这个好像没办法调，对不对？没办法。好，那我往前一下下。好，我先介绍一下我自己的几个部分。我比较想要在这个场子介绍的是 我现在在念爱丁堡的临床教育的硕士。原因是因为8月1号接任奇美医院的教学部的部长。那就是基于保护同仁，我不想要被同仁被说这个只是会做 AI， 然后就来空降当我们的部长这样子所以我就从头开始跟大家一起学习。所以我们部内目前好几位同事都在念医学教育了所以我们就一起学习，一起出发，一起到达这样。那跟大家分享下去，就是目前往前走的原因，是因为我之前有在念一个创业创新的 MBA， 所以才会在奇美的内部做创新的这件事情。那时候院长跟我谈的时候，我还想说，为什么要创新呢？奇美都卖凤梨酥了，为什么还要再特别创新？不过一路走来，我就发现走到这个阶段，等一下会跟大家分享，医学教育真的非常非常的重要，所以等一下会跟大家讲一下为什么会走到这个地方。好，那我继续走吗？在一开始的时候，想要先请大家稍微喊一下。我们先看一看，就是整个的这个教育的体系，或者是说我们的单位里面，我们目前用 AI 的这个使用的程度大概到什么程度？然后我们大概自己先抓一下，已经大概可以自动化了，然后已经可以嫁接自动化，然后帮助自己完成很多的 daily 的这个 routine 的工作了，然后或者是已经开始嫁进去大家的系统程式里面开始自己跑了。我们目前第一可以看这一个地方。那第二个部分的话，就是大家比较常用的，特别是在医学教育里面，我想大家应该都会用到几个大型的语言模型，包含了 ChatGPT， 然后包含了 Cloud， 然后包含了我们的这个 Gemini。我想这3个应该是很多人都会使用的。那大家更爱的应该是 Notebook LM， 现在可以特别好用。那有的人会用 Notion 等等之类的。那当然写程式的不外乎你就可能用 Cursor 啦，或者 Windows 的等等之类的这些，还有 N8N 这些自动化的工具。一路这样走下来，等一下后面会讲到非常多他在临床上面可以扮演的这样的一个角色。好，可以用了。好，那前面刚刚讲到大家最爱用的这几个模型特别的好用，特别是如果大家有特别注意到前天ChatGPT 有发布了这个最新的这个开发者大会，等一下后面跟大家介绍一下在医学教育可以用了。真的可以用了，因为它有一些开源的模型放出来，我们可以装在自己的电脑里面，我们可以装在自己医院的地端的系统里面了。这些已经是可以开始做了，而且它还教我们怎么去训练在地的语料，直接做出自己的医院的自己的 GPT。我们目前在做这件事情，好像还是没办法。好，那我们再往下看的话，大概就是说我们的 AI 的迭代的进展的话，从感知型 prediction 的 model， 然后到我们的影像型的侦测，然后这样一路走下来到生成式 AI， 到现在今年的代理的 AI， 到26年或27年可能就会有机器人 robot 的这样的一个物理性的 AI 不断的跑出来。那我们也可以知道，就是在 AI 的这个智商，在今年的年初或者去年的年底的时候，我们大概就已经知道它的智商在130左右。但是我们要怎么样让这个130的人可以为我们所用而不犯错？然后还有为我们所用，我们可以知道他到底有没有做错，否则他太聪明，有时候我们根本就不知道他到底有没有做错。我们就一直教错的，然后做错的就一路这样下去，其实还蛮可怕的。在2025年的就是他开发者大会里面，其实他讲到几件非常重要的事情。第一件事情，我不晓得大家今天有没有用 GPT 里面直接开一个程式，大家今天有试试看吗？可以直接在 GPT 里面连接 Canva 做出投影片。直接在你的 GPT 里面连接我们的音乐 Spotify， 直接播音乐，所以它会变成是我们的 Apple Store， 所以它会变成是一个载体。我们很多的教材，我们很多的工具都可能之后会放在这个地方，让大家可以做宣传。那再就是它可以做很多 agent。因为他目前他要教大家怎么放，他直接拉图就可以了。所以如果在老师在做教材，等下后面跟大家分享，在做教材的过程里面，他可以连就可以瞬间就直接产出了。可能老师讲完一段话或者改学生的作业，全部的人交上去网页交上去之后，啪分析就直接出来了。可能老师就喝杯咖啡就全部结束了，到这个程度。那他的这一个部分，他其实设了非常严谨的这个guide，然后他的一个 selective guide， 然后编访，让他不会跑出这个越界。所以这整个来说，它其实在这边做一个很大的跳跃。Pro， 如果大家不晓得大家有没有用到 Pro 的这个等级？好，如果没有用到的话，大家可以集中火力用研究计划，看能不能申请一个，然后比较一下它的分析能力。基本上，它在分析生物统计里面的统计分析，基本上可以跑到非常精准，完全不输 SAS。所以它基本上你可以这样尝试看看的。好 ，Codex 编码啦，还有 Pass 是我非常喜欢的。像每天早上一起床的时候，它真的会依照大家的记录。例如说，我们最近在学的是学习型的组织， 那还有心理安全感，他就会开始今天早上醒来告诉我，心理安全感相对应给学生这种心理安全感安全网，你是不是每天应该问他3题建立指标，然后建立你的质性跟量性的研究，你应该怎么做？他就会提好几个卡片，每个卡片都会有相对应的内容，点进去他就解决你这一阵子在苦恼的事情，就会帮你解决掉这件事情。欢迎大家试试看。然后 Sora 2就不用讲了，你会回到三国的赤壁之战，然后你会在战场里面，然后再打那个战场，然后好像你在现场在奔跑一样，就是你完全融入了那个场景。所以老师在融入很多的场景里面，你人就会在那里面了。只要你愿意让自己的肖像可以到那个地方去。所以 overall 来说，这几个目前是大概非常好用的。如果大家有要用就是 agent 的话。好，一句话产出任务，非常推荐 GenSpark。等一下大家可以试试看，把任何的一篇文章直接丢进去，跟他说我要产出什么内容，他就会产出这样的内容。好，在 agent 这件事情，我在伦敦政经念 agent 的时候，其实我在这边花了蛮多心思在学。那特别是在我们的 market， 那传统的 market 是我们的 supply 跟我们的 demand 会达到需求一致的时候，那个点我们叫做 market。那上面的那个数字我们当然就叫 price。当我的 demand 增加的时候，那我的 market 我的 price 就会增加。我的 supply 增加的时候，我的 price 就会下降。OK， 这是我想大家都知道，所以造成我们的这个整个市场的失灵。可是造成市场失灵 （market failure） 其实还有一个原因叫做 asymmetric information， 其中的一个因素，不对称的资讯。当不对称的资讯出现的时候，它就会产生一个机制，叫做 agency 的这个机制。资讯量握比较多的那一方，我们叫做 agent； 资讯量握比较少的那一方，我们叫做 principal 委托人。委托人委托 agent 去帮我们做一些事情，于是 agent 就赚取了不对称的这个知识的红利。例如，我们要出国去旅行，我们找的是旅行社，所以他赚了这个钱。我们要买地、买房子、租房子，我们找的是房仲，他赚了这个 agent 的这个费用。民众生病的时候的 agent 是谁？是我们嘛？好，对，所以本质上我们医生会赚2种费用。那简单来说，可能会赚2种费用。第一个是不对称知识的这个 domain knowledge 的费用，我们很辛苦念书找的这个不对称的费用，还有一个费用是 service fee， 我们的 skill。那随着 AI 出来之后，这2个红利慢慢的被压扁的时候，我们的价值是什么？我们在教学生的这个过程里面，不断在驱使我们来思考，我们在教他们的过程中，会不会我们教了一个5年之后出来刚好失业的技能？所以我在担心的是这件事情，会不会训练完他主治医师的时候，结果哇，主治医师失业了，或者能赚的钱更低了？所以到底那个价值要怎么重塑？我们现在一直很苦恼这件事情，也一直在思考这件事情，会不会最后医生只剩背责任的钱？好，因为开药这个是需要责任的，所以我一直在想这件事情。原因是因为 AI 进来当我们的员工，或者当我们的同事，好，或甚至当你的助理这件事情，我想这已经是必然之路了，这已经无法回头了。所以它的确是可以增加很多的一个效率。那在很多的企业里面都已经开始在讲，就是有员工出现 AI 出现的时候，你大概那个职位就可能就没了。所以你必须要确定他AI 做不到，否则你不能请这个人。好，所以比尔盖茨才会讲这件事情。在25年的时候，他就说有3种人会先被取代，可能第一个是医疗的人员，就是我们。好，然后原因是因为我们会有更准确、更全面的诊断，更高品质的医疗资讯，会更简化的医疗流程。OK， 的确微软也做了，好，就是现在在 Azure 平台就有这一个 model 了，只是台湾我们不太敢用而已，我们也不想要去大肆宣传哈。那准确率大概比我们高4倍啊，好，比英美的医生比较高，但我相信台湾的DD比较强啊，所以我们应该没有跟他悬殊这么大。那第2个部分就是教育。因为个人化的学习体验，现在的学生开始在学习如何学习。我们在教大家比较多的是一种自学的能力，然后以及高品质的一个教育的一个辅导，或者是我们要怎么样提升我们的一个教育效率。透过 AI 里面，在 Alpha School 里面，他对 AI 的这个导师，其实他只要每天上课2个小时，那他得到的这个成绩或者是他的这个绩效，其实相对的是好很多。所以又是医生，又是老师。那不就是我们这一群吗？我们可能会失业这样子嘛？当然，我们想一件事情：2014年的时候，那时候 AI 刚出来 ，Machine Learning、Deep Learning 出来，在很多的 image 里面，大家都说，2016年的时候，他直接说放射科医师已死。但是到今年2025年的时候，出现 AI 悖论的其中一项，大家知道美国的放射科医师增加为46%。而且收入成为美国医师收入第2高的医师， 原因是因为他们可以看更多的片子，更快看，然后有这样子，我们的这个供给创造了我的需求，所以它可以让更多的病人涌到医院里面来。所以我很开心的在想这件事情。我们可能不像比尔盖茨讲的我们会失业，而是比较像是黄仁勋讲的这3件事情。当出现这3件事情的时候，可能你会被取代，不会思考，你不想思考，还有就是你不知道怎么问，不会问问题，你连问题定义都抓不出来的时候，就可能就会被取代。再来，完全躺平，我的大脑外包，直接包给 AI 了，然后我也不想要再学任何的新的东西，很有可能就会被淘汰。所以其实回过头来，医生或者是教育者，其实都不会被淘汰，因为我觉得我们会找到我们自己的价值。可是当这3件事情的时候，就有可能会被取代。于是重塑一下，我们医生不会被取代，然后老师不会被取代，所以那3个才会被取代。那未来我们到底要学什么？然后怎么学？学完为何而用？然后，所以回到临床。其实我们一直在讲几件事情，然后这一阵子我一直在想要看这几件事情，个别化的医学教育、跨专业的合作，就是IPP、IPE， 然后数位的能力、全人的照护跟医学的人文，其实一直都想要对我们没有医学院的医疗院所或医学中心而言，其实是非常非常辛苦的。我们不像大家就是有医学院在做这样支持，可是对于我们而言相对比较灵活，怎么样在这样临床的教育上面找到我们可以切入的点？于是我们大家就想说以人为本，大概是我们唯一可以喊出的口号。那我们也并没有什么校训之类的，可是比较不一样的是，我们大概以病人为中心这件事情，我们把它反挥了，然后我们希望可以以同仁为优先。大概就是因为我们都相信照顾好同仁，同仁才能照顾好病人；照顾好老师，老师才会照顾好学生。我们都说学习者为中心没错，但是如果老师没有被照顾好，学生其实并没有一个 model 可以学习。或者一个 hidden curriculum 的一个隐性的课程，可以影响这样学生。如果老师的行为 behavior 都已经影响的话，所以对我们而言，怎么样让老师们可以有更好的工具、更好用的的这个流程，而是变成是在这一次 AI 导入的过程中很重要的一环。所以重塑价值是在教学里面很重要的一环。我们在价值主张里面有讲，所以我们先导入了员工价值主张。我们现在正在重塑我们的学生价值主张跟教师价值主张 EVP 的这个部分。我们承诺给我们这样的一个职员，他一个组合式的 promise， 让他可以有他自己的职业的一个发展。所以对我们而言的话，举一个例子，那时候都还没开始做的时候，多希望就是晚上值班的时候，随时问一个问题，可以有人 back up 我这件事情。大家知道我们23年的时候，我们的药剂部差点要倒了，因为只要来奇美 run 过的药师，值完小夜，隔天就是落跑，因为会被问到怕，然后问的答案都不会，所以没有 back up。所以怎么样可以有这样的一个 back up， 然后让大家可以在面对紧急状况的时候可以 survive， 然后可以有成就感，然后我觉得那是一个非常重要的事情。所以整个智慧的整合，然后风险的这个提示、流程的追踪跟教学的融合，能不能全部把它撮在一起？搓成一个撒尿牛丸，然后让大家可以学。所以对我而言，其实它是一个副驾，然后它是副驾的过程中提醒我们，然后做出我们该走的一个赛道。那对我而言，在教育的这个或者在病例这里面，其实把教育放进病例里面，然后把治理放到流程，然后尽量不要让大家觉得病例归病例，教育归教育，有没有可能是放在一起的？否则当在写病例的时候，写得非常痛苦。然后继续写得很痛苦以外，那个病例有没有拿来办法做2次的加工利用？那你就觉得有点浪费那些的 wording 或者是那些的 key in 的那些时间。所以对我们而言，医疗教育我们就面对很多的痛点。大家在临床工作那么繁重，老实说，他在播出时间带学生教学生，都是一门很辛苦的工作，而且给的 bonus 或者给的 reward 其实相对的并没有临床工作来得高。当然，我们可能承受没有那么大的风险或压力，可是它真的相对的这个 payment 相对是比较低一点。所以，怎么样让大家做的有使命感、更有光荣感？能不能透过这一次数位转型 AI 的导入过程，让它拉起来，也是我们想要走的一个目标。所以 overall 来说，省了非常多的时间呐，然后大概使用的人次也是不断的增加，因为大家用了之后，这个流程就会一直不断用上去。那目前使用超过10万人次。好，老师都说医学教育很重要，就是框架。理论还有 evidence 一定要出来，所以那时候就在想说，我们到底要怎么导入？导入的过程中有没有一个步骤 step by step？ 于是我们就在想从这个教育到临床 clinical 有个 gap， 那我们就搭一座桥，然 好，那我们就叫 bridge 好了。好，那就于是就把 bridge 把它拉出来了。然后 B 的话叫 behavior， 就是competency 啊，就是我们的从 CBME 啊，然后 milestone 啊 EPA 这一块来切进去 ，AI 可以这一块里面做哪些事情？能不能结合临床，然后来做一些自动化，或者让老师学员们都可以比较轻松的工作，或者是教育的方面省掉的那些繁琐的文书。然后真的是凭能力这件事情。然后第二个是我们的一个情境的一个 learning， 然后特别是情境这件事情很容易 miss 过去。有时候我们在跟院长讨论的时候，印象最深刻的只是老师在旁边后面默默讲一句“廖家的这个动作不可以”，然后你就会记得一辈子，是吧？那个曾经的那个老师，你会记得他一辈子那一句话，原因是因为那个 scenario 它存在。所以怎么样让那个 scenario 不断的被创造出来，然后永远在你的大脑里面存在 ？OK， 这是我们觉得我们想要活化这样子一个 scenario 的地方。再来当然是我们的 IPE 跟 IPP， 怎么样让大家可以开始多元、友善、尊重、团队合作，然后相信彼此的专业，然后再是 data enable 的那个 copilot， 然后让大家可以有这样的一个 data driven 啊，特别是在我们现在未来的5到10年的愿景的擘画，我们要走一个学习型的组织。所以变成是一个 data driven 的一个健康照护体系，那我们要怎么走？那在这些资料到底要怎么治理 ？AI 要怎么治理？它必须要有一套很严谨的逻辑，否则我们没办法说服自己用它是安全的。哦，这件事情再来走到最后，医学走到最后还是要 evidence， 所以我们必须要学会怎么去评估，不管是任何的 program， 我们都需要一个科学化的来做评估，或者是说一个 research， 然后把它变成是一个可以经得起 peer review 的一个 evidence。所以这大概是我们在想的这件事情。所以对我们而言，在 CBME 的这一块，我前面会先讲一些理论，就或者是我们的一些 result， 后面会快速讲一些例子。对我们而言，在 CBME 里面，我们开始试着做这样子一个 AI 的 coach 或者 AI 的 mentor， 然后去自动对齐它目前它可能会进展的几个不同的面向。那比较特别的是，因为我们取舍我们要在地化，所以我们在这次的这个 milestone 里面，我们放了2个，就是在我们的数位能力，还有我们的医学人文啊，非常难做这个等级的区段的划分啊，所以但是我们还在尝试，就是把它给融进来，除了原本的6大核心能力，然后几个面向以外，再放进去我们属于我们自己医疗院所独特的这个地方。那在做中学跟临床的考核里面，怎么样可以看完一个病人查完访，我就学完这一门学问，或者回家学不要那么辛苦，或者直接可以应付掉我们不想应付的考试压力等等之类的，所以我们就依靠代训的核心的优势啊，然后我们将真实的病例转化，然后我们让题目化学习，所以我们中间有一个环节，我们设计了 PGY 可以自己出题目考别的 PGY， 就是只有你当老师的时候，你才知道老师在想什么，所以他当老师的时候，他才会去设计这样的一个题目出来，然后再回到病例里面，怎样子病例叫做好的病例，然后再来这个能不能是一个自动化的评核。否则，当我们老师在审这些病例的时候，其实我们会花非常多的时间。所以，我来说，整个系统的成效还不错啦，整个推理的状态啦，或者文书的时间啊等等的，就比之前好蛮多的。那我们从原本的 IP learning， 然后到我们的 IP practice 等等之类的，然后目前这样走下来，让大家习惯原来其他类别的。职员其实按一个按钮，你就可以知道他们在想什么了，不会再像之前一样那么难以沟通，或者完全不知道对方附件的这个处方签或者附件的这个写的 note 里面在写什么，我都看不懂的时候，你也不好意思问。所以现在就可以直接透过他们的这个连结，然后直接来问这样的一个状态，也是在这次 AI 里面我们想把它做掉的。再来，有时候我们在会诊的时候，你觉得对方会写的都很差，你又不好意思讲。你又觉得错过了一次教学的一个机会有时候你也不好意思问所以就一个不好意思讲的老师跟一个不好意思问的学生，就变成浪费了那一次的会诊的机会，对吧？所以能不能让会诊活化回来，让大家都可以学每套会诊怎么样叫做好的一个会诊？那这个会诊能不能被稽核，品质能不能被稽核，状态如何等等之类的，我们大概就是在这次的思考。在 His Copilot 里面，我们大概就是整个旅程这样走下来，然后我们希望它可以有不同的中层资料可以互拉，然后让大家可以产出对应他想要学习的内容，然后可以及时的整合，减少重工。重点是很多时候都要学生写病历，可是他明明就已经打完了这一本，还要再把它腾过去那一个就是 portfolio 里面。如果在过去纸本的时候，其实非常辛苦。能不能让 digital 这个方式透过这样子转化过去就好？老师只做稽核。学生答得出来，程度被 qualify 之后，那就那些文书的wording可不可以就减少下来？所以也在想，那再就文书的负担，然后有没有机会 也对老师好一点，老师不要再那么辛苦填那么多的表单，那么多的这个评估单，能不能让它稍微简单一点点？语音直接转成这些评估的表单，也是我们目前正在尝试在做的啦。那在整个风险的治理 ，AI 的风险的跟安全的防治里面，我想大家这非常重要。好，我们可以看一下我们的 A+ 系统，它的这个相对的幻觉相对是比较高的，原因是因为它就是需要幻觉，因为它要告诉我们诊疗计划。对吧？所以它本来就不是有的东西出现诊疗计划，但是在 HIS Copilot 里面，人机共作的就是2% 以下，一定要经过 cosine 的那个最后的那个版本非常非常低，好，大概在1% 上下1.2左右而已。所以对我们而言，在 HIS Copilot 里面绑 HIS 里面的就只有这2个绑 HIS， 在巡防大联盟 A+ 系列的才会出现有幻觉，所以我们大概会做这样的一个区隔跟切割，好，所以大概就是把系统里面做一个比较简单一个切开这样子，好，那对我们而言，我觉得整个状况还不错，就是整个 milestone 在 NS 我们的医院 NS 目前做的还蛮踏实的 ，CCC 目前准备要开第3次了，那他们整个的 milestone 的分数的提升是还不错，那整个不良事件是有相对的减少，大概等一下后面跟大家介绍我们的天网哈。第一次介绍，然后在心衰的这个降低的率恢复的会诊恢复率跟全人的满意度。好，前面快速的讲 bridge 这件事情，可是 bridge 这件事情对我们非常重要，因为它必须要对应到底为什么要做这些事情，我们必须要有原本的这个理由啊。所以回到今天我们要讲的这个全人照护，我把它拆成就是大概有几个核心元素，讲到我们刚才前面讲的这阵子大家一起来讨论的，以人为本、多面向、跨团队、医学人文、跨领域的这种合作。从 IPE、IPP， 然后到 TRM 等等的，这个到底我们要怎么把它做起来？能不能透过 AI 做？于是刚才讲的那些东西，我们把它归类一下，好，把它放回去它该要去的地方。所以会有4个核心的一个策略，然后开始来走我们的这个全人照护的这个部分。我们来看一下第一个部分，我们大家就 HIS Copilot 啦，就是大家奇美院应该做蛮多的，就是这样子，从住院到出院，全部的文件里面只要可以塞 AI 的，我们就尽量都把它塞进去。原因就是让我们的资讯可以一致，然后减少重工，不要药师啊、营养师啊，然后每个人都写一次啊，就每个都差1岁，这样也很尴尬。所以就是能不能有一个正确的。好，在 Java Network 就是 Internal Methods 里面告诉我们一件事，就用 RCT 的一个 trial 里面，他去分22位的资深医师来去评他们写的这个内容。我们直接看医师撰写跟 AI 撰写，在 AI 的这个撰写的这个优势，其实 AI 写的相对的是医师撰写这边是 AI 摘要的这个优势，文笔比较简洁，结构比较有条理。然后 AI 其实撰写起来会有错，但是那些错都不构成严重的致命错误。所以在那篇 Internal Medicine 里面告诉我们一件事情 ，AI 出院的这个质量可以接受，因为它相对的品质的确是有比较差，但是没有达到统计意义上面的差别。然后人机共写跟临床审核可能会是未来的一个很重要的方式。所以他说，当你人力负荷大的时候，可以开始考虑使用这件事情了。好，在今年大概4月左右的 JAMA 的这一篇。好，我们看一下奇美医院。好，奇美医院的话，大概就是我们就是诊疗计划这个部分点进去，大概就是说这个病人的admission 就是我们的 discharge note 或者是我们的全人照护的全系列。原因大概就是会以个别化他住院的状态来评他接下来住院的状况要怎么做这些事情。那以住院而言的话，可能他可以快速的去摘要这一个转出的过程，护理哪个职类都是。在 HIS Copilot 里面，我们就做2种职类，一个是医生，一个是护理人员。原因是因为医护是医院很多文字的底层，很重要的底层。还有一个底层是我们的检查报告，还有我们的检验数据。所以大概这几个是我们的底层。所以那时候我们在做的时候是从打底开始，因为这边乱了，全部后面都乱了，所以我们从这个地方开始这样子做。可以看得到，护理人员其实是不太会写英文的啦，所以因为他会把整个 HIS 病人的资料全部把它综合在一起，然后去产出像这样一个内容。然后我们也产出了个人化啦，就是大家可以调整这些 prompt， 让大家可以练习这样的一个能力，然后给一个及时的回馈。这对我们一开始很重要，原因是因为我们根本就不知道幻觉到底高不高，所以我们这个是可以及时得到它到底有没有幻觉这件事情，而且我可以专注在使用者的满意度。好，特别是在导入的这个过程里面，很想跟大家分享，导入的过程里面会遇到非常非常大的阻力。但永远都记得，爱你的人永远爱你，所以你要对他好。所以尊重使用者的意见，不用你的人，你改得再好，他还是不会用。所以尊重使用者的意见的时候，你可以改得更好。但是，一旦你去听很多不使用的人的话，你可能越改越差，最后连爱用你的人都不用了。这个是真的，所以这是在管理学里面很重要的一环。所以这个也给我们教了我们一个很重要的一课啦。 在潜移默化跟习惯好的病例里面，其实我们那时候一直在想，什么是黄金病例？什么是一个黄金病例？可以让学生知道，我这样在写的时候，原来这样子叫做一个好的病例，我就是得写这些，我都得写这些，但是我就是写不出来，或我没时间写，对吧？这是我们现在遇到的临床上面很大的窘境。那刚才大家看到那个全人照护的那个计划或者 discharge 的 plan 那个来来回回放了3次，拿掉放上去，拿掉放上去，就放了3次。原因是因为我认为那一个是生成，它不应该出现在 HIS 里面，因为它是生成，对吧？后来最后讨论到最后，反正就是教学部品管等等病例都讨论完，大家就决定把它放上去。原因是因为可以改善我们的负荷，这样子吼。那在寻访大联盟可以看到这边其实就是很多的临床决策辅助啦，当然就是有各个科部，那可以有产生很多个人化的疾病卫教、然后管路卫教、个人化的生活形态的这个指导。我觉得这个蛮重要的，因为是在这个地方先让大家知道，原来病人他的这个卫教不一样。原来我照顾了这8床的病人，虽然我在心脏科，可能6个都是 CAD， 没想到 CAD 产出来的每个的卫教都差有一点多。可能来来回回这样看起来，学生就会发现，原来每个人的卫教都有一点点的差距。OK， 所以我觉得在个人化的这个卫教，其实相对的还蛮重要这件事情。我们提供让大家知道什么叫做精准的个人化的卫教。那在这个地方，医学教育的部分，他点进来之后，他可以在照顾这个病人，他可以知道他的医学核心能力应该会得到什么。就像我在打关啦、打怪破关的时候，我有这里原来这个魔网我可以得到3个能力，然后这个3个能力就是临床老师跟他评核之后 ，OK， 他就可以带回他的portfolio 了，所以相对就不用一直在抄写了，就相对比较简单一点。那我刚才有讲到上面还有一个我要问，所以他任何地方他只要有问题，他按上去，按照这个病人的背景还有相对的医学知识。不断的问下去，然后他就一直不断的回答，不会超出这个病人的这个 border 啦。那在国考复习，就是照顾这个病人完之后，就直接给最接近的国考题，然后直接做复习了。药师也有，护理师也有，很多职类都有。然后我们现在目前就在做这些事情，然后让学生们可以自己练习。后来主治医师都拿来 check 你有没有交班，就是一问就是抗生素你要用什么抗生素，你的原因都不懂，就表示你没有认真交班这件事。特别在换 team 的时候，所以后来主治医师会这样子利用。那其实还有详解。那当然就是，其实我们更在意的是喜欢这一段，他会提醒现在的主治医师，原来他还有其他不同领域的这个专业知识可以学习。然后你今天回去写，晚上明天我们就可以来讨论这件事情了。那其实我们大家可以了解病人的状况，做中学、教学合一、依靠代训这件事情，然后可以集合我们的病例的品质。这件事我们准备在做 HIS 2.0 了，所以每个主治医师都会有自己的全部的wording 的全部的绩效例如说廖家德的 admission 是几分，然后 progress note 现在是几分，就全部都会透明化，然后就是让他稍微可以排序下去，也让学生可以知道，他可以选择要改，他可以选择要自己改，也可以选择要 AI 改，也可以选择不改。反正有什么结果就是大家自己承担，但是他有选择的权利。然后他也可以觉得 AI 改的不好，他自己改都可以。但是他要知道 AI 挑出他的错误的地方是在哪里，因为他至少知道他可以怎么样进步下去。那我们当然就3个月，我们开始在做就是个别化的学习。那我们把这样的通识课把它统合在一起，然后去做match。那我们的 PGY 的学生可以知道他下一次想上什么课，然后可以去match这样的提供这样的一个课程给他们。那在第2个部分的话，多面向的整合，可以看到非常多的职类都在这个地方 ，A+ 大概全职类都在这里了然后点进去可以快速的知道病人的状况。一开始说的半夜值班的时候，我能不能只问病人状况如何，他就跟我讲。现在我们就是做这件事情，就是即使你都还没看到任何病人这个状况，你最后他走在路上，语音也可以，手机拿起来语音也可以。这病人血压在掉，发生什么事情，他就跟你讲发生什么事情，应该要做什么事情。至少你到单位的时候，可能就可以开始给 order 了。那再来就是相对应的应该处理的状况是如何，所以这个地方也可以，然后可以利用它来帮我们做一些撰写啊、学术啦，然后或者是一个 abstract 等等之类的，然后都可以在这边做使用。然后同时间也可以问他特别的状况，然后借你个人的剧集，然后或者借你个人喜欢用的药物，他也会在那边做这样的一个出现。好，然后大家知道 AI 的回答很多都是比较表浅，例如说我可以跟你讲你要吃高纤高蛋白的食物，但是忽然家属问说我爸爸可以吃什么高蛋白，你会忽然答不出来，因为他的高蛋白跟他的高蛋白不一定一样。所以怎么样让学生们可以学习不同的病人什么情况下可以吃怎么样的不同的食物，在这边我们觉得相对还蛮重要的，所以就有一个继续问下去，他可以怎么吃。在整个慢性病的这个管理平台里面，我们发现一件事情，是因为我们过往在照顾一个病人的时候，可能 CAD 收在 CAD 的个管，那他就只有收 CAD 的个管，他不会知道他可能还收在 CKD 的个管或者 DM 的个管。那我们现在就是可以让全部的个管的东西可以全部统合在一起，所以全部就会在这个地方出现了。只要是个管师都会在这边。 今天我也可以随便点任何一个人，我都可以知道那个个管师在照顾这个病人的时候，他专业建议应该是什么，可以顺便学这件事情。然后于是我们大家还可以绑我们的guideline，然后所以既然可以绑guideline，就可以 check 我们目前的品质有没有照guideline给，对吧？好，所以我们大概就可以开始抓我们的动态的指标了。从这个地方开始延伸我们的很多的药案跟病案出现了。那举例来说，就可以开始往下看。于是我们就开始在想，个人化的医疗能不能在住院的病人每天都可以开始看他动态性的指标？原因我不是要惩罚任何人，而是要保护我们的医疗团队，可不可以给出更好的一个医疗照护品质？因为有时候根本我不知道我自己做不好。是只要一个东西提醒我，可以做的比较好一点，然后让大家习惯这样的一个方式跟状态。那病案的话，就是让大家学习这个病人有什么潜在的风险这件事情。我自己觉得过往很容易我们会踩到地雷，我就去跟家属解释说，我不知道他原来在上1个小时或上2个小时，或昨天晚上值班的时候已经跟值班医师吵过1次架了，结果没有记录。不管是在昨天的 duty note 或者是在护理的这个记录都没有，那我可能就很容易吃到这个炸弹，所以就被骂了也好啦，或者是产生医疗争议都好。但现在就是会提早告诉我们，这个病人可能有潜在的医疗争议风险出现，然后可能可以快速的分析很多的这个急救的事件啊，然后系统性的问题啦，然后各个一个品管跟病安的这个分析，就会非常有组织逻辑架构出来。我其实一直在想一件事情，就是在 Amy 的这段去这2次 ，Amy 里面有一个主题是医品病安的医学教育，但是其实好像在我们的环境，就是我们奇美的环境，这个医学教育来教医品病安这件事情，好像很没有一个系统化，或者是很没有一个 program 在走这件事情。所以我们就想说，能不能透过这一次开始建立这样的一个 program， 开始往下走，然后开始来看看整个照护品质跟病人安全的事件有没有下降等等之类的，然后让大家知道我们可以做哪些事情。第一次亮相，就是奇美的这个病安天网啦。进去之后，大家可以选你要哪个病人，但如果你有病人，你会直接清单，然后剩下的就是自动化，背后一直在 run 的这些的这个东西，会越建越多。因为我截图我没办法转，它会一直转，然后你可以看到哪些是良好，哪些是不好啊，然后大家就会给很多的建议啊，然后目前这个病人应该药物可能要做哪些调整啊之类的，然后我可能可以给哪些的摘要啊、分析啊、改善建议等等之类的，他就会快速告诉你这个病人可能可以做什么事情。为什么要做这件事情？因为我们希望病人不管在哪一个主治医师、哪一个团队的照顾，都得到一样的照顾品质，永远都有一个这么好的团队数位团队在照顾他。好，所以在核心策略3，就是回到一个比较软性的思辨跟我们的医学人文，特别是黄仁勋说不会思考、不会提问，好，所以能不能在这边做补强，然后提供大家的这样子一个思辨的一个强度跟能力。所以对我们来说，在这个地方，我们放进了这个我们的 EBM， 然后可以让大家直接针对这个病人问出针对我想要问的这个关键字，然后设我的 pick code， 然后 measure 怎么搜寻，这样等等之类的。然后叙事医学，然后从不同的角度来审视这个病人照顾的一个方式，然后当然这下面会有不同的，每次案都会不同的内容，然后告诉你用什么样的方式，然后来写这一段的文字。那当然，它也可以在这边直接转成图像或者转成音乐。然后当然对我们而言比较重要的是，医学人文在跟叙事医学这一次里面，我们是希望他可以看见人这件事情，而不是就看见数字这件事情。所以特别是我们这阵子又办了很多的医学人文的这些活动，包含了摄影、文学等等之类的。然后我们也在医院的一个角落切了一个叫暖心角，在那个地方展现大家的这个文学的一个作品。那的确是可以让大家重过这件事情。那我们也透过它来去做一个医病沟通的最后闭环的那一条路。原因是因为我们沟通都觉得自己很会沟通，可是病人收到的资讯跟我传达出去的资讯，我们都觉得病人收到100%，可是病人也许讲出来的跟我们想的其实差蛮多的。可是这个没有 feedback， 所以能不能透过同仁或者是这个同伴之间、同侪之间的这个互动，然后来建立起这样的一个闭环？那当然就是 AI mentor 的部分，然后就是当然有就是可以暖性的这个。那 PGY 可以直接设 PGY 的课程给考别人，然后那所以我们建了奇美的 OSCE 36剂，然后他们可以自己改自己的这个课程的内容，然后调整自己的这个病人的这个状况来去考别人，然后可以往下考这样。好，然后在核心智慧化的跨领域的协作的训练，好，特别是在这个地方，我不晓得就是我都之前有受过一种就是比较辛苦，就是不同职类之间的霸凌。我不知道，可能大家没有那么严重了，但是就不同职类之间的不信任感，好，所以怎么样可以让大家做这件事情可以开心，而且愿意相信彼此，所以我们才会在这次的医学人文期面也重塑了，我们叫做友善、 公平、洞察跟艺术，就重塑了4大支柱了哈。那所以希望在这样的过程里面，可以让大家都知道彼此在做什么决定，为什么而做这样的决定，还有我终于可不可以看得懂他的语言这件事情啊？原因是可以当临床辅助决策，大概还是有一些实证要支撑啊。原因大概是美国国考考很高，最新的一期就是不管是 GPT-5 或者是他们几乎在美国国考已经考满分了哦，然后全职类都在这里了，它基本上可以 cover 掉医学上面几乎90%几的这个疑难杂症然后。那医生的话可以快速提醒我们临床上面要注意哪些事情，明天要抽哪些血，然后全人照护应该做哪些事情，然后各个师都会有，你只要点进去可以随时看到其他不同的职类都在干什么。然后而且是我们的开发者，使用者就是我们的开发者，开发者也是我们的使用者，所以不断的一直迭代更新，所以它会越来越好。这个原因是在这边。那查访之前呢，就会 A+ 医师、药师、护理师全部都去查完访，告诉你一份今天查访你应该注意的事情。我查访的时候就可以在我的手机等好这件事情了，然后我可以快速就知道我查访要注意哪些事情了。所以我们大概就，如果真的还没有办法做到这件事情，就是很运作很好的跨职类的全人照护，至少数位我们先把它做起来，然后可以先来保护大家这件事情。所以我们就做了这件事啊，原因还像 support。就是 Network Open 里面，好，在诊断的这个部分 ，reasoning 的部分，其实AI 比我们好，那人机协作也比人好。那在 Nature Medicine 里面，在诊疗嘛，诊断跟治疗这部分，人机协作也比人好，但是时间花的比较久，因为你会写的比较多一点，好，所以至少我们可以确定一件事情，好像 AI 的都还不错。那所以我们就开始重新定义啊，就是人机协作 ，AI everywhere，Care everywhere，Health everywhere。但你一旦不一样的时候，你要去思考。为什么 AI 提出来的意见跟你不一样？不一定他错，不一定你错，会不会有哪些的误区或者是盲区我们没有看到，历史资料我们没看到，所以这是我们想要讲的。然后我们提供了会诊那时候跟大家分享，就是没有开给 Fellow， 原因是因为这是 Fellow 很重要的训练的一环。一旦会诊都可以用 AI 的话，他们会不会就是一直按，然后就没有了这样？后来 Fellow 跟我讲说，后来 Fellow 他们请我们开，原因是因为他们想要知道 AI 为什么可以回这么多。然后这么完整的资料是从哪里来 ？Fellow 跟我讲一个我还蛮感动的，他跟我讲说，老师，我就2年的 Fellow， 我按了一张少看一张，我就少掉1张的 Fellow 这个会诊的学习。我觉得当他讲那一句话的时候，我就说，好吧，应该是可以。今年我们的 Fellow 都通过了，就是每个科的 Fellow 都通过，至少好像不用再关回去这样哈。那一样就是抗生素也一样。那我们现在就全部都去比对了，就是你 AI 建议的跟你 Fellow 回的或者主治医师最后确定的误差值有多大，一致性有多大。我们现在开始在收这样的一个资料。然后肾脏科也是，洗肾的时候还没按针，就全部的今天查访的肾脏科的建议全部都会给出来了。然后你可以清楚知道不同职类的人都在做哪些事情，给出来的综合建议是什么，然后为什么他们会切这个角度进去看，然后你在跟人家讲的时候，你也有所本这件事情。所以对我们而言，我们在评 milestone 的过程中，我们在评的这过程里面，其实我们慢慢的放这些进去，然后也看看它切进去的不同的时间点里面会不会有一些的改变然后我们开始 AI 的 coach 放进去，去追跟着他一起学习，然后去提供他设计他一些任务相对应的任务。然后这是我们的这个导入 EVP 啦，就是我们的员工职业发展的这个路径图。我们会问他个人特质，陪他一起建立他的第二曲线，然后包含了今年的 PGY 今年8月1号上任，我也是8月1号，所以那天跟他们致辞的时候说我们都是菜鸟，那我们就是一起出发，一起到达，我们一起完成我们的梦想，这样，所以我们就会建立自己的bar，一直慢慢往前推，然后看他走到什么地步。这边会回头绑 e-portfolio， 他的这个 milestone 或者之后的 EPA 的进阶也会，这个是行政同仁的 clinical 的这个 education， 并不是 medical 的 education。然后在这个同仁的这部分一样 AI mentor， 他们都说全世界最了解我的只有他。只有他了解我，我的价值而已，其他长官都不了解我。所以后来我就发现，其实当他被长官稍微就是的时候 ，AI mentor 会给他们很大的 support， 大家非常爱的功能所以对我们而言，在重塑这整个全能的一个医疗教育的这个核心的元素里面，我们放了很多的数位的这个工具进去，但是我们更想要强调的是人性，还有人之间的互动。老师真的很重要，特别是在这次 Amy 听到的 Hidden Curriculum 隐性课程。你嘴巴讲的跟你做的，其实你做的那一件事情，教给学生的是1.2倍到1.5倍的效度、强度。所以一并沟通不是嘴巴讲，而是真的做给学生看，类似像这样。整的来说，大概整个错误率下降了，教学时间准备真的少蛮多的，然后跨团队的这个沟通协调，然后模拟考的通过率也拉高，然后标杆学习，然后成功寄转出去。所以回过来，我们再问自己一件事情：未来我们到底要学什么？怎么学？学完为何而用？ 我们现在是应该好好学习如何学习，学习如何好好1个小时内写完一篇文章。最近最红的就是他用了1个晚上的时间写完一篇心理学的文章，通过 peer review， 然后总共晒了40几个 reference， 全部都是正确的，而且被接受了，分数超高。他把全部的 code 跟文章全部都拿出来给大家看，他是怎么通过的。他们就抓好 A 卷之后就下指令就完成咯，不是 review， 它是一篇 original。OK， 因为他分析过往的一些文章，做质性的分析，就完成这件事情了。所以，到底为什么要学？会不会其实我们未来我们会花更多的时间去想这个事情后面的本质是什么，而不是花时间在这些的技能。我们是想要去了解我们的真相，而不是在中间这些阻碍我们的这些的门槛，可能不会再是阻碍我们的技术了。所以这些可能就是我们觉得很重要的。那很感谢，就是景生老师有发在这个台湾医学年会的杂志里面。我们的 DECO 的这个框架，然后我们目前奇美是 DECO 跟我们的这个 D-Health 的2个框架，一个 for 学生，一个 for 临床的这个人员，所以我们大概就做了我们自己的整合的蓝图啊、主轴，然后以及我们数位赋能的这个蓝图，这是我最近非常非常喜欢在导入的。怎么样让同仁们不会因为钱、不会因为处罚而去做一件事情？那就是游戏化。游戏化并不是 point、badge。或者是纸牌游戏，或者是密室逃脱，不是，而是驱动你去玩这件事情，你愿意心甘情愿去做这件事情。这本书非常好，有空大家可以跟大家分享。游戏化实战，周玉凯的。如果你 ChatGPT 问谁游戏化做最好，就是周玉凯，他就出这个名字。跟大家分享，大家知道哪一个国家的游戏化做最好吗？最有名的例子，台湾。执行这件事情的时候，我们的税收增加80%。统一发票兑奖，它就是游戏化。对，它游戏化很有趣，上面是使命感啊、成就感，下面才是惩罚。黑帽，下面是黑帽，上面是白帽。所以我们现在在重新设计全部的这个住院医师绩效啦、主治医师绩效，能不能用一个东西驱动大家为使命感而走，之类的？现在还在想啦。所以我们开始做了很多的数位赋能课程，我的 AI 学习之路，从什么都不会到你可以做出一个 APP， 帮助你自己的生活大小事。然后，因为我们发现 AI 最难的是，我愿意踏出那一步去学新的东西，所以驱动他去学这件事情变得非常重要。所以我们重塑了我们的医学教育这件事情，从一开始的 AI 到回过头来，我们目前走 AI 导入的第8阶段。所以为什么院长就是把我推到这个坑，原因是因为他觉得能不能让我们的学生未来5到10年之后出去之后活得下去、活得好、活得卓越，而不是出去之后就失业。所以他希望我们可以开始重塑一些临床的教育等等之类的。所以我们开始在数位的这个部分花了比较大的心思，包含了 web coding 啦、做漫画啦，然后这些都是同仁做的，这些甚至是学员做的 ，PGY 他们自己做的，他们做一个给大家公版给全部的人用，然后影片要怎么制作，然后放进去就可以了。然后或者是 AI 工具，那我们现在在做研究沙盒，聊天聊一聊之后，可能不能快速产出一篇 review 就可以投 SCI paper 了，而且你还可以产出的图表都很好，然后解答了一些 review 没有人解答的问题。这件事情能不能有这样的沙盒出现？目前我们正在做。那同时间，这我们教学部的同仁自己做的，就是我们的专案的监控。那每个专案就可以投注不同的资源，然后去追踪它到底跑什么。它也用了游戏化，下面那个 bar 的进度就是游戏化，因为你看着它不动，你会很生气，你会想要动它一点点，所以你就会不断的做一点。然后就礼拜5自己会去 Google 云端里面去捞我们的工作，然后去往前跑它的工作进度。那大家可以看得到，我们想要看的是这个资源的投注啦，提醒我们就是长官们，哪些人目前是进度比较落后的，需不需要投注更多的资源进来？回过头来，我们都在做一件事情，我们都在用 AI 或数位工具，让我们的生活可以便利一点点，哪怕是教学，哪怕是学习，哪怕是任何的琐事，我们都希望可以做这件事情。原因是因为我们开始把时间视为我们一项的竞争优势。如果你不把时间当成是你的一项的一个竞争优势，你就会不管它，就像农夫一样。但是，一旦你觉得时间现在是我会赢人家的东西的时候，那你就会开始疯狂的把你的时间拿来做压缩跟做利用。我觉得大家只会越来越辛苦而已。洗衣机的发明并没有让我们更轻松，所以我们会越来越辛苦。那我们做这个 AI 的这个专家顾问群给行政同仁，输进去之后可以快速的跟你讲不同的面向，法务啦、公文啦，直接打出一个比较好的，或者能不能提一个专案出来的时候，不要只有一个面向，而是多面向的提案。 多从不同面向思考。原因是因为人跟或者我们也这样跟学生说，你永远都只有办法活在自己的认知圈里面，你一辈子都只能赚你认知圈里面的钱，或者是你只能在你的认知圈里面生活。所以你必须得破圈，你必须得了解不同的专家在看这件事情的切入的角度是怎么看的，怎么破圈。所以对我们而言，这样走下来，其实我们是想要结合科学资讯、诱因文化，然后持续改进跟创新，在这样的一个健康照护的体系怎么走下去。在想这个框架到底怎么想啊？所以我们后来想到啊，刚好有一个框架，学习型健康组织的框架，我们就把它导入。所以我们今年的深耕计划就是建构学习型健康照护联盟，共创全体健康价值啊！那我们就是用这样的一个框架，然后来走未来这5年我们想要走的路，然后数据的驱动，导入数据、知识跟实践，但这个很硬。因为这个真的很硬，就是 PDCA， 然后数据知识，所以我们才会导入员工价值主张，软性进来，一软一硬，然后互相做搭配。所以我们大概就是今年得了数位转型奖，然后爱迪生，然后我们今年11月会到日内瓦的这个世界医院大会跟大家分享，我们拿首奖。那其实，在医学教育这一块，我真的觉得很辛苦，我非常敬佩在座的每位老师。因为在医院里面真的很难走，然后尤其是好多的医院，大家都说临床其实比较舒适一点，可是回来这边还面对学生、面对长官的压力。但是我相信大家都是一层有热忱的人，所以3个必须很难，必须是你，必须你怎么做都不会放弃，会越做越开心。只有这3个必须存在的时候，医学教育才会做得好，也才会有价值。所以这是我最后跟大家分享。这今年11月，我们奇美月有3馆联展。就是我们的无缘奇美博物馆跟奇美医院，然后我们在这边展我们这1年我们的一些的内容，很多的东西是我们的医学人文，很多东西是我们医学教育跟我们的品管，然后大家有空来台南来走走，好，欢迎大家跟我们指导，谢谢。
我相信大家跟我一样受到震撼了哈。那现在是大家把握这个珍贵的时间哦，我相信大家一定有很多的问题，谨生。麦克风，
真的是非常让我们非常感动啦哈。那我想就2个问题请教您啦哈，就是今天早上我有问过学者哈，有关于我们之后 使用 AI 过度产生的认知失能哈。像我现在要写英文、写信给人家，我一定要用 AI 啦，因为我英文可能发现这怎么都写得不好啊 ，AI 修完之后就比较好。那未来您觉得这个认知失能是不是就已经不重要了？还是说其实它还是很重要？我们还是要怎么样去做克服？这是第一个。那第2个是就是回馈到您所说的这个3个必须哈。我想廖医师您在台湾真的做到这3个必须很难，必须是你哦，而且那个必须要很有热情。就像您所见过的这个哈，老实说神经总院也曾经想办法看看我们有没有办法去复制哈，那真的是没有办法哈，就是这个是真的很难哈。所以那有没有什么可能因为如果说必须很难，那必须是你，那这样子的话，别人就没有办法达成啊，那这样子就没有教育的目的啦。那我们有没有什么事情是必须要做的，让我们也可以就是也可以追上你，或是不要说追上你，也可以追在你后面这样子？以上。
我先回答第2个问题，因为第2个问题从一开始就被问到现在，一开始我回答不出来，但是我现在很有自信的回答。我觉得奇美医院不是只有一个廖家德，像奇美医院有非常多廖家德，因为刚才看到那些系统都不是我做的了，都是每个科部自己做了。我们现在正在做微去中心化，我们把 IT 的能力还给每个科部，让大家建制自己的系统，建制自己的自动化。这些的自动化的过程，如果你要回医院的话 ，HIS 是需要经过我们的 IT 的检核，确定里面到底有没有有害的 code 在里面，没有才能融进去，否则你就是做你自己的边缘而已。所以这我们目前正在做这件事情。那我发现同仁比我想象力更丰富，所以我到教学部的其中一个原因是因为创造更多的学弟妹，或者创造更多的同才，或者是更多的长官可以比我更厉害。好，这是长官赋给我的任务。跟大家分享，就是去年ISQA的时候，我很感谢院长，我就说真的是很感谢你的伯乐，给我这样机会，然后让我可以学习啦哈。然后院长就说，你这千里马你要跑到死哦，你要当千里马多久？他这样问我，然后我就跟他说什么意思？他说你要转型啊。然后我说，可是你确定这样子我们的一些竞争优势会丧失？你愿意吗？我们的领先优势、竞争优势。然后院长那时候讲了一句话，我蛮感动，到现在我都记得。他跟我说，我愿意用奇美全部的领先优势换你做管理职。他那时候讲这句话，所以 隔天回来台湾那一天，我放出全部的 know-how， 就是你在奇美院电脑打开就可以看到全部的架构、全部的 prompt、全部的 context 都在里面，就很清楚。非常痛苦，那个晚上我非常的煎熬，因为你曾经努力了将近1年的东西，全部隔天就放出去了，而且你也不知道它要流到哪里，全台湾哪里都不知道，就出去了。对，但那一天我想清楚，那天早上睡醒的时候想清楚了，如果你认为那是你人生的终点，那可能就在那边你会很痛苦；但如果它只是你人生的起点，那你就觉得你甚至连头都不想回，你就想再往前走了。所以我觉得我那天转念成功了啦。所以我觉得，因为这样子，奇美院才有更多的人可以做得更快、更好。所以我们是互相的踩在对方的肩膀，不断的往上走。所以我觉得怎么样可以复制这些人？好，有人问我说，那这些同仁们学这些 IT 的能力，他们是怎么学的？其实他们都是小白。从零开始学到建制这样的一个系统出来，然后可以自动化，可以跑分析，可以包含很多的内容。我们没有多余的钱付给大家，大家都是下班之后自己学的这样子。我觉得，我觉得在中间过程中氛围的塑造，或者是气氛的塑造、文化的塑造，奇美有起来，原因是因为使命感。就我刚才讲的游戏化上面那个使命感，因为我们正在走一条台湾没有人走过的路。我们不走，后面没有人不知道这里能不能走得通。就算走不通，至少我们撞了头，告诉大家这条路走不通，你们不要再走了。所以我们有我们得要走的路，还有我们得要付出的这个努力。所以同仁们觉得我们都在创造这样的历史，所以同仁们愿意往前走。所以我觉得这是使命感驱动大家往前走这一块。那再来就是邓小平的一个科部几个人先有钱，所以我们就是有 target 很多科部很多厉害的人，有兴趣的人，先让他们投出资源。所以每次院长在全院报告的时候，我们都会写一张纸给他，这些人名你都要念到，因为这些人名都很重要，因为他们都是每个科部的代表。就像我们的 Amy 50岁投 Amy 还可以投5篇，对吧？所以这些人你怎么可以不念到他的名字？他有多努力？可是这些同仁他的价值并没有被看到，所以怎么样透过我们让他的价值被看到，让大家愿意付出这样的努力，所以就变成是很重要的一件事情。所以这个我想可能是在驱动大家做这件事情，然后大家会觉得我有机会被看到，不是我的东西都是长官拿走我的功劳去的，不是，而是真的把功劳还给我们。所以我觉得，我们在这一方面的塑造，在一中评鉴之后的这一块速度走得比较快一点，原因是因为每个人都很爱做自己的东西。然后甚至发展到我已经都不知道长到哪里去了，这样子哈，一回神原来癌管也做完了这样哈，ERAS 现在也做完了这样哈，然后所以我就觉得厉害的地方，我觉得是大家已经在往前走了啦哈，也觉得大家好像没什么太厉害的地方，所以就是我觉得塑造有出来。回到前面那个大脑外包或者是认知这件事情非常重要，对我自己觉得就是在知识跟技能中间，就像现在我不会钻木取火，如果被放到一个荒岛的时候，我可能会饿死。但是你会不会知道，你可以利用什么东西可以快速得到它？就是有一些基本的技能你不会丧失，那些基本的技能非常重要。就像 EBM 我们让大家做这件事情之后，我们今年 EBM 得金奖，然后那这样让大家做这件事情的时候，更熟悉，养成一个回答一个问题，你不要跟我说好像怎么样，老师说怎么样，你可不可以跟我们讲实证说什么？这件事情养成一个什么 order 什么药物都有一个实证在这边，而这样子一个氛围的养成，可能会让他再也不会用 EBM 搜寻 key 那些字，因为他直接跳最后一步啦，因为 AI 直接帮我整理好，很多中间都跳过。所以我们在回来 EBM 的课程里面，我们设了很多的节点门槛，是老师问学生换情境，他能不能答出所以然，而不是让他用同样的 case 去应付这全部的考题。所以在中间的评测或中间过程，待会我们是花了很多时间去思考，怎么去确定他真的懂。所以就算我们的研究沙盒最后做出来了，很多的量产的 paper 不断出来，我们还是会回过头来，你知不知道 Table One 要用什么样的统计方法？为什么？所以我们还是会去想要做这样的确认，因为我觉得那是对科学最基本的一个认知啊，而且只有当你了解你在做一做正确的事情的时候，你才会往对的方向在走。所以我们反而会花很多时间在设这些知识确认的节点，而不是在设立文书看他做的好不好这件事情。因为以后的文书大家都是90分，甚至大家的分数都超高，都超漂亮，都超精美。可是他到底他认知如何？一件事情的判断到底够不够深？这件事情，我觉得是我们想要教学生的。他能不能破圈？能不能用第一性的原理去思考每一件的事物的本质？所以是我们想要教的。
哇，这个
我必须说，嘉德的转念让我起鸡皮疙瘩了哈。就是如果这种感觉可以，我想不只是听奇美了哈，我想我们听台湾应该更是站在这个精神上，我们医学教育领域在台湾一直是这样子的努力。那大家是不是把握机会，可以有最后一个问题，剩2分钟。好，玉凤。
好，我是那个3军总院大人 PGY， 目前在部队当军医官的那个的人。那想跟老师请问，就是之前也有就是跟老师一起学习，然后就是参与在心电图线上网站学习的架构，那建立这样。那我们就辛辛苦的建立出来之后，就发现学生也不太爱用。那像那个老师刚刚有提到这些这么棒的功能，那想请问实际上学生的使用率多少？那他们会不会只用哪些功能，那其他不用这样？谢谢老师。
好，大家很喜欢 A+ 系列，因为快速整合全部的资讯。那在病例 HIS 的部分，他觉得他还要等 AI 那几秒，他不想等，但是写出来的品质真的比较差啊，这实在话。但是我们永远都是相信同仁们写的最好。啊，所以我们到现在都这样讲，你写的最棒，只有你没有时间的时候，你很急的时候，你再考虑用 AI， 或者你想要学习，你再去点它来看一下，它可以怎么写，你会怎么写，这样子就好。所以其实我们希望他可以自己做这件事情。所以我觉得学生并没有让我们失望，就是全部都在用 AI。当然有可能他们觉得不够好用，还有就是我在 HIS Copilot 设了很多的门槛，它真的没那么顺手，因为你空白不能生成。哦，所以你必须无论如何你要写出30%以上的东西，它才会让你跑 AI， 对吧？然后再来就是，反正 HIS Copilot 是我第一个做的东西，所以它限制非常多。原因是因为 HIS 的资料非常正确，它不能乱，所以对于学生而言会觉得我用跟他不会用，有没有比较帮忙比较快？但是 discharge 的 summary 或者 additional 的 present units 那2个部分用的非常多。但我们回过头来，我们真的是帮住院医师而已吗？我们眼里只有 MD 吗？明明我们那么多职类，辛苦帮我们做事的专师呢，他们难道不需要被帮忙吗？对吧？你看着他早上9点回来打昨天晚上接小夜的病人的那些病历的时候，你就觉得哦天哪，这边咬汉堡，然后打病历，我就很想为他做些什么事情。所以在 HIS Copilot 里面很多东西其实设计是给专师用的，我说实话。所以用最多的确都是专师，他们可以快速的英文就不会有特别错误啊，然后他们也可以快速的理解哦，原来英文要这样写。因为他们的英文都是 copy 主治医师的，可是主治医师我们并不好，对，所以怎么样是一个比较好的一个英文的一个文法架构跟病例，所以我觉得也是让专师们他们可以学习这件事情。所以在导入的过程里面，我们会一开始会很想要专注在我自己也会 MD 这一块身上，但如果很专注在 MD 身上的时候，你会发现这条路寸步难行。然后因为 MD 的这个主观意识还有这个推动这个没有那么容易，但是他们很容易被同侪影响，所以你要用的是同侪影响，不能叫他用。当他看到隔壁的打病历特别快，每次都按一个按钮就走了，他就会偷偷去问，你为什么可以？然后他就会学了，所以你就看到病历室人越来越按那个按钮。所以其实我们用 AI 的，在奇美医院，它有2极化，中间的那个中生代反而用多少，老的很爱用。年轻的也很爱用，老的不知道为什么在要用，就是因为他就按了就会很快，所以他就觉得这样很轻松。年轻的是因为喜欢 AI 的功能，所以他们就会用。反而是像我们这个世代用的就比较少，所以我们统计起来是长这样。所以我自己觉得就是，所以我回过头来，你不用没关系，反正我开发1万个产品，中1个会中，对吗？全院我都转成 AI 了，除非你离开奇美医院，不然你就一定会用到。所以到这个阶段的时候，我觉得人数、使用量不是重点，因为那是在工业化你才会去算这些事情。你现在已经进到下一个阶段了，你应该要算的是你有多少的系统在智能化，那些藏在后面的系统才是我们想要的，而不是前端一定要靠它按。前面靠大家爱的是这件事情，是我们在做文化的驱动，我们让大家知道奇美进入一个时代了，这个是 AI 的时代，所以你看得到这个东西在跑。而不是在后面系统在跑，所以大家看到天网的那些都是在后面在跑的，他们都看不到。所以我们现在在做后面的这个系统的自动化，所以跟大家分享。
身为部长，我必须很遗憾的说，我们时间只有这么多。 但是相信大家还是有很多机会向家的讨教了哈。那我只能说用震撼这2个字来讲这过去1小时的学习，因为我想在我们台湾医教领域，大概没有另外一个人说得出口。我弄1万个 AI 的专案，总有1个会中。啊，这个我不知道怎么在1、2年当中弄出这么多的专案，然后这么无私的跟我们分享这些成果。那真的代表大会向家的真的是非常的棒。那I'm speechless， 就是讲太出话了哈。那因为时间的关系啊，我们这个 section 在这边结束。那是不是代表大会向嘉德致赠这个感谢？
谢谢。
继续在我们研讨会的尾声，让我们以热烈掌声欢迎医学院院长李俊泰教授为我们进行闭幕致辞。
真的是太感动了哦！那个现场的我们各位伙伴哦，还有在网络上与会的所有伙伴哈，我真的非常尊敬各位了哈。那我觉得这个是医学教育哈，就像刚刚嘉德说的哈，是非常重要哈。那个我总觉得大概就是 out of comfort zone 了哈。我们必须要替别人过苦日子，必须要跳出舒适圈才有无限的可能。所以我越来越相信我们医学教育以及我们的我们所有的伙伴们是英雄制造机那也是我们国家的护国神山那在这个有限的这个生命里面，非常有效率的去发挥我们的各个领域的专长那我身为一个神经内科的医师我就觉得说，我们有我们必须要去解决的问题那现在大概 AI 就是我们必须要接受的事情，很多事情都回不去了那 Professor Clinton 有讲说他的那个第一台 Apple 的电脑，我现在也保留我的 typewriter 了。我是从那个 typewriter 开始的，我达到 carpal tunnel syndrome 出来然后就觉得说，这个当学生的时候 paperwork 为什么这么多所以我们就建议说，那个 paperwork too much 所以要没有更多的时间学习，所以后来就决定住院医师开始要写病历，所以我们又变成住院医师，就一路又写病历，然后后来到主治医师又说要这个指证病历，所以我们的这一路这样子到现在就是会觉得说我们的老弟老妹们如果可以节省更多的时间我们当然要用很好的方法学，去让他们在这个非常这个 straightforward 能够把那个知识转变成力量这个 process 能够更快的去 catch 到，然后能够让我们接触到的病人能够非常直接的得到帮助那我刚刚也跟那个玉凤分享，就是我们现在我们的老师们就是要帮忙的地方，就是替我们的学生们要无缝接轨让他们在培养能力的过程当中从在学校到 UCY 1、UCY 2 不会害怕，然后再到这个 PGY 要值班了不会害怕，然后接着就住院医师变成主治医师，这个整个过程能够enjoy在我们这个环境里面去帮别人，我想就是继续的让好事不断发生。我们现在就必须要整合，赋予能力要有方法，不能再像我们过去那个方法了，大家集思广益，那个互相啦，我觉得就是现在跟学生就是要互相，我们也会从学生那边学到很多东西，这是我非常相信这件事情，那当然每个人都有比较弱的地方 ，call for help 也是一个很重要的事，所以基本上真的很感谢大家今天的整天都非常认真的去学习我相信也是获得很多很多那明天呢是双十节，中华民国的生日了刚好可以休息一下那为我们这个国家还有这个社会能够create 更多的英雄，我想这个是我们非常乐见的也预祝大家未来在面对困难的时候，能够想一下说还是有很多那个在面对困难的人一起也在想这件事情。再 repeat 一下嘉德的话，非我就是要我就是要做难的那我愿意很谢谢这边祝大家能够顾别人的身心灵，自己也要顾自己的身心灵这个也很重要那也希望大家的家庭美满身体健康万事如意，谢谢。
最后，本日研讨会到此结束，感谢各位讲者、各位座长以及各位贵宾的参与，期待再次相见。麻烦各位贵宾集中到我们舞台前方，我们一起做个大合照。